Hello, Trina. Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. Today is going to be about spiritual intuition and how we use it. Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live, everybody. Welcome to the live. If you wouldn't be so kind as to help with the likes and shares, it helps the algorithm. I'd be eternally thankful and it'd be much appreciated. Can anybody hear me? Hello? Does anybody hear me? Okay. Because my damn thing said, oh, well, I can't hear you. Blah, blah, blah. Hello, 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 kind individuals. Welcome to the live. It's part of you. Welcome to the live. Anybody got any stories they want to share? Paranormal? Spiritual? Welcome. Welcome to the doghouse. Who let the dogs out? Bum, 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 bum. Hello, kind individuals. Today we're talking about spiritual intuition. And do we use it? Great to see you, energies. Welcome, welcome to the live. Hello, Tinker. Hello, Lizzie. Welcome to the live. We're going to be talking about spiritual intuition today. And we're going to share stories about paranormal, spiritual, extraterrestrial. Hello, Lizzie. Thank you for joining. It's an honor to have you all here. Hopefully we can make a difference in this world to make everything better. Because, you know, every time doing this world, we all have our ups and downs. And we want to try to be the best positive influence we can be. But sometimes, you know, you have that time where you're just pissed off. I understand that. And, you know, you still got to use your spiritual intuition, even if you're mad. It's justified, but you don't want to let it overcome you either. And then we're going to be talking about spirituality today. This is probably a voice and a tone you haven't heard from Brim. Or me, for that matter. But yeah. And we're a little bit about 8:10, waiting for all the people to come up in here. And we can start the conversation. Start this rolling. And see how it goes. Hello, Kay. Welcome to the live. Great to have you here. Hello, Lynn Rose. Welcome to have you here. Hold on, let me fix my headphones because this thing keeps doing something that's bugging me. Hello? Can anybody hear me now? Oh well, I'm gonna have to deal with it. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. Stupid headphone phone. Yeah, the phone's acting stupid. Oh well. Thank you all for coming here. Today we're gonna be talking about spiritual intuition. Anybody has anything they'd like to share, please hit the guest request come up. If you wouldn't mind hitting the likes and shares, because I don't know, I'm about ready to throw this phone because it keeps messing up. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's acting crazy. Hopefully I'm not restarting this live, so it's gonna have to just deal with it at this point. But anyway, today we're going to be talking about spiritual intuition. Anybody got any stories about paranormal, space stories, encounters, or, you know, spiritual stories, you know, feel free to hit the guest request, come up. Hello. Welcome. Sakai. I swear I'm gonna hit this phone today. I am really not in the I don't understand why this phone's doing this. Do I have the wrong phone on? Nope, it's the same phone. Why is it acting crazy? Oh well. Whatever. Today we're gonna be talking and having fun. Great for having you here. Oh, I'm gonna have to shut that notification off, otherwise that's gonna make me flip the heck out. Is there any way where I could change that tune? Okay. Yeah, all the energies are messed up. It's messing with my phone. It keeps telling me to plug in my headphones and I'm not talking. I've been talking this entire time and it's working fine, so I have no idea. But anyway, enough about the ridiculous phone and its little inhabitants. Hello, spiritual mess. It's an honor to see you here. Yeah, it's Bluetooth. Bluetooth was working fine the last 10 lives, but now it decides it doesn't want to do anything. It says use wired headphones. I'm not using wired. Anyway, hit the likes and the shares, if you will. Wait for more people to come in. We're going to be talking about spiritual intuition. Sometimes you don't listen to your... Sometimes, sometimes it doesn't support it, and it's just ridiculous. Sometimes we use that spiritual intuition to we choose not to listen to it. And when you don't choose your intuition, it usually leads to panic, dismay, and things being all misconstrued. And what you need to do is, listen to your first gut feeling, your intuition, because it's usually true. And no matter what aspect of your life, it happens where you decide, and you second guess yourself. You never should second guess yourself. And, before you agree to anything, or to do anything, agree to anything, or to do anything, you want to, look within inside yourself and see if that intuition is true or not. Because when you just, you feel something and then you try to talk yourself out of it, if it's a good thing, and you're not really sure. So, best way to do it is, you close your eyes and you look within yourself. That's where you find your answers. All the answers lie within inside of you. It's coded inside your DNA, inside your spirit. Your body knows, sometimes before your mind does. Your mind it thinks about the world and how it perceives things, and usually it leads to, confusion and chaos. The more you listen to your mind and you listen to that chaos within inside of you, yes, a lot of people doubt themselves, and it's not very good, You always gotta want to look for the positive and not the negative. And then, if you have that negative around you, turn it into a positive, because that's how things change. That's how you evolve. That's how come you become the better being that you are. Not by self-gratification, but by ramification. You ramify yourself into being a more spiritual being, more enlightened. We all go through these troubles in our lives. What do we learn from these things that happen? Well, those things in your past, they mold you and guide you in things you need not to do and what you need to do. And it's all how you perceive it. If you perceive it one way, it's going to be that way. If you don't, then, you're doing good. Like in anything you need to do, you need to look within yourself. The answer's always there. When you second guess yourself, that's when the chaos starts. And you're actually the bringer of your own chaos. Even the positive and the negative. You have to look with an unfearful heart, because when you fear the unknown, you can accomplish anything. And the reason why we don't, because a lot of people have these fears. They're not going to simply tell you these fears. They're just going to hide them, because they don't want to come out of that shell. There's a lot of things that they hide within themselves. Even if people say they don't, they do. People have fears. It's human to have fears. But the best way to do that is to conquer them fears. Look at what's coming at you head on. Deal with it. Roll with the punches of the universe. Because the universe does not give you something you cannot handle. It gives you stuff you can't handle. And that's what you need to worry about. You need to worry about that love within inside of you. How do you make that better? How do I transmute myself into more of a positive being? How do I make myself come out of that negative zone? Because that negative zone, you think it only emulates from you, but it emulates to others. You're a product of your own environment. If you make your life a living hell, then you're making your life a living hell. If you make it positive, you make it positive. You are the creators of your own hell and your own heaven. You gotta wonder, what do I want to live? Do I want to live in fear, turmoil, and chaos? Or do I want to live and be free, be happy, and be who I want to be? I usually don't answer those questions, but, I will today. Vanessa, does Damien love and care for me? Well, I'm going to answer this in a more logical way, because this is what my spirits tell me. If you have to ask the question, then you already know the answer. Because you shouldn't, if he loves you as much as he says and cares for you, then you would already know the answer, and you wouldn't have that fear to ask that question. Love is a natural thing. It comes natural. You can't force love, and you can't alter that love. When you have that love, then you need not to question it. So, if you're questioning it, then that means there's something wrong within you or him. And if there's something that's holding you back, like if he's doing things that you don't like and doing them on purpose, then you know what your answer is. I hope that resonates with you. Miss Vanessa. I think that was the best answer I could give you, because that's what the spirits tell me. So does anybody else have anything they want to ask? Thank you. I appreciate the hearts. It's an honor to be here and to share my experiences and everybody else's. When they come on, they share their experiences, And we all share these experiences for you to learn and grow. Because that's why you're on Earth. You're on Earth to grow, to be a better person, to be that individual, to have that love and compassion. Well, I guess Vanessa didn't like my answer. Sorry. That's what they gave me. So that's what I told you. Like I said before, when people ask a reading and ask a question, you're going to get the answer the universe tells me. Sometimes it's like a lot of famous people said that come into my life. Not everything's always going to be buttercups and rainbows and lollipops and flying monkeys and, wonderful unicorns you can fly around the galaxy. Sometimes it's the harsh truth, but you come at it with love and compassion, You come at these things and you say, hey, does this feel like it's good to me? Is this what I need? Does this empower me? Because that's all I'm here to do, is empower everybody. Not to be negative, to be more positive. So, it's, I'll answer questions like that, but just everything I tell you is not going to be butterflies and rainbows. It's going to be the truth, what the universe tells me. And everything that I know and I say comes from the universe. It doesn't come from me. my human side, I put it in the back, and I honestly answer my questions and what I feel the universe tells me, and I give you that answer. A lot of people want to go look up YouTube videos and this and that. I don't. I don't need to do that. The universe is my Google. And then if I have a question that they give me, then yes, I do look on Google, but no, I don't need to. As an empath, feeling others' emotions can be difficult in a relationship. Exactly. When you're an empath, you're feeling other person's emotions and you're mirroring it back, which you need not to do that, because that's only going to cause you chaos within yourself. As an empath, you have to learn to control your abilities and not to take what's not yours. You don't mean to do it, but sometimes you do, and you mirror it back, and that's the sad thing about it, is you don't intend to do it, but you do it. And a lot of people do it. A lot of empaths don't know that they have those abilities even, and what they do is, they're feeling this, that, and this and that, but at the end of the day, they don't realize that it's their own feelings and their own emotions that's doing it. And you try to tell people this and like, no, I feel Johnny's doing this or Stevie's doing that. Well, no. Is it you thinking it, or is it really them? I help a lot of people. It's what I'm here for. And sometimes, what I say doesn't resonate. That's cool, But I'm always saying the true answer lies within yourself. Could I do card readings? Sure, I could. I have. Can I read a pendulum? I could. I can. But they're only tools. They help me sometimes get the message across of what I'm trying to say, because some people don't listen to it that way. You have to bring out cards and let the cards tell them. Because I could sit there and tell them for 10,000 years about what's going to happen, but then when you tell them through cards or a pendulum, and then they actually listen sometimes. But when you have the cards, the person speaking it, and the pendulum all saying the same thing, how much more of a claim do you need? It's telling you what to do. Alright, what did you say? Exactly. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference whether or not you're on. Yeah. A lot of people, they, when they do their readings, or, the stuff like they answer these questions, or they do cards, they use a lot of people, or, some that even say that, oh, I'm going to tell you your future, or this and that. I'm going to tell you your future, or I'm going to, let's see, channel Kukumanganima, or, all that. You have to take your human side out when you're doing a reading, you're doing a channeling, because if you don't, it's kind of tainting the message. It's okay for you to stand in there, but, use your discernment. Use 20% of you and 80% them, not 80% you and take out half their message. Because, these beings, they come from a different place. They're coming down to help us and guide us into the way we need to learn these things. And, if we're diluting that message, then it's no better than the Bible. What is the Bible? The Bible's diluting people from the real truth. It's coded. And you have to look within yourself. Like I said earlier today, the Bible is like you pick your own adventure book. I don't know what to do. Let me look at the Bible. Oh, what adventure are you going to pick today? And a lot of people, when they look through the Bible, they can read it 1,000 times and never really understand it. The same thing with, the Thoth or Enoch or any of that. They don't realize that it's a cause and effect to it. That, and there's always a hidden meaning within inside the words. That's, it's very simple. People have patterns in a design, and it's very easy to see them when you're an empath, because you can see and take on their sicknesses, you can take on their emotions, and what you need to do is to cut that out and not do that. Stop mirroring and taking in what's not yours. Only absorb what is yours and put out what is yours. You don't give anybody your power, your energy. That energy is yours. Now, when you're giving your energy to someone, they're going to use it. They're going to manipulate it. What? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you give them power over you? To control you, to tell you what you are and who you are. The only one that knows those answers are you. You know who you are. Why do you need to bother asking? Your true answer is within yourself. It's always there. The Bible states it. Many cultures say it. It is exactly like that. And a lot of people say, "Oh, well, I'm not really a space being. I'm an angel." Well, at the end of the day, you're all the same. It's all the same. It's just, had to collapse here. It's on all how you perceive it. If you perceive it to be that way, then it's going to be that way. If you choose to not listen and do your own thing, then that's your own choice, because you guys got that free will. You have the free will to choose your destiny and how you want to live it. And how are you going to change it? The only way to change your life and your past are for you to stand up for yourself. Be who you are. Take your power back. Don't let anybody control you. Husband, wife, teacher, kid, anybody. Don't allow them to control you, because why? Why would you do that? You're human. You're here. You embody the life. You're in control of your body. You're in control of your life. You're in control of your destiny. How are you going to live that life? Are you going to leave it to be controlled? Or are you going to leave it to where in your own hands? How do you want to live that life? Are you going to be that spiritual being that uses their intuition and uses their gut? Or you want to be that mindless drone like that presidential leader we had? Hello, Sharon. Welcome. How are you? How is Brim today? Well, you want to ask him? More noise than Sharon. I am very well, my dear. And how are you? It is very nice to see you, Sharon. Well, if you're freezing, you might want to heat up a little. I am doing very well, my child. No, zono na kohana. Wake up, little one. Wake up and feel the dragon within. Use that power. That power of love and compassion. Yes. Feel it and love it. Invest in that love. Feel it flow within the course of your body. Show that you're the ruler and the controlling of your universe. You meant alive. Well, you're the heartbeat of the life. Don't make the heart freeze. It might pass on. Even though we know we want to evolve right now, we just can't let it freeze, now can we? If you wouldn't mind hitting the likes and the shares. And thank you for the little donations. It is very honored to see you all here. Mono sonai mana. Peace and love to you all. If anybody wants to have a conversation, feel free to come up in that box. And I will speak to you. I won't even charge you a galaxy for a starship reading. As somebody once put it, knowledge is given freely, not paid for by money on a cash app or a galaxy. You want to see the galaxy, look up in the sky, you'll see the galaxy. You don't need to give anybody the galaxy. The galaxy's within. Yes, I am going to be social today because that is who I am. The universe is free, yes. It is the freedom within and without. Are you going to tiptoe through the galaxy, or are you going to bind yourself to the earth? You know you all want to speak. You're speaking down in the chat. No, no, sonai hania honokoha. Anaya, anao zayana. Anai. Welcome, welcome. This stupid technology is annoying me. Paul said peace out because he didn't want to deal with it, so you have me right now. Embrace the world, embrace your galaxy as you embrace each other, as you all are flowing together like the galaxy, spinning and twisting and turning and spiraling in the universe, as you do on Earth. I love you too, Sharon. Ah, no, so no. I don't think you've ever heard him speak this long, have you? Well, the time for ascension is now. We all must come together as one. You miss those hugs, Mahon. You're only a breath away. As you breathe in and you breathe out, you're all as one, and I want to hit that phone. I wish there was a way to make it go away. Hello, Honey Reynolds. It is an honor to see you. You just might end up with the whole live being me today. Welcome, welcome. I see a Bigfoot in the backyard. He was tossing the tree today. Did you see him, honey? Tossing in the tree and waving it back and forth. Oh, noise, oh, there's a Bobby Rocks. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Bobby. What came into your house today? An entity. That's what came in. Which entity, you ask? Well, I'll give you this. It was a Palladian, watching over the guided ones. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If anybody wouldn't mind hitting a guest request to speak if you want to, please hit the likes and shares. If you feel like you want to donate, that's an okay thing to do. Was it Clarin? No. It was Eddie. Well, hello, Miss Honey.
Hello. How have you been today?
I've been very good. Paul had to take an exit because he was not in the right mode.
Was Paul being lazy or being tired?
No, Paul was peed off.
Uh-oh.
It's been a bad day for that Hamrian. He
I'm
decided
sorry.
to exit stage left. He's like,
I
I'm
understand.
not doing no live today. Everything's been a pain in the ass. He's had a very bad day, so I am here.
Well, we're glad to have you. We're sad for Paul, but happy to have you.
Oh, you're very honored and welcome, my dear.
We are honored. So you saw my Bigfoot playing in my yard today.
Indeed I did.
Well, why won't they come out and speak?
Maybe you don't hear them. You must have the ears adjusted and right, so one could hear the whispers of the wind.
I think someone was trying to adjust me the other night.
You also
It's
can adjust yourself.
I know. It's just hard.
It
It
always
took me all day.
is.
It took me all day yesterday to get past it, you know?
But you became out better.
Well, I hope so. I do. I hope so. So you can hear me okay? I got my new headphones on that I got from Paul, and they're working good.
Well, I
I
am
like
very
them.
honored.
I like the way they sound.
Yes, they sound very good and pleasant to my ears. I can actually hear the words you humans speak.
We're kind of silly sometimes, aren't we?
Oh, you're definitely a silly bunch of people. You're definitely a silly lot.
So no one else wants to come up here and talk with us?
Maybe they like Chicken Littles. Hello, Trina. I invited the Sharon.
Fine, I'll come up, honey. I'm
How are
just
you
so
doing?
tired. Hi, Brim. Good to hear your voice for so long.
No, I'm not. Oh no. You know what I said. Yes, that's right. Blessed
So,
be.
yes, Miss Sharon, I asked them questions and I left them Cocoa Puffs and they did not take them. So I bought them Honey Nut Cheerios today.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to try that and some blueberries.
Okay, so you know they're there, but they're just not engaging. Are they timid or what?
I don't know. They do. They will rustle the trees when I
Okay.
ask them to, and I think there's times when I can see their faces.
Wow.
Like
There
when
should-
I come out in the mornings and sit in my rocking chair underneath the tree, I think I can see pick out their faces.
the ones you encounter are very new to the earth. They're very
Oh.
smart. They're a new kind of Bigfoot.
What does that mean? They're new.
They haven't came to Earth before.
Oh, so they came specifically for the ascension?
Yes.
Oh, so they came
Indeed.
specifically for the ascension? Uh-oh.
It looked like Sharon was kissing out hearts.
Oh. Well, I'll have to try to be friendlier and calmer when I'm talking. I try to be pretty calm when I talk to him.
Yes.
Did Paul actually, was he able to be more in contact with the ship that was with me the other night?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So I know that they were trying to do some upgrades, and it made me pretty sick. But I think it helped.
That's
you know.
wonderful. You needed your ears adjusted and your sight adjusted, so they fine-tuned it. So you can receive more telepathic abilities and more understanding in the ways of the worlds that they reside from.
Okay. Okay. Well, it was pretty strong.
But you did it.
I did.
Hello, Bobby Rocks.
Hello, my brother. My brother from the
Hello.
same mother. I just
And how
learned
are
that
you?
last week. We are the brothers from the same mothers.
And how are you today, sir?
I am pretty good. I think the sun took a little bit of energy from me, few upgrades, DNA upgrades, maybe a little bit, good nap. Feel very good tonight. Very good tonight.
Yes, you have a lot of that. Your energy is very bright. You love the nature and you're very funny. Funny man. You use your comedy. That is your key to teaching.
I've always been a let's make work fun kind of guy, even before my enlightenment. Always like, we can work hard, play hard, but let's have a good time. Let's turn on the rock and roll, some Joan Jett, some good Journey, Boston, Motley Crue. Let's knock it out and go home to our families.
Yes. I sense that about you. You're very family orientated.
Yes.
And you are finding who you are. Because you already know who you are, don't you, Bobby Rock?
I do, yes. It's
Yes,
a beautiful
you
movie.
do.
That's the way I like to see it. It's a beautiful movie. And
Yes, you also know what kind of dragon you are, Bobby Rocks.
I do know what kind of dragon I am.
Yes.
It even has a name. And it had two
Oh.
that pre-birthed it before I met my true dragon. But yes, it's
Yeah.
beautiful. It's a beautiful part
What
of the
is
movie.
that dragon's name?
Rainbow, REIG, capital N, space, capital B, little case O, capital W.
Oh, that is very
It's breaking
beautiful.
up. Start over.
What's that? Hey,
Yeah. Can you say that again, honey? I didn't hear it because it was all breaking up and freezing on me.
Uh, in the whatever world you want to describe it as, I had two dragons to begin with. I had my solar dragon, which was named Drak, D-R-A-K. He was the one I was closest to. He was part of the infusion of the sun as part of my journey. I rode him during the day. And then at night, and I used to ride a lot at night, I had Shelby. She was my lunar dragon. They both came to me in physical representation as small statues, of which came to Italy with me, back to the United States with me. I still have them in my possession. Then once I became comfortable and I would say like in the flow with that kind of energy, and I asked for help. I asked, and in the astral, in my imagination, I rode them, and it was beautiful. I have no doubt that they were with me at times. I had no idea they were with me to help me get through some situations, that I was dealt, which is cool. But then I became a rainbow dragon, kind of like the light that comes out of Pink Floyd's Prism. It's that one light that you are, but when you finally hit that crystal and you shoot through that crystal, again, which is a surrender, in my opinion, you have to completely surrender to that piece.
And
Trust
did
it.
you know,
Trust it.
Mr. Bobby, you have a third?
Well, the rainbow is the third dragon. He's a rainbow dragon. I met him in a spiritual shop. He's full of metal armor, rainbow armor. But if you know of another one, I'm not going to discount that. I think the dragons love Bobby, and Bobby loves dragons. So
Indeed, they do.
Everybody
I
loves
do.
Bobby.
Well, I love dragons. I mean, yeah, but it's beautiful. It's a beautiful part of our story. And man, when you become connected with your dragons, I mean, it really does. It does lift you up even more higher in conscious. You know what I'm saying? To be able to even get into that realm, it's beautiful.
Indeed,
So-
it is. Indeed, it is.
So
Well, I'll say, Bobby, there's many times I've been down, and some of your page has really made a big difference. So thank you, dear. I'm very thankful for you.
thank you. I appreciate that. I don't get a lot of that. The way I look at it is, whether it's 1 or 10 or 100 or 1,000, doesn't matter. When I put stuff out, literally, there is a divine connection to what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I am divinely led, even though sometimes I look crazy. But I trust the universe that they put the music, or if I'm doing something like an audio, the right person will see it. And who knows, maybe not today, but maybe a month from now, it'll pop up in their feed. And it'll be the thing they needed to hear at that moment. And I believe that because it's happened to me countless times, where I was down and I got that one little message in that one video of somebody. Sometimes I'm not even following them. You know what I'm saying? But it really, I mean, it's the way universe helps me, supports me, I can receive those messages pretty clearly now. So, but thank you for that. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say that, and I appreciate it.
If we could all be as free as you, it'd be a wonderful life. And I'm proud of you for being you.
Well, I'm definitely me. I did a video today. I wasn't gonna, but when I drive down this, I drive Christina and I everywhere we go. Okay. So I used to be Ricky Bobby in a different chapter in this movie. But I do love driving. I enjoy driving. I used to be a drug rep, and I used to put 40 to 60,000 miles on my car every year, traveling the Midwest. And today a guy ended up getting messages in a very weird way. It was names of businesses in the strip mall that we're going by. And I got to the end of the strip mall, and Spirit Base is like, go make a TikTok, you know? And so today I went down the strip mall. I've never done this before for people, and it is crazy. And that's the first thing I tell people, you know, I'm crazy. You know what I'm saying? I get that out of the way. But like, this is what's going through my mind. These are the messages I get. The very first establishment was a place called Reality Church, which is funnier than shit. But
Yeah.
I just did that today. Some people will find it entertaining. I found it entertaining. In fact, I go back and watch my videos if I want entertainment sometimes. So I know. You just put me in a closet with some water and some bread, olive oil, and some good balsamic vinaigrette. I'm good to go for like 8-10 hours.
You're very entertaining.
Thanks. I crack myself up sometimes. Yeah, I do.
My human side thinks you're hilarious.
My spirit side is leading whoever I think I channel George Carlin, and I think all of you guys know who that is.
Oh, you do,
okay.
Bobby.
Oh, I even look like him sometimes. Like I
Yes,
have a
you do.
ponytail, I had the haircut, the deep voice, kind of like how he talks is how I would love to talk to people.
You even sound.
When I first heard you, I thought you were George Carlin for a moment.
No. But I do. I enjoy that character. I love his spirit. I absolutely love his spirit. And I mean, my wife will tell you. I mean, just kind of out of the blue, you know, it's making fun. I don't like to make fun. I don't like to be mean, but at the same time, I do make fun of humans sometimes or the situations. I just find life kind of funny. And I do believe the laughter it puts out good chemicals in our body that help heal us or help us get through a hard time or even a mental overload or something.
Exactly, that's what the great Buddha did.
Yeah.
It actually increases the endorphins that are produced through your hormones in your brain.
Okay.
And endorphins are soothers, and they can relieve pain and increase energy, and just generally, liven you up. Actually,
Yeah.
Yes.
You're in a mood.
When you have that's why I've always said be in your childlike state, because when you do that and you laugh and you play and you joke around and you have that childlike image within inside of you, you become more younger, and that's what makes you younger, because you're feeling that love and compassion and that joy that life brings you. And when you're more positive, you live longer. When you're negative, you don't.
Oh, for sure. That's the truth.
That's why it's true when you have a lot of kids, sometimes you live longer because you're more positive with it, and the joy that they brought you extends your life
Yep.
as a human.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got 3, and Christina's got 3. And we have she has a grandson who, believe it or not, is like 5 years old, 6 years old, and I remind her of him.
You still remind me of George
Reminds
Carlin.
her of a 6-year-old sometimes.
That's a good thing.
You remind me of George Carlin, and she reminds me of Mary Magdalene.
She can hear you. She's sitting right there. She's sitting here in the living room. Yeah, no, it's nice. I call her a love ball. When I first met her, everywhere we went, man, I mean, we're just talking about love missiles shooting out of her, and she never ran out of ammunition. And I just watched her do so many amazing things, brighten people up. And it was just being her genuine self and not being worried about what other people think of her. You know what I'm saying? Like, she was free to be herself.
And that's what we all need to do.
Uh-huh. Or try the best we can anyway. But I am not a love ball. Love is my superpower, but I'm not a love ball. So,
Oh, I don't know
yeah.
if I'd agree with that, Bobby.
Nah, I wouldn't
When
call
you
myself
look
a love
at
ball.
when you look at her, you can see it in your face.
Oh, well, yeah, I love her. We're soulmates. I used to be her bitch in another life. When we were Vikings, it was her fucking bitch. I was a good bitch, too. I took good care of her. Him, whatever.
That's funny.
You think I'm fucking kidding. I'm not kidding. I was her
believe
bitch.
you.
No, damn. That's verified, too. Look it up in the Akashic Records. Bobby was a good bitch to Christina.
Oh, I think at one time or another we were somebody's bitch.
Yeah. It's kind of
Some
like
of
driving
us,
Miss Daisy now.
some of
I
us
drive-
choose not to, though.
Yeah. I've been fortunate enough to go into my Akashic Records enough to get enough. You know, they've opened up enough to me to understand a bit more about past lives. But we are Valkyrie, for sure, Druids, and we definitely have a strong presence in that era. Egyptian times, for sure. I think I was a female during Egyptian times. But Roman
You had
times,
many lives, Bobby. I know most of yours already. I can see them.
really? That's cool.
Yes.
We'll have to have a conversation about that someday. Because, I mean, I just accept what I get. And I figure I get what I can handle. And when it's time, and I do ask for more sometimes. That is the one thing. I ask Spirit, if I'm ready, please give me more. If I'm ready, unlock more gifts. You know what I'm saying? More abilities. Or power me up.
Exactly.
You know, when I'm ready, though. They got me here. It's been, 4 years? 4 years in January, I guess. 5? What? 2021. I'll be 4 years in 2025, yeah. So, anyway. Yeah. But I do. I love life. And I can honestly look people right in the eye and say, at 54, I am living my very best life. And I walked away, retired early, whatever you want to call it. It's called Kundalini Awakening, not going back to your old job, virus. But I walked away from a 23-year career as a pharmaceutical salesman. And guys, I was making, on track of at least $250,000 a year. I just got promoted. I mean, I was just like big time materially blessed. I had race car Camaro that would race Porsches and Lambos and Mustangs and Challengers on the street. I helped people. I was a community guy. I was a leader. I thought I was living my best life until I woke up and then started seeing so much more. And the life I had doesn't even touch the life I have now. And that's talking to you with not much of anything in terms of material resources. We're provided for.
Indeed.
We have been. We're provided for. And we are getting a blessing here soon, so we can, at least if we want to go to a concert or something like that, or want to go out to eat, that we can, you know. And I mean, it's just, but we've been patient. And
So, Mr. Bobby.
yeah, I know I work, but still, it's just, you know, trying to help us a little bit. And we're not going to be rich, but we'll be able to like get through the next step without having to worry about.
I do have a question for you, Mr. Bobby.
Uh-oh.
Whatever happened to the sanctuary?
Sanctuary?
Yes.
What sanctuary are you referring to?
Italy.
Well, we would like to live in Italy still. Part of the time, whatever couple moons every year. We couldn't get citizenship, so we couldn't buy a car. We couldn't even legally buy propane for the apartment, which we were able to rent only because the rich guy that was the landlord kind of overlooked that we weren't citizens. So we didn't we weren't going to be able to survive. We couldn't work. Basically, we didn't have a social security number for Italy, but they track shit even more than they do here in the United States. Really ridiculous and shocking. So they make it as hard as possible to even try to stay there and survive.
We're going back.
Well, yeah, we're going back. When Rome is covered by water, Tivoli, right outside of it, up in the mountains, is going to be beachfront mountainous property, and I think we'd love to have a house there. So, and then have friends. You know what I'm saying? Big enough to have
You
friends.
have a giant castle that helps people.
Yeah.
Well, the apartment we lived in was right across the way from a medieval castle in Triora, in northern Italy. And we did fall in love with it. It was a witch's castle. This is where the witches... Yeah. And we met the head witch, too. Ooh, she was dark. Ooh, man. Tried to break me and Christina up, and ooh, it was not good. But we got through her, that lesson. And, but yeah, I mean, when people start comprehending the level of spiritual warfare that goes on, it is really, really deep, but it's very real. You know, as the people that come into your life, and they come to you as, like, not a savior, but a bright light and a blessing. And then it's like when you finally find out and start watching their actions and words and start discerning, then it's like, whoa, red flag. So we went through several of those. But you know what?
Yeah, you
It was
have.
great. It was great. I mean, I wouldn't change the experience ever.
We were talking about that last night, about instinct and intuition, and
Yes.
how, if there are differences or how they're different. And you like to think your discernment is better than it is some days. And
Right.
sometimes it does take a moment to figure it out. They do come to you cloaked. And it takes a little bit to see through that, But it just helps you grow your discernment, I think.
I agree. I mean, I can discern way better now than I could a year ago. But it's because I've gone through more heavy duty experiences. And we're
You
talking about
guys
people that
have gone
are
through
really close in
more.
our inner circle. We're talking about inner circle people that, again, I would have laid down my life for to protect, only to find out they had a hidden agenda that was not in our best interest at all. And got almost to the point of almost violent with a couple of them with me. I have a thing about bringing broken divine masculine and mirroring it right in front of other masculine faces and stuff, and they don't like it. It makes people uncomfortable. It makes them uncomfortable, and that was part of the lesson. The lessons.
Well, may I ask you, Bobby, what is it that woke you up 5 years ago? Was it a specific thing, or had you been growing toward it?
No, I had not been. Well, I would say I was open-minded. I was very positive. I mean, I had the right attributes, but I had no spiritual connection, minus occasionally reading my horoscope. And I'm a Capricorn. That's it. And then
Yeah.
I was going through what I would say I had some spiritual health issues. But I mean, you can call it mental health, but it was spiritual health now. And so I started going to a Reiki master. And on my third visit to my Reiki master, and it was just like an hour healing session, sound bath, some Reiki healing, just general, nothing really specific. But the third time I had my appointment, it was the day after I just turned 51 on January 10th. I had my Reiki master appointment on January 11th, which was a Freya day. And something remarkably happened there that not my Reiki master nor I could understand. And the only thing I could describe it is in the middle of the Reiki appointment, I'm in deep meditation and she's doing her thing. I think what she did is she unlocked something in my chakras or lined them up completely. And it was like turning on a nuclear reactor or electrical thing, like boom, all of a sudden. And My back was arched. My fingers and thumbs were dug into the table. And I then had a vision of a tidal wave in front of me. I'm standing alone on a beach, and there's all I can say is it's a 300-foot tidal wave, and it's black. It's not blue. And I have high cliffs on the right, and I have cliffs that go down the coastline, but I have rocks that come out of the water on the left. And I'm looking straight out. The sun is a sliver at the very top of the tidal wave. And it's in the ocean, but it's coming into the bay. And I'm standing there alone. And at that moment, I'm not telling my Reiki master what I'm seeing. I'm just simply an observer. I'm just looking at this. And she says, I have a message from the other side. Do you want it? I said, yes. She says, have no fear. And I went right back into the vision, but it was different. The tidal wave was gone, and the whole bay was smooth, no waves, but it was black and blue, like an oil slick in the bay. And the sun was bigger and brighter than I'd ever seen my entire life. And then the vision ended. And then I don't know, I
was the future.
Back out. And I'm asking her, what the fuck happened? And she's like, I don't know.
That was a future event.
Yeah, that was my event.
There was a future event.
What do you mean?
You were seeing the future.
Oh yeah, I'm one of many visionaries here. But yes, that scene that happened January 11th is definitely playing into what's going on now. And it's not necessarily, it's more symbolically than it is physically. But I'm not going to rule out Mother Earth's, actions. But it really was. I think the black tidal wave represented the negative, dark empire that we are battling and have been battling for thousands, if not millions of years. And it was a test of my faith to have no fear. And I stood confidently. And it was bringing down the illusion in my life.
That's exactly what it meant.
Yep. So I've been able to see since then.
It just broke open all the boxes for you.
Yeah. It was a big deal. I went nuts. I went crazy. I was on the edge of insanity. I went in the hospital voluntarily after I had an episode that I thought my life was in danger. I even walked into the state patrol office, state trooper's office here in town, and told them I thought my life was in danger and I was scared of them. And they're like, well, who's they that you keep referring to? And I didn't know. I couldn't tell them. Then I got the hell out of there as quickly as possible. I'm like, shit, before they try to put me in a hospital. So, but I did. I was in fear of my life. What I know is I was being spiritually attacked, and I could feel it this time.
Reptilians.
Yeah, it was. It was. And then, yeah, a lot of things happened. So I want to make a movie about it. I don't really want to write books. I want to make movies, or tell stories. You know what I'm saying to people? You know what I'm saying? Stories of a lot of us, because all of us got pretty interesting stories in our journey to get here. Whether it started as a kid or it started when you're in your 50s, it doesn't matter. We all got some very amazing stories.
Kind of like a Mr. Ballin, a spiritual Mr. Ballin.
I don't know who that is.
You haven't ever heard Mr. Ballin tell his stories on YouTube and his different podcasts? He's got several different podcasts and now I think he's even on TikTok, some of them.
Oh,
and
really?
He's branched out. He tells stories, and most of them are known.
Yeah, I have thousands of stories.
Yeah, he just tells the story, and most of them are him, where you can see him, and he's very expressive.
Yeah.
Now he's got podcasts where you just hear him, and people are kind of upset about that, because a lot of the experience is what you see, the way he reacts to things. anyway, he tells amazing stories. They're true, but he
Yeah.
also talks about things that are possible. We don't know for a fact it's true. It's just he's got different subjects. I guess.
Yeah.
But
I
no,
like telling stories. I always have all my life as an adult. When I was a teacher, I was a high school chemistry teacher. I love telling stories. Sometimes we would stop class and I would just tell a story, and then we would get on with the lesson. When I
Isn't
was
that
a
what
drug,
George Carlin did?
yeah. I mean, I think he twisted his awakened viewpoint, and he was a true artist of word and expression, because his facial features were part of the act as well too. How he present, I think it's all about how you present it, honestly, and facial expressions, tone of voice. I mean, all of that affects audiences. So
And kind of like you do, Mr. Rocks.
yeah, sometimes.
Not
Sometimes.
sometimes. I watch a lot of your videos. I know.
Yeah. I know you watched a few. I mean, I've been banned off of TikTok permanently banned 5 times, only to appeal it and be able to come back. And I'm like, well, that's really interesting. So obviously, I'm going to keep putting stuff out on TikTok. My art is probably my biggest one. If there was things that were the biggest videos that I ever make is if I do a video on a piece of what I call art. I don't necessarily look at it as art, but it's my strongest channel. So the things that I write down are literally and I'm usually in channel most of the day now. So it's really, and so yeah, they're not necessarily fun videos, but you'll see some visionary things. You'll see a lot about being solutions, not problems. I do recognize problems that we deal with in this reality in my art, but I am also big on the solution part. So, and I think you got to recognize the problem, and you need people to be part of the solution. And it really is a oneness. It's a unity. We can't do it. We got to do it together. We can't do it by ourselves. Ain't no one man allowed to do it all by himself.
kohana. Ani mo kohana. Sana ina na kohana haya.
Did you hear that? No. My wife just replied to you.
Na zani mo no kohana. Ani na zano no kohana oneaka.
Kusunukutu shunukuki nakayaka kutu hukutu.
Onna sana ina hano kunya monoko. Anna hano zanaka.
Isana kaya takatu. Turumina
Ina.
katu shunu.
Ona zana ina one. Mono.
Ina katuru kushu.
Na zaini ya mono. Konia ana.
So I have 3 dragons too.
Ano na zaini ya you got 4.
Maybe 4. I just saw, all right, so I even said to Bobby while we're sitting here, I'm like, did you just see that spirit go by? And he didn't see it because I have vision. I could see them. And I don't recognize it. So maybe it's my other dragon. When I'm like, who are you? And I'm too tired to like play.
You already
now.
know the answer, Miss Rocks.
I don't know. I think I do. Maybe it's my rainbow dragon.
You're getting warmer.
Hmm. So I have Fifi. She's my pink one. I have Lelo. She's my yellow one. I've got Oscar. He's my golden one. I think this one's my rainbow. I don't know. Maybe you know. What do you think?
Oh, I know many things. Perhaps it's a silver shimmery dragon.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
One should only know when to look within.
So you want to know something? I woke up this morning and the only thing that I heard, all I kept hearing was diamond, 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 diamond. That was what I heard, and that's whatever my highest self and my spirit guides were telling me, diamond, diamond, diamond. I think you just explained it to me. Silver and
You
shimmery.
already know the answer. Welcome, your nice silver diamond dragon you are.
Yee. I love her. I see her. She's sparkly. So I love this reality so much. I love this game.
Nanya honi nia kohana nia zana no no ya inia mono ya.
Naya katushunu kuturumi katatayo no kututumi.
Anai no naya. Wana senai me no kohana nia zanai. Ania na fuona ka.
Naya takaturu kutumi na katushunu kutumi.
No unia tinikia ka o no sanaya.
Sinakatasha nakatu.
Na zaina kaya. Mono kohana ania da.
Naya lalakachi. Kumina nakazana kututu. Sinakatadana katushunu.
I have turned on the light so you can see me. I am that dragon.
My eyes closed. Oh, wow. That's
No.
beautiful.
Na zani na kohona. Ona zani ni kiana. Ano zono shawataka. Anakino monono shanaka. Ania tia sanaya.
You're all one.
Well, I don't speak dragon, so kind of like I don't speak Italian, but I enjoyed being in Italy.
I think that was beautiful. I love.
Oh yeah, PT, she does that stuff. Her and her sisters, they all speak light language. I'm just like, it's
when I was in it.
yeah, but yeah, I mean it's really cool. I don't speak that language. At least my processor hasn't been opened up in that. So
You do, Mr. Rocks. You just don't know it yet.
yeah, I'm just not aware of that for
You're
whatever
doing it
reason.
telepathically right now. I can hear you.
Well, that I believe, but I'm talking about, in this physical plane thing. We call it. Yeah, I don't speak that language.
That's okay, Bobby. I can't speak it either, but a lot of times I
Yeah.
can understand it.
I feel it. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's
everything's
feeling.
tone, vibration, frequency, kind of,
Yeah.
kind of like music, but it's the tones. I mean, I've listened to Peachy plenty of times. I've listened to our sisters that do light language and stuff in our tribe that we're part of. I mean, it's more of a sensing of a tone, but I can't say that I could interpret it, but I feel it.
Right.
But
Right.
that's
It's
one
like
of my
you feel it in your,
I
you
feel
feel
it.
it in your soul, and then it translates to my brain. That's what it does
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
It's all love.
It is. It's actually a beautiful language.
All love.
Na shena matnoy jina kana. Ania no kana la kana ania si ania. Ania sai na inina na ka ono. Anesinia anonie monokana.
Hmm.
My wife is being quite entertained right now.
And that was Solar. She said, "Peace be with you, young dragon." She, she is the draconian that hangs with me.
Yeah, I love Solar.
Solar.
Hmm.
Well, all I know is connecting to dragons, and I mean, going through the process of connecting to them, it has been a very inner, beautiful experience. But it's definitely helped in my transformation. And sometimes I feel them really heavy, and sometimes I don't. But I know that they're a call away, or they're with me at one way or another. And when you ride with dragons, man, your energy, it expounds your energy, your toroidal field, your magnetic signature, your magnetic field, and it's cool. It's very cool.
It is very
Wow.
cool. It is very cool when you listen to the dragons. They're always speaking. They're always
Mhm.
speaking everywhere. I hear them all the time. They speak and they speak and they speak. I like hearing the dragons because it brings me into a piece of tranquility.
Gratitude for that.
There's so much love involved in it too.
There is. I have always believed and always said to so many people that truly love is the most powerful force in the universe. And if you can tap
It-
into that and be
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
You
It
are
is
that
very
powerful.
nice to travel through the universe with it. You feel it with deep within inside of you, and you feel it, and you let it glow, and let the glow go out in the universe, and you feel it. You feel it deep within, and let it radiate out. For you are the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. What is and what was is what you truly are.
Mhm.
It took
Wow,
me
you're
years.
just making them all come out today.
I've been seeing.
Why not today?
I've been
Why
seeing
not?
the silhouette. I've been seeing the silhouette of my dragon since I was a tiny little girl. It took me till I was 52 years old to figure out what it was about.
That was a long time to wait, but at least you figured it out. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the beauty. Yeah.
Well, there's been a lot of influence. I've had reptilians involved in my life for a lot of years.
Sure.
So
Understood.
I think it's finally over.
I hope so. I think we're all
So.
continuing to elevate. I mean, I think we all know shit. Any day could be the day when things really do change. But I think biggest thing I've learned is just being patient and trusting the divine plan, but still growing. You know what I'm saying? Not being stagnant. But when you need to rest, fucking rest. You need a break, take a break. Need a smoke, go smoke. Chill. But being in the moment is the one thing more than anything else, and trusting my instinct. Those two have got me far in my journey.
Exactly. That's how you get the peace in the universe. You feel one within yourself.
I was listening to a documentary today, and that's kind of how they started out. And they were talking about how there's, it's not really our problems are not geographical. They're not religious. They're not our warring. It's that we're unconscious of the fact that we are one conscience. If we were to recognize that we're all one, we would treat each other that way, that we are all one together, and it's all love. everything is love.
Yep.
I just,
Love, compassion, community. I mean, it really is serving others over serving self. But also, at least for me, one of the challenges that I had to learn and get through was I could give, but to receive back was a challenge for me. Always had been. I could give you the shirt off my back or my last $10, but I couldn't take your last $10, and I couldn't take your shirt off your back. So I had to learn, to receive. It was some humbling. It was getting through that ego part, I think, for me.
you
But
have to
grace.
recognize that you have to be somebody else's blessing. You are blessing them, and you need to sit back and allow them to bless you. That's how
Yeah.
they receive their blessings, right?
Yeah, it took a while. Yeah. But I
Yeah.
mean, there's been times where we needed help, or I needed help. You know what I'm saying? Especially when I was
wouldn't take it.
homeless by myself. I relied on my faith, kept me going, and I've always been taken care of. You know what I'm saying? I've always been protected. I'm surprised that I made it through these last 4 years with the stuff that I've been around, but I've been in dangerous environments and come out helping the environment get better or shooing away the dark side, you know what I'm saying? The dark shit. Or just loving people and listening, being that person.
Having the childlike faith,
Yeah.
being a child and resting and knowing that you're going to be okay.
I'll be okay. Yep. And I was okay.
I loved what you said about it doesn't matter where your geological location is, because I was always, I remember for many years, I was told, no matter where you go, there you are. And
Yes.
so, exactly, right? So that's the first thing I thought of when you said it, because you could change your location and still be miserable. It's all within. Like, you have to find
You
joy
take
within.
yourself with you everywhere you go.
Exactly.
You can't get away from yourself. So I mean, you gotta improve that self.
Exactly. It's like Hotel California. I really believe that's about one person. You can check
Yeah.
out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Right. Right. I agree with that. Yeah. But, people, religion, if you examine every single religion, they're all pretty much based on the same thing. They
yeah.
just, people are divided, and they build up rules and things around them to separate us. And we just, we have to break out of that duality and realize that, God is not without, it's within.
Exactly. Had a lovely conversation with a young pastor yesterday, and because I said to him, I just want you to know I'm not Christian. I believe everything is right, but everything is wrong. I believe in everything. I believe in other possibilities. And he, he's young and he accepted that. And I said, so I have a question for you. I said, since, all of the Christianity that is practiced here in this country all schismed from Catholicism, I said, why is it that you have so many denominations and you read out of the same Bible? And he actually said to me, that's a really good question.
Yeah.
So hopefully it invoked some thought. I planted a seed.
I've been seeing some of the different influential pastors are now standing up to some of the more radical ones. When I left my church about 6 years ago, I'd gone there all my life and took my kids there. I went through my catechism, and we were married there. My kids were married there. They went through their catechisms, and We just, had been with that same church with those same people. And I grew up with those, same kids and now adults with kids. And when I quit going, it was very difficult for them to understand. But I told them that I was comfortable there in my rituals, and I was getting lost in the rituals and in the contentment of being somewhere safe. And I didn't really believe everything that they believed, and I felt uncomfortable about that. It was like I was being hypocritical in a way, and because I don't believe that Christianity is the only way. I never have. And anytime I would stand up to talk about it, they were receiving of it, but it didn't change anything. And so I felt like I had to step out and, tell my own story, because we can't continue to allow everything to divide us. We have to understand that we're all one piece. We're all pieces of the puzzle. We all fit together. And if you were to look in the eyes of another, the same as you would look into the eyes of God, you could never harm or do ill to anyone else ever again.
I agree
But
with you. And anybody that knows Isu, right, Yeshua, would know he was running away from, he never wanted this, ever,
no,
never, ever,
no.
ever wanted this. And another thing I did say to that pastor, I said, everybody here in this country is Jesus this, Jesus, 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 Jesus. You go to Italy, where the Roman Catholic Church is, or the Vatican, you don't see one statue of Jesus. Very seldom, very seldom. Mary is everywhere in Italy.
Yeah.
If they were to worship one or the other, they worship Mary before Isa. And it's just, and I even said that to the pastor. I said, and I like to think that that's balance to this country. Not that I believe in that either. I said, but it's just, I feel like my mother. I believe in everything. She
Well,
believes in everything.
you don't need a mediator. You don't need a
Exactly.
saint. You don't need an ascended master. All you need is you. And people always talking about, well, my personal relationship with Jesus. Well, then have one. Have a personal relationship with yourself, and you are, and recognize that you are, and remember who you are. And Yeshua came to be a revolutionary. He and Mary Magdalene, they knew what they were coming to do. They were going to turn everything upside down on their heads and get people going. It didn't work as well as they hoped, and it kind of turned around on them a little bit. But we're still fighting the battle all these years later. And all they did was, deify him, which is not what he intended at all. He came to tell people that they were worshiping the wrong gods and the wrong ideals. They needed to turn that around and recognize the God within themselves, the Christ consciousness. And I hear people talk about Christ consciousness, but I'm not really all that sure that everybody knows exactly what Christ consciousness means. Christ is not a last name. It's not
No.
Jesus Christ.
It's
It's
Christos
Christ.
oil.
I gave that pastor yesterday. I gave him 3 topics to broaden his horizons. But the very first one that I wrote on a piece of paper for him was Christ consciousness. I said, young man, you would be very adept at learning what this is. And I'm not saying you have to believe it, but it would be really good that you know what this is, because it's coming in, and it's coming in hot.
Mm-hmm. It is. I've been on YouTube all day today. I've been listening to documentaries and different things, and there's a woman I listen to that does future life progressions instead of past life regressions, and she had a woman in a progression talking about what the earth looked like to her and how it was working. And she was saying that one day it'll just be like you're going to walk across the room and open the window and just fly out. You know, it'll be like Peter Pan. It'll be time to go.
I've
And,
seen
you know, that then we'll still be able to see the people that haven't chosen to go yet, and we'll still be able to be in contact with them when they get to the right consciousness, but we'll be able to help them, and they will come too. Everyone will. You know, it's just going to be up to us to be, you know, to help them understand and wake up. Not everybody will at the same time, but she was just describing how beautiful everything was, how colorful things were, and that you had time. The thing was, you had relaxation and time to spend with your family, grow your vegetables and foods and trees and flowers, and, you know, no schedule. The children were learning through energy. They didn't have classes and have to go to school and that kind of thing. And it was just really, it was very hopeful. It was a hopeful picture of the way things are going to be. And that, you know, we're not, I know a lot of people are anxious about ascending. They're like, I can't leave my kids. I can't leave my grandkids. I can't leave my pets, you know, this and that. You're not going to be leaving them. You'll still have contact. You'll be able to see them, and in some cases be able to contact them once their consciousness gets to a certain level. And you're just going to be helping them to, they'll have, what she said was they'll have to be alone long enough to realize they aren't alone. Now, I thought that was kind of profound,
So
you know.
yeah, that's beautiful. So you asked Bobby how it happened for him. So I had a near-death experience. So I've had that out-of-body experience, and I saw this so beautiful, what you're explaining. It is so beautiful, and like, so they gave me the gift of prophecy today for future, and so I have seen what you described. I've seen that already, and that I just got chills. Oh,
That's pretty amazing. I'm a little jealous right now.
no, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous, because you're right on target. You're right on top. You can imagine it. Like, that's the
Oh, I
beautiful
can.
thing. Like, just and know this, that even your imagination, it's better than that. Imagination, like it's the love, the peace, the joy, the serenity, the calmness, the colors. It's just, you know, I see bees and butterflies. It's just, you know, for me, it's, I mean, heaven is here, and I see that in every day, even when we go outside, and even inside, like, it's everywhere, right? Like, it's how you perceive, right? Everything is sparkling in here because we have new eyes to see and ears to hear, like heart of a child, right?
Yes.
And so, like Grim said earlier, but, like, you know, legit, I see all of these things. We're gonna have it here on Earth, and we're gonna be present for it, and like in our physical Terran avatars,
Yes.
and we will be able, like the spirit that keeps flying around me today. Like, I don't know who the spirit is, but I know it's a benevolent, right? And I probably will get, you know, when I close my eyes and go into my meditation and ask the question and really focus, I will get to know who this is. But it's a peaceful one. It's a family member, I believe, and it's one of, I think it's Bobby's grandmother, actually, now that
Think about it.
yeah, it's your grandmother. Yeah.
Well,
so-
and the girl that she was progressing, she was saying that, you know, she asked her to describe where she was, and she was talking about, how pretty everything was and that she was with her children, but they looked younger. And she actually looked younger and felt younger. And she was talking about how, there was no sadness at being, when someone leaves you, there's no sadness. They're only going to ascend. And that's the future that she was predicting for people who were not ascending yet. The ones that had already ascended were there watching, and when each person got ready to make their ascension, they had a little ceremony and everybody was real happy for them, and they kind of sent them on their way, and they weren't in their presence any longer, but no one was sad because they knew that they would be there. And it would only make them work harder to attain that consciousness for themselves.
Yeah, that's
It was
beautiful.
really, she progressed a man as well, and he had a different idea. So that kind of, I kind of feel like we have different timelines that will be on different timelines, and he was in a timeline where he still had a job, but it was like an assigned thing. People did things with their minds. They didn't do manual labors. They did mind labor, and everything was peaceful and wonderful. His workplace was calm and quiet. And when he got home, his family was, beautiful. But when, they were still traveling to go see family members, where the other woman was talking about when she wanted to see her family members, all she had to do was think about them and they were there. And so, I think we're all going to be on different timelines and see different things at different, of course, everything's happening all at once.
Yeah,
But still, it's still going to be different. Does that make sense?
It
Different
totally
for
does.
everyone?
Each and every one of us has our own perception and our own reality. So
Yeah.
it's like my perception will always be a little different. It's like we're snowflakes, right?
Yeah.
We're all
Yeah.
of the same, but we're all just a tiny little bit unique and different. And and that's what makes us that beautiful collective of God. Like when I think of the unity of God, because I am not all knowing. I still need help in understanding. I still need help in learning and stuff like that. I am not all knowing. And so I always surrender to that power greater than myself, and ask, for the right people to be placed in my, just kind of like Bobby does. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And when I'm ready for that next level of understanding, please show me. And it happens because I truly believe when you're a clean mind, body, and spirit, pure of heart, purely of pure love, abundance, everlasting, and know that you're connected to everything within the confines of Terran, but also the universe. Like, when I see the universe as a whole, right? Like, if we look at Earth in comparison to the other planets, we're like poop. It's so poopy here. Because of all the poison that we keep emitting out of here. And so like all of these changes has to happen just for the sake of keeping the ebb and flow of light in the universe. Does that make sense?
Well, and Gaia is on her ascension. She's on a pathway, and she's going to do it now, whether we are ready or not. She's been patiently waiting on us and suffering through this until trying to get us ready, and we're just going to have to get ready or be left, because she's going to go through her ascension. She's ready to do it. But listening to Cryon talk about planet Earth, he says we're actually much more beautiful than we think we are. compared to many of the other planets that are similar to us. That our water is pretty, our trees and
Oh yeah.
fauna, and our skies are clear and beautiful. It's just how we see it, and we're not treating it well. And we're going to have to make some changes in order for us to be able to keep this beautiful planet that we live on. And Gaia's going to go through those changes. And when we return and have our, what they call heaven on earth, when we all come together again, we'll have a beautiful, beautiful place to reside, all of us together.
I love that.
But
So for me, I believe it already exists in a different universe,
yeah, in a different time.
in a different time, in a different universe, because it's so vast beyond this veil.
Well,
And
and again, time is everything. I mean, time is everywhere and everything. It already is. Everything is everything.
yeah,
It's front, back, sideways is all it is. There's no
Everywhere all at
past
once.
of everything all at once, which is hard to imagine. But because we are just human, and we talk about it here on this live all the time about how life is supposed to be a joy. Like, we're supposed to come here to learn to live as a human. And we forget that. Especially spiritual people, we think we're supposed to live in the clouds and always be meditating and working on being divine, when really we're just supposed to be living and enjoying our life as we go along, learning the things we came here to learn. Because we had a blueprint. We decided what we wanted to do before we ever came here, and we decided how we were going to do it, and the people we were going to do it with. And we just forget, and sometimes we get so caught up in the drudgery, and then the spiritual people get caught up in the clouds, and it's kind of hard to see where you're going some days. And just be grateful. Just stop and be grateful for what we actually have. And ever since I was a very small girl, I would walk with Yeshua. And when I see him in very casual clothes, a peasant shirt and linen pants. We're barefoot. We're in a field of grasses and flowers, and we're just walking and holding hands and talking. And he's talked me through a lot of things that way. And then other people see him other ways.
I love that you say that. He's been my best friend since I was a little girl. I would tell people, they'd be like, "Who's your best friend?" I'd be like, "Jesus."
Yeah, yeah. And because of, again, our geographical origins, that would be Jesus. Had we come from somewhere else, it might have been Shiva or Buddha or
Exactly.
whomever. It's just that we happen to be born here where Yeshua is more prominent. And so Jesus was our best friend, but he represents the same things that all the other ascended masters do.
Absolutely. Agreed 100%. So I'm first generation in this country. I'm not from this country. Like, all of my family's from Italy.
Hmm.
Um,
That's cool.
yeah. So, not that that's any better, because they have plenty of fuckery over there as well.
Well, it's everywhere.
It's everywhere. The food's better though, that I could tell you. And the lifestyle's nice. I'm looking forward to the United States literally coming together and stopping all of the GMO. I think I've been watching the most wonderful women and men standing up for all the right things, in front of the right people, the lawmakers, the Congress, the government. And I'm just so proud to be part of it and to be standing with these people and supporting them 100%. I mean, I have my own interpretation and what I believe is going to happen. Personally speaking, I don't think there's going to be an election. I see transfer and then power back to the people.
Yes, eventually, I think that's what's going to happen, and we don't know the timeline, but we know that that's how
Eventually.
it's going to happen. Yeah. And, again, I brought it up on the live the other night. Cryan had put out a new video about how some small country, some insignificant country, some tiny place nobody ever thinks of is going to institute a form of government that is actually led by a mediator, someone who's neither right nor left or front or back. And they're going to stand up for compromise and what's best for everyone. And then it's going to work out so well that eventually the whole world is going to be, run that way. It's just going to take time. And, they'll do it that way for a while, and then people will start noticing. But the prediction is also that it's going to be the divine feminine is going to step in.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to finally have councils of women
Yes.
who are going to do things fairly and firmly, but fairly and with compassion.
I agree.
Because it's time. It's time to have some feminine in there and get rid of the toxic masculinity, and let's all just be happy together. No one is above anyone. Everybody is equal and the same. And with AI coming in, people are afraid of that, but truly, if they do it correctly, we'll have something or someone who does the menial jobs, and we'll be more free to do the fun things, the recreational things. We won't be so stressed. We won't have to worry so much about making a living and how we're going to feed ourselves and clothe ourselves, and people won't be homeless, and there'll be something for everyone, because it belongs to all of us, not just a few of us. And so and no one will think they're better than or less than. And it's just going to be a beautiful way to live. I really can't wait. I just think it can't come soon enough for me. But
Not after, no doubt.
I do believe I'll see it in my lifetime, even though I'm already old. I do believe I'll see it, not the full extent of it, but I do believe I'll see it. And it's just going to be an amazing way to live.
So I believe that if we get the right technology and we have our celestials that are going to aid with this, that we will be able to extend our lives to almost 150 if we choose.
If you choose, yes. Yes, I agree. That's what I was thinking too. That's why I'm saying that even though I'm already, 68 years old, I really believe that there'll still be plenty of time in my lifetime for me to experience a lot of the things we're
You're
talking about.
young. I mean, look, my mother, and this is the God's honest truth, she's going to be 87 on Saturday.
Wow.
She is sharp as a tack. She still works full time. She's the medical director of a children's rehabilitation center in White Plains. She works with the population of 26 weeks to 3 months. She saves babies' lives all the time and has for the last 50 years. She cannot
Is
stop.
that why she still works? Is because she loves it so much?
She loves it. She can't ever stop. She loves these babies. I mean, I'm like, it's not even work. It's play. I'm like, it's like playing with dolls all day long.
Yeah.
And she loves it. She loves it.
Well, that's how I felt about my work, was that it really wasn't work. And there were times when I felt guilty that they paid me so much to do what I did, because to me, being a nurse is like the best thing ever. Being able to help people, and the last 17 years going into people's homes and helping them with their symptoms and helping them have dignity and being able to stay home with their families, when they made their transition, was just an amazing thing for me to do. And it didn't feel like work, honestly.
So that's what Bobby's
Um,
mom did. That's what Bobby's mama did.
Hospice or
Well,
nursing.
she did hospice nursing, and today, God love her, she's on hospice right now, and she
Is
is,
she?
yeah, she is. That's why we're here where we are.
Yeah.
She's getting ready to transition, but she's so at peace, and she's so loving, and she's so accepting of it, and she's going
That to
into
me was was the most precious part of it. Is I live in a very conservative area, and people would always start out being terrified, either horribly angry or horribly terrified of what was coming, and being able to go in and minister to them spiritually was like the best thing ever. And to see the results of that, to where the family and the patient themselves were so loving and accepting, was just everything, you know,
That's so beautiful.
to be able to help them understand that this was not the end. This was a new beginning. You know, you're not, there isn't any, you're just transitioning, you know, there's not an end to it. And, you know, that's the only thing about, you know, religion, is it makes people so fearful. It makes them so afraid.
Well, it's
And
because they keep telling them that they're sinners and they're this and they're that, you know. They
they're
do.
born
Keep
in
God.
sin, and only for the blood of Christ are they saved, and they're still never going to be good enough. They're always going to be filthy. It
I
makes me
know.
so angry, you know.
That's
But
what bothers me about it. It's like, just stop with the lies. Just stop lying to these people. Like, there is no sin, all right? There is, but there isn't. It's, you know, people inherently know right from wrong, okay? And if you are a human with any type of conscience, you know what's right from wrong, right? It's
right.
just, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Stop making these people feel like that, especially because I too was a Catholic first, and was raised Catholic. I never resonated with me ever, never.
Well, I was Lutheran, so to me that was kind of a more of a soothing religion, if you wanted to call it that. It was a much kinder, less rigid way of thinking. Certainly not so many rules. Lutherans are mostly Germans, and we're all pretty wild Indians, you know. My sister's wedding, at the reception, my father sat on one side of the keg and the pastor sat on the other, you know. So, you know, that's just how it works in a German church. Lots of food, lots of beer, lots of fun, and everybody loves everybody, and it's all about the grace, you know.
Awesome. Yeah, it wasn't like that for me. They put the fear of God in me in church. It was like, okay, I still wasn't afraid, you know. No, I just
Well,
never understood why I had to confess to a sinful man. Why do I have to go tell this guy who's probably doing the same thing, if not worse than I am, what I'm doing wrong? Why is he the one to say in order to be absolved? I know I could go to God Himself. You know, it's just like. And then why do I have to go into this creepy box and go talk to somebody, a man in the dark? That was another weird thing. Like,
that
these
is
are
a
the
weird thing. I do believe that is a weird thing, and
This
yeah,
is
thank
weird.
God we didn't have to do that,
This is
you
weird.
know.
And as a little
Yeah.
girl, I was scared of going into that box of things that happened to me when I was a young child in the dark, right? Like being appropriately. Like, why do I have to go into another dark box and talk to that person? So it's just, you know,
Well, none of
there's
it makes any sense. You know, you go in there and you have to make up something to tell him, and then you get a Hail Mary, and you go off and you are free to do whatever you want to do for the rest of the week. You know, when you come back and do it all again. It's like, what? You know, because you're a kid. I mean, how bad are you going to be, really? And honestly, are people going to go in there and tell the truth as an adult? Are they really going to go in there and tell the truth about what they've been doing? Any more so in a Catholic church than they would in a regular church? No. They're going to go pretend for that one day, and then they're going to go do what they want to do for the rest of the week. So, I mean, you know, it's just perception, I suppose. But it's all going to change. It is changing, and it's just a beautiful thing to see that so many people are waking up. I mean, back in the day when 10-15% of us were actually working on being awake, and now it's, you know, who would have known that we were going to grow so rapidly? I mean, 45 to 50 to 60% of the world now is enlightened, and that's just an amazing thing to happen in the last 20 years. We're doing everything so rapidly now. It's wonderful.
It makes me so happy. Makes me so happy.
Hmm.
And I know I pump out as much love and peace and joy and unity that I can every moment and every day that I'm awake here on earth, and just shed as much light and smile as many people as I can, and just do what I can. But
And there's so many people, and you know, now we have social media and we can spread that around, and we have some great people that come in and out of this live too, and other lives that are sharing their ideas and their lives and their thoughts, and everybody's so thoughtful about what we're doing. It's not a rule-based thing by any means. I mean, everybody has their own way, but the sharing of ideas is so wonderful that we can do that all over the country, all over the world, you know? Hmm.
want to be downstairs with me? Mhm.
It truly is.
Yeah.
You've been quiet, Brim. Are you hiding?
No.
Is Paul back?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you feeling better?
Yeah.
Good.
I was out there.
You were out there
Yeah.
meditating or sleeping?
Meditating.
Are you? Good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm watching all the weird things in your balls tonight. They're different
Oh my
tonight.
God. In my balls.
No, just the one. Just the one
In
ball.
your balls tonight. I'm like, damn, we should have captured that for a highlight on TikTok Live. You catch that, definitely put that one out.
We tease him all the time because he's got his two balls there on the table and then his big ball.
Yeah, he's got a
And
beautiful
we
big
s-
ball. Yeah.
And you know, we see all sorts of things in there. And
Oh,
he
yeah.
can't see them. But there's all sorts of faces and things that come in and out of there, and we all see it. And tonight it's like a feather. I don't know. I haven't seen the man with the glasses or the wolf or some of the other things that we.
Yeah, you're scrying. You're seeing images. I've seen you look up at the clouds too and see things.
I do that with my tiles on my floor. I pick out different things in the tiles and make up a story about what I see.
Imagination. That's awesome. Cool.
I have an amazing imagination. I truly do. I like to paint and draw and write. So I have a great imagination. So yeah, but I've always done that. Looked at the
Imagination
tiles
station.
or looked at the clouds and picked out different things. But his little red ball there is pretty interesting most nights. And he laughs at us, but we can see it. We all see it.
Okay.
I don't know why he can't see it, but we do. We had a really good time one night. We had 4 or 5 women up here just ragging him for about 4 hours.
Oh no shit! Oh, I didn't know that. I'm like the new kid on the block. You know what I'm saying?
He he was
Yeah.
pretty whipped by the end of that live. Yeah, we were all up here cackling and making fun and having a great time and seeing all the different things in his globe, and then Yaya making fun of his balls and his wand.
Balls are funny, man. You know.
Hmm.
So.
Are you
As a
talking?
Yaya.
white wizard, I have had some balls. I only have one ball left. I know I have 3 balls left. I have my African balls. I have a pair of African balls, and then I have my white wizard ball, which is a purple glass sphere.
Ooh,
And
I
I'm
bet
the
that's
Green
pretty.
Lantern. Yeah, sometimes I'm the Green Lantern in this movie, and I have my green laser. So I like to shoot my green laser at the stars, my glass ball. It's just very interesting. You can get very higher dimensional entertainment with that kind of stuff, which is, I think, the same thing as seeing things in the balls. You know what I'm saying? You just produce different images and you let your imagination just kind of flow. And it's, again, fucking beautiful.
Hello, Suzanne. It's good to see you.
I haven't seen my magic hand today.
Good to see you.
I haven't seen my magic hand today.
Your magic what?
Good to see you.
I haven't seen my magic hand today.
Your magic what? Good to see you. Here we go.
The magic hands.
You've lost your hands.
Yeah, I haven't seen them today.
I think you're gonna have to turn your mic off for a minute.
Today.
I think you're gonna have to turn your.
My magic hands, where it creates that ball. Oh, that's so cool.
This is Bobby Rocks testing 1, 2, 3. This is Bobby Rocks testing
Brimstar.
1, 2, 3.
This is Brim answering that call. Making that collect call to space. Boy, this is the most quietest live I've ever been.
I don't know if y'all are.
Boy, this is the most quietest live I've ever been.
So
I don't know if y'all are.
okay, I'm gonna leave and come back. I'll be back.
I'm just giggling, man. This movie, dude. I'm sorry. Just go ahead and pause. Goes into that loop. I don't know. Is that just the spirits messing around? You know what I'm saying? Are they having fun with us?
I think so. They happen
I
every
think
time
it
they
is.
come alive.
Because it's nothing bad. It's just, I don't know. It's things happen and you just can't explain it. It's just kind of funny sometimes.
Yes, there it is. Us. There it is. I love it. I love it.
Are you happy now?
Yay!
I'm
love
so
it.
glad you're happy. I just wanted to make you happy. It's all I ever wanted.
Oh, I love those things.
Hello, Yaya. Come up here and yap with us.
Lady Yaya. Lady Yaya.
We love Yaya. Everybody loves Yaya.
I love my Yaya too. Yaya's a great one.
Silly.
We are silly, but we like being silly, right?
Yeah, silly's good. I'm not at home.
Yeehaw!
I had to put my armor on and go out today, too.
Did ya? Yeah, I had
Yeah.
to go into 3D world.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay. It's getting better with me. I think I keep my frame of mind positive. I keep my spirits up. People are much I only get happy people.
That's good. I keep
Yeah.
my headphones on.
I had a chaos day. My day was chaos.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brim. Hi, Bobby.
If it wasn't one thing, it was another. I had somebody, and it really made me mad. I was about to throw my phone because
Oh.
I got not only did I have all the other stuff happen in the last couple of months, I had to deal with something new today. Apparently, somebody from Cash App is trying to request money from my
Uh-oh.
PayPal, and nobody knows where it's coming from. They're trying to add money to my PayPal using my credit card, using my Cash App. I'm like, it was a
Oh,
client.
that's
I'm like,
scary.
what's going on? Why is somebody trying to use my? It's weird. It was trying to. Like, somebody had basically used my Cash App to add money to my PayPal. It makes no sense.
That's weird.
And not only once, not only twice, I've got at least 6 or 7 of them within the last, since the 30th that has happened. Nobody knows anything, and I'm trying to get answers. And that was part of what happened today. And everything has just been one bad thing after another today, and that just made me really mad because I don't even use that card for anything, and next thing I know, I've gotten like seven charges on my card of $300 on one, and on the other one it's got 7 charges. So 7 times somebody tried to add money from my Cash App. It's really annoying. I can show you.
Cancel the card. Cancel the card and get another one.
I did. And the funny part about this is I asked them about it, and they like, oh, I don't know. Like, look right here. You see where it says $300?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
It goes see all that?
Yeah.
All that 300, right? That's Cash App. Now, if I go to PayPal, and nobody has any answers for me, and that's the scary thing about this. Not one of them have answers for me. Now, again, look right here. 300, 300, 300, 300, 300, 300.
Wow.
All of those today.
Wow.
And it's like, what in the hell is going on? And it's like, that just added to it today. So
Yeah.
I just, I've had one thing after another today. And I'm like, if one more thing, I'm just going to flip out.
Well,
Yeah.
I had,
When we first came in, Brim was here, and he said Paul was busy, having a bad day. So Brim entertained us for the first 30, 40 minutes of the live.
Aw.
I was about to flip my lid.
Wow. Everybody's
I think right now you could coin this as the big money grab too. So we already know like the bank situation is fragile.
Yeah.
Monetary system is fragile. And if I got compromised everywhere but everywhere. I mean, it was crazy back in the day. But I'm just saying, I never thought of that, but it certainly would be that time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they start trying to compromise. How do you know if Cash App didn't have a complete security breach? PayPal didn't have, you know what I'm saying? You have no idea. And do you think they're rushing to tell anybody?
I'm not
No,
lying.
people are going to lose $1 billion. You happen to be one fragment of that whole entire thing. It could be a
And
major
if it
cash
wasn't-
grab.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't
That's
bad
scary.
enough, I was like, you know what? I'm going to relax for a minute and let me turn on my PlayStation and play video games.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the thing with that is 4 games were added to my thing and bought, and nobody
Oh,
was on
no.
my PlayStation.
Wow.
Somehow I bought games and I didn't buy them.
Oh,
Wow.
my goodness.
and I don't know where the money came from, but
Wow.
I don't know how the games got on there, so I don't know what's going on. It was like 50 something dollars worth of
Yeah.
games.
Yeah. Could that have been a
Yeah.
time shift? Could that have been a timeline jump? You
I
think?
I think
Is it
so.
possible?
I think it's very possible. It's been going on for almost a week for me.
Because I'm like, dude, nobody's been here. No one has
Right.
access to
Somebody
my
has to be
PlayStation.
there.
Yeah.
It's sitting right here, so and it's been off.
Right.
I turned
Yeah.
the freaking thing on, and I've got like 5 games on my game on my system. I'm like,
Man.
what the is going on here?
And that's
The
crazy.
Mandela effect.
But it didn't come out of your bank account, huh?
That's the weirdest part. It's not. It's been charged. PlayStation said
Well.
that I paid for them, but they're not coming off my cards.
Merry Christmas.
Fuck. Wow, man.
And
Is it
one's
games
like
that you
100.
like? Are they games
Yeah,
that you
it
like?
was $108 game.
Wow.
Do you like them?
I get. Yeah.
Like,
You're gonna.
yeah. Get your $108 out of that, baby.
I mean, hey, I'm not
I don't
turning
play
down a
games,
free
but-
thing.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not-
I don't know, man. That's crazy. If I told you
That is-
that I appeared with a tattoo on my thumb and I never got a tattoo on my thumb, and so I know that those things are possible. I've known that, and I mean, we've gone, I know Yaya and the two of us have gone through timeline jumps that you just can't explain. That's an interesting one, though, if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Like, another one of you bought those games and you jumped into whatever that timeline, and now you got them. Yeah. So, I don't know. That's interesting.
I'm hoping to jump
see.
into a timeline where all the Christmas gifts get wrapped. The ones I bought.
There- hey, you know what? I think we're hitting a point of speak it into existence.
Yeah.
You never know.
Well, I've been staring at this big pile of things I need to wrap, and they're not wrapped yet. I'll be working on it
Okay. I guess this would be a bad time to tell you I'm going to try to cancel Christmas this year, but I won't mention it.
then. I wanted to, and my kids just threw a big old fit.
Yeah, that's
we
kinda
we
where
took
I
them
was up
all.
against.
We decided to rent a house in Mason, Texas. It's a little bitty town, and every place we went had a Christmas tree, and this
Oh,
is
my.
on Labor Day weekend.
Oh my God.
And I was so
We
grinched out.
program people,
I was,
man. Are you kidding me? They're
And I
everything's
was-
speeding up. Yeah.
and they told me
Wow.
they just leave their trees up all the time, and I'm like, no, that's just wrong. It's completely wrong. And so I told them, hey, we'll just rent the house again for Christmas. They're already decorated, and I won't have to put one up. You
There
know,
you go. There you
because
go.
we found a beautiful place. It's a 5-bedroom, 5-bath, so there was plenty of room for everybody. And they had a big,
Nice.
giant game room for the kids, with a pool table and and trampoline and a pool and all sorts of
That'll be
things.
fun.
So
That'll be
they had a blast. We were there for 4 days. So we're thinking about it. It really wasn't that expensive, and I wouldn't have to decorate.
I'd be a hot minute. I wouldn't
Yep.
think about it much. Do it. Do it.
Yep. I'm just getting tired of the whole decorating thing.
I don't like going to Walmart, but I went to Walmart. I had to put some money on a card, and they've already full-blown Christmas. I'm going, I used to complain when Thanksgiving wasn't even around.
Right.
And then I started complaining because Halloween didn't even happen yet. For truck's sake, it's not even Halloween. And I'm
I
like,
know. Fucking ridiculous. We saw it too. It's like,
it's
are you fucking
insane.
kidding me? All full aisles of Christmas shit. I'm like,
Yeah.
Right.
get
shove
out of
it
here.
down their necks.
No shit, man. Jeez, it's all for money.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. So where we're going, I think I just have it's not a doom feeling. I'm kind of excited, like for November.
Yeah.
You know, there's some magnificent things happening, and I just, I have no words. It's
I
just
tried
kind
to
of
put it back the other day.
magnificent.
That feeling,
It's
you know,
it's an
it's exciting.
anticipation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's exciting. Because
Yeah.
we all do know one way or another. I know we all have to be getting those messages. And remember, we're empaths, hyper empaths. So, I mean, we've been feeling the ride. You know, it's like we've been riding the wave across the ocean, and we know we're coming close to shore. We're not
And the
sure how
more
big the
you're-
wave is bringing us in, but it could be a tidal wave.
No tidal waves.
No, I'm just saying a
I
tidal
know
wave,
what you're saying, Bobby.
so to speak. Yeah, not an actual tidal wave. Hey.
I think we, as a collective, I think worldwide, we did freaking phenomenal for that hurricane
We did.
dissolving. That was incredible. And I'm just like, you know what? The world, when they see that and realize what it did, can you imagine the moxie they're going to get under their skin? They're going to even be more powerful now for the next one.
I agree. It's going to be amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw
I'll
so
still
many
stand on the other
different.
side of the River Jordan and wave bye-bye to them. You know? Hey, not my movie. It ain't my movie, man. I'm just an actor in this movie, man. But I've already been on the other side of the River Jordan waving bye-bye. And you know what else I asked? I asked my boss. And my boss knows this, and this was early on, but I mean, we've now revisited this topic. I said, but if by chance, just by chance, that I can be the last set of eyes they see and the last voice they hear before I flush the divine toilet, please let it be Bobby Rock. And we can make movies out of this shit. Teach all the young kids. This is why Johnny's gone and Johnny's family disappeared, because, you know, Johnny's daddy wasn't a very good man. This is what he was doing around for the past 30 years, you know, and we flushed his toilet. But the big thing is the kids can't see it. That is the one priority, is when we flush that divine toilet. And I'm not talking about the prep work. Wait till you see the toilet paper and it doesn't have lotion in it. Okay, it's the one ply, single ply. Yeah. But anyway, there's gonna be a lot
Well,
of diarrhea going on and a lot of flushing the toilets in the future. I just want to help flush the fucking toilets. Seriously.
I am looking forward to not having to do that anymore.
Yeah, but we do
Yeah.
need to flush the stuff down the toilet. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
we
know
do,
that.
we do.
We all know that. And I believe it will be handled the best way. I really do.
Well, according to that thing I watched today, that's kind of not how it's going to work. You know, when she progressed, that woman, she was saying that those that will ascend will just go, and the rest will stay, but will still be able to see and contact and support and help them gain their consciousness so they can join us.
Yeah.
And then when Gaia is finished with her remodel, we'll just all come back.
That's what I
And-
understood.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe I get a
She-
flush of divine toilet from upstairs. I mean, I'm cool with that too. I mean, I don't care where
Well,
I'm at. I
she-
just want to flush.
If you
She did-
if you need a toilet to flush, we'll find you a freaking toilet.
Well, you better find
Yeah.
me a diamond toilet, because we're gonna do it the right way with clear crystals and a lot of rose quartz. So
Right.
at least on my watch,
Well,
that's the way it'd be.
just-
You,
The way this woman was explaining it, the way she was seeing it in her progressed state, was that wherever she was, she could still see people.
like a glass window in
Yeah.
front of her.
And that the ones who were conscious enough could actually communicate, and then there were still going to be those who were completely lost in their 3Dness, but eventually most of those would progress as well. And she said there will be those who will have to just be recycled.
Yeah.
Yes, flushed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you'll get to flush, Bobby. You'll get
Oh,
to.
Bobby, I want to build the biggest toilet in the whole planet. And if I
Yeah,
have
I
cosmic
know.
friends on my side, we will build the biggest cosmic toilet. And in fact, maybe we can do it in Switzerland at CERN. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? I mean, boy, we
that'd
put
be
an arc
cool.
in that toilet and flush them the right way.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
cosmic
They have the right
dynamo.
code. You got to punch in the right code to the CERN to flush the divine toilet. But that would be fun.
But
Particle
what
collider flush of the
the
universe.
way
The whole
the way
universe would
she
feel that
ex-
flush, wouldn't
the
they?
way she explained
Yeah,
it
dude.
though in that progression was a lot what I have come to understand from
Yeah.
what has been communicated to me through
Yeah.
various ways. That's the way I have understood it to work. Is that
I've heard that
some of
ascension
us
up.
some of us
Yeah.
will go, will still be able to help, we'll still be able to have some contact, we'll still be able to see, we'll still be able to help, but
Yeah.
there are going to be a few who just won't, who just aren't going to see it, and so something will need, they'll just have to be recycled into a different
I
situation
think that, I
until
mean, if
they
I
get there.
ascended, I'm thinking of just myself because I actually haven't gone through this part of my program. So if I literally ascended and I could still see and affect and communicate with the other side and people ascending, uh, man, it's a good thing I work for the light, man, because otherwise I would fuck with people all the time. I would be like, I seriously, man, I'd be like, their pants would be dropping down in aisle 6 in Hy-Vee grocery store, man. They'd be like, what the fuck's going
There will
on?
be no
Man,
hunting on the other side, Bobby.
I'm just
Right.
saying, the Loki
You
in
can't.
me would love to have a good time with that. So maybe I should stay
No,
here and help them up. You know what I'm
Bobby.
saying? Wake up more.
Well, and that was the other thing that she talked about was that there were going to be those souls
So,
who actually stayed to assist
yeah, that's what
from
we're
this
doing.
side,
We're
and so there would be from both sides there would be help for
yeah.
Yeah,
everybody,
yeah.
and
See,
that's
that's
what
kind of
I've
what I understood, that there was a choice, and Peachy and I have
mhm,
already discussed it. And we were discussing that, given the choice, we're going to stay. You know what I'm saying? We're going to stay and fight the fight here.
to
Uh,
assist the ones
yeah,
here.
to assist humanity. We're bridges. We're beacons. Some
Yeah.
people are bridges. So we know that,
Uh,
it's part of our grace.
yeah.
Um,
No.
yeah, I mean,
We're
we
done? Yeah.
decided that whatever happens here, we choose the connected cosmic connection, but we're already getting connected, you know. But if that door opens, we could be travelers. You know what I'm saying? To be able to
And that's what
physically
she
be on both
said
sides.
was
Yeah,
that they are travelers. They go back and
yeah,
forth.
yeah.
And she was saying that now she had two different people on her program that she progressed. And this is what the woman was telling her was that she just like went and opened up the window and went flying out like Peter Pan one day. And that was how it was going to be. And
Okay.
she was there in this beautiful place with her children. She was younger, they were younger. Everything was gorgeous.
Yeah.
They were out in the garden, they were growing their food, nobody had to work. They were all,
That's Emerald City.
just beautiful place,
Yeah.
but she could still see some of her friends and family and people who were still in the process of the
Gotcha.
transition. And so there were some that you could communicate with that were awake enough that even though they were devastated that, that they were left,
Yeah.
what she said was they were sad, but they had to learn to be alone long enough to realize they were not alone.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
kind of had to go through. And so while it's sad to watch that, it's for their growth.
Right.
And
It's just
so something that they had to go through in order to be able to progress. And that as people become more and more enlightened, they all learn that. and then those people will start ascending, a few at a time, but it'll be like a celebration when that they'll get to where they anticipate. Well, grandma's getting kind of full of light here. We know she's going to be going, so we're going to throw her a party and tell her have a happy time. We'll see you when we get there. It's not going to be a sad thing anymore, and then there's going to be those that are able to go back and forth between the two worlds, or three worlds, or maybe more worlds, because the man that she progressed, he was living a completely different kind of life. He was saying that, like, he was still working, and it was like everybody had been assigned positions, but they were working through mind work. And then when they traveled, it was kind of like everybody was sitting in rows facing one another, and it was like they were flying. There were no sounds. He said they all, spoke with telepathy and some words, but mainly body language and telepathy. And so he was kind of in a different, and he was talking about their clothes looked old fashioned, and, they had gardens for their food, and he said they grew their own animals and gardens and things. So it sounded like he was he said it was more like an old time, except he said, yes, it was kind of like in the olden times, but it was a future olden times.
Future times, yeah.
Like
That's what
House
I've
on
drawn
Prairie.
in my drawings,
Like Little House
my
on the
channels. Part of my role is divine architect. So I've been given those. I've actually built them with things around my house back in the day. Those pictures are all long gone, but I mean, I've built it, and then I've drawn it, and I've drawn it more recently too, and I tapped more into that. And that's how I would describe it. As you just described, he saw it. That's what my art looks like. But it's breaking it down, what the community looks like, how it's spread out, kind of thing. But it is like that. It's like the old medieval times, but it's in newer times. Like,
Yes. Yeah, that's what he was describing. I I just stayed in YouTube today for some reason. I was listening to encoded frequencies all day yesterday and this morning, all night, and then this morning. And then I went into my watch laters, and this just happened to be in there, this woman that does progressions instead of regression. And so she's like looking at future lives. And it was so cool because I had put it in there to watch it later and just hadn't got around to it yet. And then I watched this documentary that was like almost 2 hours long. And it was an amazing documentary. Really, I kept thinking, I will. I didn't know. I was going to ask you. I shared it with Suzanne. I kind of overwhelmed. I overwhelm Suzanne sometimes, I think. She told me one time it was okay to share with her, so I think she's sorry. But anyway, I was going to ask you, because it is kind of long, but it is very, very fascinating. I couldn't stop listening to it because I kept thinking, well, this is long. I'm going to pause and go do something else. But I never did. I ended up listening to the entire thing in one sitting, because it was like from the beginning. This is how we started. These are you remember the live last night? Yeah, talking about instinct and intuition.
Yeah.
It went into all of that. It talked about all of that. I sent it to Alien T because it was talking about how everything is pattern, everything is fractals, everything is spirals, circles. And it talked about how the bear instinctively knows where to look for the herbs to eat that it needs. And then it just talked about where all of this stuff comes from. And then it went into different things about consciousness, about how our difficulties are not differences in geographical, religion, warring, that kind of thing. It's more of a fact that we are unconscious of the knowledge that we are all one conscious, that we are all one. And that's our difficulty. We need to understand that we're all one, and if we all are one and work as one, then we can't be mean to one another, right? And then it was like the most amazing. It explained so many different things about what we heard in that live last night. It was pretty fascinating, and I was going to ask you if you wanted it before I
Yeah,
just
I
sent
would.
it.
You might lose me, so if I disconnect, it's not on purpose. I'm driving.
Okay. Oh, well, please be careful.
Oh, I'll be careful.
Okay. Well, I will send it. I will send it to you.
Okay.
And you can listen to it. I just was so fast. I mean, to me, things, synchronicities, the frequencies that were picked out for me the other night
Yeah.
that I needed so badly the other night. Bobby, Tuesday night when I was on the live, I started feeling really bizarre, like shaking all over, like I was cold, except I got really hot. And I couldn't hardly talk. I was shaking so hard, and I didn't say anything. And then Paul asked me, or Brim actually said, "There's a ship over your house." And my husband and I had been out that evening, and we noticed it. We saw it next to the car.
Moving in the sky. You saw some movement in the sky earlier.
It was. They were there, and we were looking at it. And my husband did everything he could to explain it away, but he couldn't explain. He could not explain it away. And then we got home, and it kind of parked right over the house, and I see it. And I see it. It comes and goes, but it came and it stayed. And then Brim noticed that it was there, and they were trying to talk to me. And that's when I just was like shaking all over. I was just so, it was like I was being bombarded. And so I like had to get off. I was going to go sit in a salt bath. And I went and I was getting everything ready, and I went and turned on another live, turned it on, heard a few words, immediately started throwing up. I was like, okay. They don't want me watching anything else. They don't want me distracted. I'm not going to be. And so I just turned everything off and sat in my tub and let them just do it. And I was just bombarded for an hour and a half.
Oh, wow.
And by the time I, was able to get up and get out and move around, the nausea was better. But I was so restless, I couldn't rest. I couldn't sleep. So I came outside, and it was there. It was still there.
Right fucking there.
And my big foot were in the yard. I could feel them all watching me, looking at me. And so I just sat under the tree where they are and just rocked until I could calm down. And then I was still only able to sleep a couple of hours. And then yesterday, I was wiped, completely wiped out. So I listened to frequencies. There's a girl on YouTube that does encoded frequencies. Okay. And the first one that rolled up was a Pleiadian frequency. Nice. That was about 45 minutes of encoded frequencies of Pleiadian influence. And then it was Arcturian, and then just some other, like my aura. And my friend did some energy work on me while I was in the tub. And when she texted me, she said, well, your aura was a little dusty, and I could see on the right side where you had some pinching. She said, but your third eye and your crown were pulsating so hard, it was like pushing me away. Like I couldn't even get in there to do anything for your crown and your third eye. She said they were blown wide open, and they were pulsating, just pushing everything out and away. So she just worked on my aura a little bit.
You know what I'm saying? That would explain the GI, you know what I'm saying? Feeling hot, but yet Yeah, I mean,
Cold. You're shaking all over. Yeah.
I mean, because it's
Yeah.
extreme. It's but the throwing up, I mean,
That's the
that's big
frequencies.
time. Yeah, that's like getting something invisible, whatever. And it could have been the connection too. The connection got so strong that physically you could handle it, but physically your body just wasn't handling it.
Yeah.
Well, I
Your
never
bodies are
throw
delicate.
up.
They are.
Ever. I never throw up.
Wow,
And
man,
I mean,
that
it
is
takes an act of
really.
God to make me throw up.
Well, I was
And
about to say it's a biblical event for you, and then you say, "Oh, it's like an act of God." Okay, well, then I guess it was a biblical
yeah,
event for you.
yes, it was terrible.
Oh
And
yeah. There's
so
so much
then
more going on than meets the eye.
all day yesterday, I was just listening to frequencies. You know, she puts her own music together. She sings, does her light language, and puts her own music and encoded frequencies in her music. And I just listened to that all day long yesterday. That's what got me through. And then finally, I was able to sleep about 4 hours. And I got up today, and I was like, fine, I'm fine.
Yep.
I'm glad they do. I'm glad they do it with me, just a little bit at a time. I don't want
Yeah,
it all
no
at
shit.
once.
I'm thinking my spirit guides do that, and I'm like, thank you for making it easier, man. I hate throwing up, man.
Yeah.
I hate
Well, I
throwing
know
up.
when my
I was really
Kundalini
nauseous yesterday. Was it today?
when my
Today.
Kundalini came up, I asked my guys to slow it down because it was so severe. I felt like I had severed my spinal cord.
Oh yeah. Ouch.
I mean, and I
Do you have
finally
veins
said,
that pop out of your head
have
sometimes? You have veins
I,
that are appearance of veins?
in the
Uh,
forehead and in my temples, and then I had all
yeah.
this nerve tingling all up and down my back and my
Yeah.
arms. And I thought, I
Oh,
have a pinched nerve. I have my spinal cord is about to rip. I mean, you know, I'm a nurse. I was thinking I'm going to have an
yeah.
aneurysm.
Could
God
be,
knows. I have a tumor, whatever. You know,
Well, I
MRI
think you
time.
got an adjustment, like a chiropractor, but you got like I would call it, you might even got a DNA adjustment. I mean, you might have just like, you know what? This bitch is long enough. We're gonna give her the whole kid and caboodle right now. Boom! You know,
I
man.
think you got
Thanks
cosmic
for taking one for the
physical.
team, I guess.
I
You
thought
got a
about you,
phys-
Yaya, with your psychic surgery, you know?
Yes. Yeah. I'm like, holy shit! You got a cosmic. What do you call that? A cosmic physical
Yeah.
Bowel movement.
all at
Yeah,
once.
it's like a bowel movement of cosmic energy.
Colonoscopy and
There you
endoscopy
go,
all at one
colonoscopy.
time. Yeah.
That's why
You
the
know
spine
what?
Yeah.
hurt a little bit. Yeah, it's like a
Come to
colonoscopy.
But
think about
I
it,
do, about 15 years ago when my Kundalini came up, though, I mean, I thought I was dying. I really did. And so
Yeah.
then I finally had to talk with my guides and say, can you slow this down? I mean, I don't have to do this by tomorrow. And so they actually spread it out over a couple of years.
and they will.
So, yeah.
They will.
I
I was
couldn't
all
figure it out at first.
well. I think back, and you know what? I did the same thing, and I didn't understand it, but that's what it was. Is after that psychic surgery, excuse me, I went into a nutrition store the next morning, and all of a sudden I felt like you were describing, and I got like nauseated, and I'm going, oh my God, I'm the last, I don't, I'm so, well, I'm not, I'm kind of prim and proper, but if I throw up in a store, I'd be humiliated.
Right.
I
Right.
had to leave, but that's what it was.
Well, that, you know, when my Kundalini was rising, coming up, whatever, we were at Lowe's, and we were walking
Oh,
down the aisle, and that hit my nerve and went down my leg, and I went down on my butt in the aisle and had to just sit there.
awakening's not for pussies.
No. Anyway, my poor husband, he's like, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Get up. why are you sitting in the floor? I'm like, I'm not doing it on purpose. Trust me, you know. But he had to help me out to the car because I couldn't hardly walk, you know. And that's when I finally said, y'all got to slow down. I mean, we can't do this fast. But it took me several months to figure out what was going on. Because like I said, I really thought there was something neurologically wrong with me at first. And then I started putting it all together. And so I really thought I had a contract with them that they would go slow. But I guess they're tired of that now.
It's interesting on oh shit, I lost my train of thought. Oh, back, 15, 20 years ago, they never gave any, well, but you all know this. We never had like signs and symptoms. Like, you may feel like this if this is happening, or you may I'm kind of glad now that we will get videos or something from the Palladians or something from the Octurians or Andromedans, kind of give you signs and symptoms. The best one was, don't go to the doctor.
Right.
The doctor can't do nothing for you.
Well, I knew that. And the only reason I began to have an inkling of what was going on is because of all the things I'd read and studied and researched all the years prior. Because and it finally dawned on me several months later, oh, that must be what that was. And so I did ask them to take it a little easier on me. And so it was a progression after that. It took about 2 more years to finish up. And it finally happened. But same thing with opening up my third eye. It was, it was really kind of fast. It just happened. And I had to figure out what the symptoms were, and I didn't want to tell anybody, because then they would have me in there getting a CT scan or an MRI or whatever, I just kind of had to figure it out. But now you can go to YouTube or TikTok or just about anywhere, and they're gonna tell you what's going on, and I'm thankful for that. Very thankful that we have so many different people we can talk to about this, and we know we're not crazy,
If everybody be so kind as to hit the shares, and I've only got 10% of my donation so far. But yeah, liking and share helps the algorithm. And
what happened to Suzanne? Where did Suzanne go?
I don't know. They both fell out. And yeah, I only got 10% of my goal, so if you can hit that, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Well, I saw Yaya came back in, but she said she was driving, so she was expecting to maybe go in and out. So, anyway. So did any of that happen to you, Bobby, with all the weirdness?
Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Hey,
Okay.
but he's in the shower. He left me with the phone. So, but I could say that it's happened to me. So I didn't have, like, I've had the cold hot sweat, like how you described it, and where it feels like you're cold but you're hot.
Yeah.
I want to say about a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, we were visited too. It was almost similar to how you described it. It's kind of, I love it. I love the synchronicities. I love the similarities. So we were outside, and all of a sudden I could feel the pitch because I have frequency that flows through my ears constantly. Like I hear it all the time. And when spirit communicates, the pitch of the frequency changes. Like it goes up, it goes down, it goes, and then I can articulate into words and feelings of what they want to share with me. And this night, the frequency was so high, something that I wasn't accustomed to, and it made me feel uncomfortable. And all I kept hearing my guide say was breathe, do the breath work, breathe in through your nose, heart, long breaths and
Yeah, that's what I
long
did in the
breaths,
tub. Yeah, was the
right?
quantum breathing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just and I took my shoes off. Like I'm always barefoot. I hardly ever have shoes on, and I just grounded, and I was balancing myself to the circadian rhythm of Mother, of Gaia, and the universe, and I was an open vessel at that point. And then shortly thereafter, this beautiful ship appeared, and Bobby was with me. I was like, do we have we never have the phone or the camera ready when those things are happening, but it was meant for just that moment. And it appeared, and it was a ship that we have been visited before, we lived in Hershey, and then when we lived in Sligo, PA, and then when we were in Italy, and the same ship came here to Omaha, to where we're
Wow.
at. And so I'm like, that's our ship. That's our ship. I felt it, and I felt that it was Arcturian, an Arcturian ship. I feel connected to Pleiadian, but my soul is more Arcturian. Like I feel more connected to the Arcturian, Arcturians. I can't explain it. It's just, it
Yeah.
is. And my grandmother, my nonna, is always like, we're Arcturian, we're Arcturian, we're Arcturian. And so I believe it. I believe that I am now I'm getting those hot cold flashes right now. It's so weird. It's all exciting to me. It's all brand new. It's like, Bobby's gonna have his 4-year birthday on 1/11. My awakening was on 7/11, so we're 6 months apart. And so, it's all new. Like I'm like a 4-year-old child, a 3-year-old, 3.5-year-old, just
Yeah.
experiencing everything new, and I'm just going with the flow. I'm staying in it, and just taking care of myself today. Because I'm 57. I'm not young either, but I am young.
Yeah.
I'm not old. I'm not young. But in my heart, I am a child. I'm still a teenager. Like we're kids that just graduated high school and we're starting life over again. And it's just the most magnificent feeling. Everything is shiny and new and exciting. And so anything that happens, I'm like always so excited about, especially when I hear like your story tonight, honey, was just beautiful. Like I just, it's funny that you're like, my husband tried to explain it out, and I was listening to the whole thing while I was looking up at the stars and watching ships. I saw a couple of ships out far. Nothing came in close, but I could feel them and I could see them by the stars. And there's going to be a point when they appear, and nobody's going to be able to deny them because they exist. And whether somebody wants to believe it or not, they're going to make themselves present so that the world knows that there are more things out of this realm of consciousness, because we've gotten, as we all know, is everybody's still, a lot of people, not all, but a lot of people are still just 3D, and it's so much more. It's just so much more. Yeah. I love this life.
I know. I wish more people could experience what we are.
They will. Just like what you said. They totally will. They totally will. I'm trying to get Brim some more of his goal. I'm using Bobby's You do.
There, yeah.
Get him some gummy bears.
Thank you.
I think they're amplifying us again.
And yeah.
Well, I've been looking for them, and they have not been here. They were not here last night nor tonight.
You know, I could be like
So
somebody else
I'm
and go,
so
if you gift a galaxy, I can make them come up and show up. You know who that was from, right?
no.
Honey? Oh, if you gift a galaxy, I can tell you.
We don't have enough coins, or I would have given it to you already.
I was making a crack at Honey.
No, I didn't empty you out.
I was making this crack with Honey because there was a certain individual that if you gift a galaxy, he gives you information.
Right.
Oh, he's one of those people.
Right. Right.
And,
Yeah.
you
For
know,
every
it was
galaxy,
Paramount.
he would do a reading.
Yeah, because it
So-
was Paramount, right?
Paramount. It was
Yeah.
Paramount.
Mm-hmm.
Carnival barking. Yeah. Anyway, I've been looking for them. I wish they would come back. Well, I kind of do, and I kind of don't. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that again.
No more puking, please. I don't want to
No.
puke anymore.
I was worn out yesterday. It was really, ugh. But
I was telling Bobby, we're such delicate beings when
Flowers.
in comparison to what they are. Yeah. So when I was lit up, like all I could hear was like our human bodies, like we would spontaneously turn into light if we had all of that energy within us. And it's cool that it's that you know when you were describing like flying out the windows, it's because we will be able to turn into this spontaneous light that will be able to move. Kind of. Have you ever seen the movie Powder? It's an older one.
No, I've never seen it, but I've heard about
yeah,
it.
yes, I have. A very long time ago, though. I don't know that I can remember exactly when. It's been a while.
And
But I
so when
remember it.
it was like during a lightning storm, and he knew that he was ready to transition, and because he was just a light being, and he was full of energy, and he was just pure love, and he had no hair, he was just hairless, like he was beautiful. And when he was ready to transition, he started running out into the field, and all of this lightning came out. He just literally spontaneously turned into all of the light and the thunder and disappeared. Like, I see that, like, you know, when I think of how and hope I transition, I see myself turning into rainbow light, just dissipating into rainbow light, like whenever that time comes, and just not leaving any carbon footprint of myself. I just disappear. I don't know how to explain that, but I've seen that happen. I don't know how to explain that. Some of these
I think-
things that I feel are hard to
I
articulate.
think you're right. I think you're right. I think that is going to be similar, but I think we're all going to do it in our own way, in our own imaginative way. Like,
Yeah.
I just feel like I'm going to go out in sparkles and rainbows, you know,
And lollipops.
and lollipops. Yes, I like my sweets. But I think we're all going to experience things in completely different ways. And I think we're going to have gradual experiences, some of us. Some of us are going to be spontaneously right there, and then others are going to be more gradual. And then I think we may have way stations if that makes sense, where we go somewhere else for a little while and then move up some more or around some more. Not like, I mean, not up as in better, but away, a different.
Yeah, meeting our higher self. So like I see myself, I would love to experience myself as an Arcturian being on that ship and looking over, like I wanna feel what it is to be in that avatar. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel it, I see what I look like, but I wanna like feel it like I feel it like I am now as a Terran. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yes. Especially now that we're getting older, you know, and things creak and don't move as well, and you know, it's gonna be nice.
We're evolving. We're not doing the AGES thing. We're evolving.
Well, you know, Yaya and I've been talking about this for some time because she got a beautiful reading from Asiel. Asiel the Oracle, Robin. And he told her probably 2 years ago, I think, that she was given the gift of youthing. That was one of her gifts that she had just received, and that she was going to start reversing. And, you know, she has. It's very obvious. You know, since I met her nearly 3 years ago, she looks probably 10, 12 years younger than she did when I first met her. And we talk about that all the time. We're youthing our way through. And I listen to youthing frequencies, because frequencies to me are just so helpful. I feel so much better listening to the sounds. And for some reason, you know, Pleiadians I feel an alignment with, but I really just feel like I'm an Anunnaki. I don't know why.
Well, they're who came down and changed our DNA structure.
Yeah. Yes, they were the good and the bad, you know. And Lil and Inky, so they had the good and the bad.
Yep.
So
yeah, I think we were all that. Like when I went back and I was doing my like past lives and all of that stuff, I actually saw myself as a single cell atom. That's all I saw myself as. It's just like this little cell that was bouncing around in nothingness with everybody else bouncing around, not knowing what we were doing, but we were all there and we were just all one, right? We were all the same but different, like snowflakes. And then I saw the joining of us, and then I saw the evolution of us, and then I saw us as like I believe I was everything here on this earth. Like I was water, I was air, I was a blade of grass, I was a tree, I was a squirrel. I definitely resonate with squirrels. I was an eagle. Like I feel like I was a queen bee. I again don't know how to explain it, but know that my soul has been more than just, obviously we've reincarnated in so many things, and that's why we're on this timeline of ascension, because today we've learned to heal ourselves. Today we believe in this realm of incredible possibilities in this infinite cycle, and it's beautiful. It's like beautiful.
When I was 7, I was extremely ill and was almost transitioned, and I had a procedure done. And so I don't know if you could call it an NDE or just a dream during, when they give you anesthetic. It was more of a gas that they gave you back then. And what I saw was myself inside a little bubble, and all these other little bubbles all bopping around against each other all over the place. And that went on for the whole entire time. And that changed me. And from that time on is when I began to be very, very earnest about reading and researching and trying to find what I was here for.
Yeah.
So I've been, that when you said that about the atom bouncing around off one another, it reminded me that's how pretty much it all started for me, was I saw that vision, and I just started trying to read and research every single thing I could. From that day on, I didn't ever look back on anything. I took a little hiatus. When you have kids and you're working and you're living, you don't have as much time. And so I kind of took about 10 or 15 years where I didn't do as much spiritual work as I did prior and am doing now. And especially now that we're retired. The last 5 years for me at work were not nearly as chaotic as what my career had been. And then we've been fully retired since January, traveling and messing around, just bopping around, not doing anything at all. Well, he goes hiking, but I don't do anything. So, he doesn't believe in any of this spiritual stuff. He didn't have any kind of religion or spirituality or anything until he started going to church after he met me. And now he's all into the religion, and he can't see past the rules. So he thinks I'm a little out there, but he knows I've always been out there. I've always done herbs and alternative therapies and those kind of things, and he just rolls with it. And so now he's starting to be a little more curious. And like the other night when he could not explain that ship because it just stayed with us, and he kept saying, "It's an airplane." I'm like, "Really, dude? Are you looking at what I'm looking at?" And so he kept trying to drive and look at it and drive and look at it. And he finally said, "I'm sure it's a plane. I'm sure that's what it is." And he just wouldn't look at it anymore. But it just stayed with us and came home with us and was up over and we've seen it before. He's seen it with me out here in the yard before. And he kept getting his little charts out and saying, "Well, maybe it's Venus, or maybe it's this, or maybe it's that." But it's always been this ship. And he knew it was the same one that we've seen in the yard before. But he was going to convince himself otherwise. And so he does meditate in his way. He goes out with his backpack and goes hiking for 4 or 5 days in the wilderness by himself. And just out in the nowheres, and stays gone and has beautiful hikes out in nature. And when we go travel, that's what he does. I go hiking with him some, but I don't do the 12, 14-mile things. He does those on his own. And he just, he spends a lot of time in what he calls his prayers, where he's just sitting there silently, and he does it consistent. He's very he's much more consistent than I am. He will get up and have a schedule every day and do
Ritual.
So
Rituals.
yeah.
Nope. I
call them his ablutions. And it makes him mad because he looked it up to see what it meant, and it made him mad after he read it. But anyway, he said he's not Bane. But he just has certain things that he does. He still gets up early, and he sits in prayer for about an hour and a half every morning, and then he does his walks, his hikes, and thinks and thinks and thinks, and he does that when he's driving too. When we're driving, because we don't fly anymore, we just drive everywhere, and he'll just be in long periods of contemplation and thinking. And so I know that we were meant to come together, and that we had promised each other that whichever one woke up first, we would wake the other one up. And so I'm doing what I can, and he's kind of flowing with it, but not really.
So
And
I
he,
think the time that logic is like our worst enemy sometimes, right?
he's
Trying to,
and that's what I was surprised when Bobby said he was a Capricorn, because that's what Greg is a Capricorn, and most of the Capricorns I know in my family, in my life, they're not like Bobby. They're more like my husband. Very logical, very intelligent, and quiet. Very quiet. So I was kind of
yeah,
surprised.
My dad is a Capricorn. He was very quiet, very reserved, very intelligent, but very quiet, very introverted.
Hmm.
I'm not an introverted guy. There's nothing introverted
no.
about me. Although, I mean, some people would think I'm quiet, but that's only because I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah,
That's
Bobby can
that
come across looking like he's
snooty.
it's he's I don't know how to explain, like he could appear intimidating at times
Yes.
because right he's stoic, right?
Yes.
He has this stoicism in his demeanor, and it's kind of cool. uh,
Yeah.
um, Me, on the other hand, I'm like, blah, 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 blah.
Well, we went to a counselor. A friend of mine is a psychologist, a neurological psychologist, and when our youngest daughter lost her hearing, we went to counseling with him for that and for us, because it was a very difficult time. She was only about 14 months old, and so he explained our personalities. Greg thinks in concrete blocks like a comic strip, and I have thought flowers. They're just thrown out all over my head and going everywhere. And people always said, what do you see in him? How did y'all even get together? Because he's like, you know, because he is very quiet and very intimidating, and he can be very superior because he is very intelligent, and he can look as though he thinks he's smarter than ever. He could be condescending, in other words. And my youngest daughter, is just like him. Her IQ is off the charts, and she has a very difficult time reining in her condescension for all the other stupid people she has to live with.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Bobby sends his condolences that she's driving with some fucking stupid people, but just bear it out. It'll work out eventually. Beginning of
But
the
all of my friends would ask me, how did you even end up marrying that man? I mean, he's like, his personality is yuck. And they didn't see him when he was rolling on the floor with the kids and squirting them with water hoses and
Exactly.
chasing them around the house. I mean, we have 3 girls, and we always had a house full of kids. And so, I mean, he didn't see that. Nobody saw that side of him but us. And he's a lot of fun. I mean, he's really, and I knew when I was 12. I went home and told my mom, there's a new kid in school. I'm going to marry him. And she was like, yeah, right. And I did. So, I just started.
12 years old, were you? I see. I've met a couple of you.
Yeah. But we were best friends all through school, and we went through, middle school and high school together, and then we just thought, well, we might as well just get married. So we did.
That's cool.
So we've grown up together, and anyway, he'll get there. I'm going to drag him, even if he's kicking and screaming. He's going with me. I'm going to drag him. I know they say you're not supposed to do that, but I don't care.
What's your sign?
I don't care.
What's your sign?
I'm a Virgo.
Are you Virgo?
Hmm.
Bobby's a
Yeah.
Capricorn. I'm an Aquarius. And what was funny is that when I started putting my pieces together, when I was like ready to start manifesting my soulmate, and I knew he was out there. I didn't. I made my altar and I put all the things that I wanted. It said that Capricorn was the worst match for me.
Yes, I see. I'm a Virgo, but I have an Aquarius rising, so I am very bizarre. I am in some ways rigid, but in other ways kind of out there. And I've always been a hippy dippy, the long hair platform shoes and the long bell bottom jeans, and I never grew out of that much. And so I've always been bizarre and just free spirited. And like I said, made my own soap and lotions and bath salts, and long before it became a big, a thing to be done. I was doing all that in the late 70s, early 80s, all the way. I taught my kids how to make their own cleaning products and all that. My oldest daughter still uses herbs and oils to make her cleaning products and stuff. Her kids have never had chemicals on their clothes or anything like that.
That's so amazing. That's how we need to raise our children today. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I had the knowledge and skill. I have a lot to learn from you.
Well, I have studied and studied and studied, and I still don't know enough.
Yeah.
I'll never know enough. There'll always be something out there. But, it's fun to get there.
It sure is. The journey's always the best.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just learning how to forage now and identifying plants and mushrooms and, really getting well versed in it so that I don't have to refer to a book or an app, because I want to be able to flow out in the forest and say we never have to worry if, God forbid, something drastic happens, right? Like we will be able to I will be able to identify and provide and harvest. And because I don't eat meat often. I'll eat chicken occasionally, beef on a rarity. I don't eat pork anymore. It just doesn't align with me at all anymore. And
Told you.
yeah, it's just
Well, I'm furious because I love bacon and pork and all those things. And I said, I'm not giving it up. So, God,
No,
just
you don't
go
have
away.
to.
I'm not giving it up. Well, now it makes
it's
me
just
sick.
for me. Yeah, I think it's for yeah.
Now
living
it
that
makes
live.
now it makes me sick. So I'm mad. I'm mad about it because I can't
I
eat
told
it.
you that was going to happen when you get.
I
I've noticed that when you get more spiritual, the food changes. And ever since January, I used to love pork. Oh my God, with barbecue sauce,
Dude,
tenderloins.
The one thing I
Now-
miss more than anything, man, pork.
And now I go to eat it, it's like, oh my God, I felt like someone threw up in my mouth.
Yes. There's
I ate
nothing
some
better
yesterday,
than a
and I
bacon
ate
and
more
tomato
today.
sandwich,
Right?
But yeah, no, I can't hardly eat it. It makes me sick and it makes me mad. And I still try to eat it, and then I just get sick.
I can't stand it anymore. It's gross.
Yeah, I was like you. Like I made pork. Like between chicken and pork, I swear my kids were gonna either start oinking or clucking.
Right.
one of the two.
And
I couldn't-
eggs. I love eggs. I could eat scrambled eggs for every meal, but I'm getting to where I can't eat them anymore.
I can't either.
Really?
And
I can still eat an egg.
he went completely vegetarian two years ago, Brim, wasn't it, Paul? like 2 years ago, he went completely vegetarian, and he doesn't eat eggs either.
That's a cool
And
chocolate thing.
so
That is cool.
Now I used to eat
I gotta put
eggs.
my
Now I
glasses
can't
on.
stand them because I hate that feeling where it slides down your throat. I can't even eat eggs anymore. It's like gross.
Oh, interesting. I know my taste buds have changed, and I know I eat a lot healthier now than I ever did. But
Yeah.
eggs, I kind of thought, shit, that might be one of my main proteins. But I don't eat a ton of eggs, but I like eggs. The only thing I can cook is breakfast. So
I used to love steak, but now I can't have steak all the time either because it kills my stomach.
yeah,
So I only have it like maybe once a month with that. And
well,
used to
I can just hear my gods laughing and laughing and laughing in my head every time I say I'm not gonna do that. They just start laughing, and I
Right.
think, okay, and then they show me. So, I'm just stubborn and have to be drug along, but
Yeah, I used to
and
love
I'm not
candy
all
bars.
into the exercise thing either.
I can't even eat candy
You
bars
know.
either.
Oh, that's really sad.
I can't. It's chocolate. There's something about the chocolate lately. I can't stand it. It tastes like chalk. I don't know
So I gave
why.
up sugar over a year ago. Another
Yeah.
thing I don't anymore.
Yeah, Greg won't eat any kind of sugar, so we use coconut sugar, either sugar
Love coconut
or
sugar.
syrup, and a
Hey,
lot
that's pretty
of
cool.
maple syrup
That's
and honey.
beautiful.
That's cool.
That is
This
really
is
neat.
Oh my gosh, this looks like something I drew out in my spell book that I pulled out today. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. All of the frequencies.
Yeah, the release your chakras.
That's pretty cool.
interesting.
This
That
I'm
is
gonna take a
interesting.
screenshot of this.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be there or not.
This is so cool. I'm taking a screenshot.
Well, also, it'll be on my live because I post my lives on YouTube.
Oh, awesome. I have
Yeah.
to look. I have to find you on YouTube.
Just go to
I'm
my
so.
bio and
Oh
click the
man,
button.
Didn't get it.
I didn't get it. Dang.
You weren't meant to get it.
Magic. Today I showed
Your
everybody
blood types magic.
your blood types.
Yeah.
Some people say blood types matter, and some people say
they.
they don't. And
I don't
I
think
had
they
always
do.
heard the negative was different, but I think it's just the whole blood type O, whether it's
It's
negative
like
or
anything
positive.
else. Whatever blood you have, that enhances your abilities.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
that's
that's
what we got.
me.
Bobby's an O negative and I'm O positive.
I'm O negative.
I'm R.
You're an RH.
Uh-huh.
That's
RH
cool.
what? You have to be a type and then an RH. You're both. You have to be A, B,
AB.
O,
I think
or
it's
A,
B.
B. You can be A,
B.
B, O, or AB. And then it's either negative or positive.
Mine is B positive.
Greg is,
That's what everybody's blood type should be.
right.
B positive.
that's kind of cool, yeah. Exactly.
What's your blood type?
That's,
B positive.
mhm.
B positive.
Well, I'm a universal donor, so I give blood constantly. And but I can't get anything but O negative.
Right.
So
Exactly.
That's my understanding too.
Me
I heard
too.
your
I
blood
can
type
give
can
it to everybody,
change.
but I can only take O positive.
Some people said your blood type can change.
What? No, I don't think
So
it can.
didn't anybody else get the download? Like I was given a download because I used to donate blood all the time, and then the last time I tried, which was 2 years ago, uh, for the first time ever, they said that my pulse was not. I skipped too many heartbeats in my pulse, and I couldn't give. And then when I went home, they said my guides were like, "No more giving blood. I'm done giving blood." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, I used to do that in the donating. I used to donate plasma, but then all of a sudden I started getting sick when they did it. So I was like, I can't do it no more.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
I was going to donate plasma because they pay you. And I
Yeah.
thought, okay, I'm going to have some pocket money. I went through the whole process, and it took like 3 weeks to go through the whole workup thing and the process and the whole thing. And it just kept falling through. Every time I'd go, something went wrong, something wasn't right. They needed another piece of paperwork. And finally, my God said, "Are you going to listen?" And I thought, okay, if you didn't want me to, why didn't you just say so? Why did you make me go through 3 weeks of all this? You know,
What
come
block
on.
chakra is? Huh.
This is awesome. And I have one of those in our camper.
What, baby?
Meow.
He wants inside.
There's a lot of Virgos in the room.
He's like, let
Yes.
me
He's so spoiled. Yes, there are a lot of Virgos in our little circle. A lot. Like during September, there were so many birthdays. It was like somebody had a birthday every day, just about.
My
Trina
grandson
started
is
it.
Virgo, and so is my stepson Christopher Virgo.
in. Trina was the first, then it was me, then it was Heather, then it was Diane,
So why it's 14?
and then I don't know what date
It was-
Honey's was.
It was mine's next. Mine's right in the middle. And you have the same birthday as my dad.
Yeah.
When's your birthday, Brim?
September 7th. I was
September
born
7th.
September 7th at 7:07.
Wow.
And I was supposed to be a
This-
twin.
The seventh son.
That's amazing. My grandson Wyatt was born on 9/14. I don't know what time it was. It was very early in the morning. I was born on 2/1/67 at 3 o'clock in Valhalla, New York. Like, oh my God.
Valhalla,
cool.
New York.
Valhalla, New York.
Not
I
like
was born-
Viking right there or anything, right?
I know.
Hmm
I was born in heaven.
I was her bitch in Viking times.
Yeah.
I was in Viking times, but I don't know exactly when because I know I had red face paint on and I had like a long black beard and black hair and I was holding a double bladed axe and I was commanding a boat.
Yeah, definitely boats were in my past, without a doubt.
The big
I don't know if
long
we-
one.
Pirates, or I feel like pirates. Gypsy
Yeah.
pirate.
Where'd you get all
you-
these charts?
I know, right?
Caduceus.
Uranus.
Caduceus.
You pull them out of your
Yeah, the Caduceus.
I have the Caduceus right here.
Yeah, there you go.
It's even on my leg.
I have lots
Oh,
of
wow,
them.
that's
That's
Uranus?
the nursing son.
Caduceus is Uranus. Cool. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
know that. That's cool. You're showing
I
me
have-
all new stuff.
I had that
Yeah.
on my leg. I don't know if anybody ever seen it.
I never
I
really
will-
paid that much attention to astrology until the last couple of years, and it's just fascinating.
It's really weird because when I had a dream about this image. It was on a staff, and then when I was in Atlantis, so I got the tattoo on my leg. and I didn't know what the hell it meant. So come to find out, somebody was telling me it was it was a cloth staff. It was called Kazuzla,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's pretty.
This is beautiful.
That is, yeah, that's really
You
cool.
know, this is what I see. Like, that's the light that we turn into. Like, that's the light that I see myself turning into. Like, just like that, with the
All the chakras.
with the helix in the middle, like going up the
Mhm.
DNA strand, the helix, like just turning into energy right out of my body, just like that, with those
Yeah.
colors.
That's how I learned to meditate back in, I think it was like 1980 something. I was reading all about it. Dr. Larry Dossi was a physician and a minister, and he traveled the world to debunk mysteries and miraculous healings. He thought they were all just ways of tricking people, and he ran into actual real healers, and he started writing books about all his travels and the people he met and the healings that he attended, and he learned about spirit guides, and that's when I started learning about it, is when I started reading all his books, and like 83 or 4, somewhere around in there. And
Can you
he
go up
taught
on
me
that
how
picture
to
for a minute?
he taught me how to meditate through the chakras.
Okay, look, do you see that chakra thing he's got on the thing above
Yeah,
his head?
let's say Arcturian something on the right hand side.
You see that light, right?
Yeah.
Will you, okay, now here, look, if he stops moving it for a minute. You see those lights, right? When I seen the crystalline bodies, people look like that. That was the energy that was flowing through them. Certain people had certain kind of energies like that.
Their colors, you could see their colors.
Yeah,
Or
it
That's
was
cool.
inside their body like they were crystalline, but it was like
Hmm.
a crystal, but you could see those lights moving within the crystals, the crystalline body. It was freaking awesome. I'm telling
feels
you.
so familiar in a weird way,
Kind
like looking at that. So familiar.
Because when I
of
went up in the ship and
pulsating.
Not before.
they showed it, yeah. When I went up there, they showed me that yesterday because I had went up in the ship for like almost all day.
They talked about the pineal gland a whole bunch in that documentary I watched today too.
I didn't tell
About
anybody that. I went MIA for 3 days, and I was up in the ship like almost all day yesterday.
what'd you go see?
Oh, I went to see, I went to see some Palladians.
Did you ask them why they had to make me so sick?
Um, they said, it wasn't to make you sick. It was to do the upgrading that you needed because you're getting ready to go into another reality. You need, like I said, like they told me in that essay they gave me, that if you get a significant change in memory or knowledge or events happen during that day, then when you
Hmm.
go to sleep, you upgrade yourself into another universe.
Hmm.
And that's what you did. But you did a big jump, so of course you're adjusting to the vibration now, and that's why you feel sick. And that's why a lot of people that are spiritual said, "Oh, I feel sick," or "I don't feel good." That's because the vibration's changed, and now you have to adapt to that vibration and frequency.
I couldn't even stand on my vibration plate yesterday. It was like I couldn't even do it. I had to just turn it off because I couldn't stand it. And I do my vibration plate like twice a day to try to shake out all the loose energy and the
Yeah,
dark
it's talk
stuff.
about dimensions. Yeah.
So I have a question. Maybe one of you guys can answer it. So, like Bobby he's gatekeeper 10 or key holder 10, right? Right. I've been told 21, right? Like, what does that mean?
I have no idea about any of that. I've never heard of
Mm-mm.
that.
I haven't either. I don't know. Did you ask? Ask your guides.
I know. Yeah.
You're so cool, Random.
That
You're
was
such
so
a cool
cool.
guy. He doesn't talk. He never talks to us.
But
But
he
he's so
is
cool.
telepathically because I understand what he's saying.
Mhm. He is cool. He's a cool guy. He always shows us good stuff.
Well, thank you for showing that. That was inspiring, and we can learn a lot from that.
Hmm. I want to know where you got them all. Where they came from.
Probably Google.
It came from your head.
Because a lot of them I've seen on Google, some of them I haven't. It's just really interesting.
Mm, it is.
Knowing what it means is a
It
different thing.
is.
Right?
Yeah.
Knowing
Mm. Yep. You can look at it all day long, but you got to know what it means.
It's
You
like
got to look
reading the
at it.
Bible. If you read the Bible 100 times, you would never know what the meaning is. Or how it even applies to your life.
Well, it
And that
changes
was
every time you read it.
yeah. And that was the thing when I was preaching to young adults and adults, when I was in like teaching Sunday school and stuff like that. Um, I've always noticed I had a different way of teaching people because when they were talking, I was always like, "Oh my God, will you shut up with the lecture? I hate it. It drives me insane." So when I was teaching them, and showing them, what the words mean, I did is I took like a paragraph, not like a sentence even, say like a verse, right? I would take the verse and I would split it in half. Okay, now what does this part mean? How do you apply this to your life? How does this change your life? And a lot of people never thought of it like that. And I think that's what set me apart from being with a lot of preachers and a lot of teachers, that they would just do the whole verse and just read it to you and not just that's it. I was more like, how can you apply this to your life? What is this verse really telling you? And a lot of people were like, wow, that's interesting. You never thought of it like that. I'm
Well,
like,
that's what our
well,
pastor taught us, was that it's a living word and it changes and it lives and breathes. And the Spirit changes it for what you need when you read it.
sounds
But
like
then some
somebody's
of
chewing
it,
ice.
sorry, it's me. I'm not chewing.
That's hiding it on camera. I mean, on voice. I'm not chewing ice.
I, I'm rattling my pills and my cat is meowing, so we're gonna mute.
I think we're gonna head off to Dreamland. I have an early doctor's appointment tomorrow for my cataracts in my right eye.
No
This
problem.
was such an amazing, wonderful gathering, and I'm just really grateful for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. We do this every Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I'm so glad you guys came on and I got to know you.
Yeah, me too, honey. I'm gonna find you. I'm Strega Nonna 55 on TikTok. I'm gonna find you.
Okay.
I think I'm so grateful. I love this, and I just love meeting more of us, and it just makes for so much of a better reality for me.
Well, like he said, we're on here on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and he starts yelling at me if I don't get right on here. I can hear him in my head yelling at me before he ever comes on. So mostly we're on here. Usually Yaya's on here with us, and Suzanne, and HC's always down there in the comments. He doesn't come up as often as I'd like. AK, I mean, I don't know why I call him that, but he doesn't
And
come up
Callie
as
used to
often.
show up.
Yeah, Sharon comes and goes.
Callie hadn't shown up tonight either. That's different.
Or Sonia.
Well, Sonia has.
Was she here tonight?
Yeah, she changed her name.
Oh, is that why I didn't notice?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was awesome. I hope you all have the sweetest dreams tonight, and I'll see you next Tuesday.
All right. Thank you.
And look for the video because sometimes I pop on Saturday and Sunday too.
Absolutely, I will.
All right. Have a good
All right.
night.
Sweet dreams.
No, it's just us. Well, everybody else left.
There's still a couple of us left.
Random justice. You know, I had a theory about the 369. I don't know why, but it came to me like that. Like, you need 3 parts to do communication and to live, right? Like for communication, you need like your mouth, your eyes, and your ear, right? Your ears. And with your to live, you need your heart, your mind, and what else? What else do you need to live? Your heart, your mind, and what else?
Well, you gotta have your gut
Yeah,
for everything to work properly.
yeah. Now, look how many,
So
what, that's 3 right there, so there's your 6. Now let's go into 9. What could a 9 be? What was the last 3? Well, you need your human body, you need your essence, your soul, and what else do you need? You need your essence, you need your soul, you need your pineal gland, right? That's your 9. There's your 369. And he's got something else to show us. You know, I was dreaming of that the other day. I don't know why. I kept seeing that symbol right there underneath the heart. I don't know why. Yeah, I kept seeing the one underneath, that one. There was that one, and the one up in the top corner, the infinity. I was like, interesting. Yeah, that's the flower of life, ain't it? Yeah. I see those 3 things a lot, and it's like, makes me wonder. Well, I don't think I'm going to end the live today. It's kind of early, kind of tired. Unless somebody
Yeah.
else wants to come up and keep
Um,
it going.
I was thinking I need to do some meditation under the tree.
Under the tree of life.
Well,
Hi
see what
guys, I
my...
just got home. Sorry.
Where you been?
Well,
Your heart. Yeah.
well, I had physical therapy today, and then I had to run a couple errands. And Emily wanted to stay at her boyfriend's tonight, so asked me if I would go give my cat, who she's keeping for me, because I can't take care of him right now. So he asked me to go by and give him his nighttime medicine so that she could stay at her boyfriend's because she doesn't get off work till midnight. So I went over and gave Charlie his medicine and sat down and visited with him for a while. And then when I stood up, it was like, oh, I fucked up. Because then it was like, I'm ready for my nighttime meds and lay down. And then I pull up to home and it was like, oh, shit, it's crash night. So I'm tired. I had physical therapy with 3-pound weights on my ankles, which, I did really well considering last time was hell, but I had a week off because he went out of town. And I think I tweaked something with my left leg, and so it made if I just do the slightest thing, if anything gets out of whack at all, it hurts 10 times more than it would if I was normal, because it's like on top of my normal pain, or I don't know what happened, but like I was in a lot of pain and could barely walk, and then he discovered when he said, tell me again how you hurt yourself. And when I described what I did, then he realized it was my sacroiliac joint. So once he got that fixed, I was okay again. Well, this time was something different. And he acted kind of shitty to me about it, in my opinion. But then he was out of town all last week. And so I was off last week, and I think we just needed that week apart, maybe. I don't know. But today went much better, even though I had the 3-pound weights on. The hardest thing was, it's not the hardest exercise, but with the 3-pound weight, he has me lay on my back on the table with one ankle up on top of a ball, and then I raise the other leg up straight to meet where the other one is, and that was hard to do with my left leg with the 3-pound weight on. But other than that, it's okay.
Physical therapists can be a little condescending. They're so smart. They learn so much. I mean, they have to get their doctorate now, and so they're really.
He's the assistant. He has a bachelor's degree. I don't know if he has his master's or not. I know that Missy is the main physical therapist there, and she.
Well, everybody here has to have their doctorate around here.
Yeah,
that's
They do here too, but he works under Missy. So it's
I see. So she's got hers.
When I was in college, you only needed a bachelor's degree to be a physical therapist. Kind of like to be a social worker, you only needed a bachelor's degree. Well, nowadays, a bachelor's degree just means, there's just too much competition for a bachelor's degree to be enough anymore.
I know. They make a lot of money, though. Physical therapists do. That's what my ex-son-in-law is. And he knows literally everything. He will tell you so. He thinks he knows as much as a medical physician,
Join the club. I was going to start doing readings with these.
I don't know you. I'm Suzanne. Nice to meet you.
He doesn't speak. He just types.
Yeah, random. You know him. You've seen him, Suzanne. Random Gain. He just
Where have
he
I
just
seen him?
smiles. He smiles and shows us amazing things.
I
But
was
he
gonna
doesn't
start
talk
doing
very much.
readings with these, and I was gonna say, I'll do a reading for manifest hands.
Well, you could if you wanted to.
Well, I
Oh,
could give
you
you
live with
manifest.
friends?
I'll give you
Uh, uh,
manifest hands.
all
You
right,
can give
I'll
me a reading. Here you go.
all right. Let's see.
All right.
Um, let's see how this first one goes because this is the first time for you. Well, on live, I've never really done it on live. I've done it with other people, but
Okay, we're doing.
let's see.
I'll take over the world. That's what I'm doing, Pinky.
That's the first time I've heard him speak, ever.
Oh,
Random.
he spoke. He spoke earlier tonight. He spoke. Did you not hear him when he spoke
That's
tonight?
a big grin. Where do you live, Random?
He has a beautiful voice.
Albuquerque.
Do you have a
Oh,
question?
oh, I got him. I love northern New Mexico, ma'am.
So, do you have a question?
Now you can give me a general reading.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see how good I do with on live with these. I'm kind of interested because I'm kind of new at this on live. So let's see. Let's see what I get.
I'll give you one for random.
What I want to do is I don't put my energy in the cards now, so I take my human side out. You're gonna have to focus on the cards. See the cards? Focus on the deck. That's how I do it. You focus on the deck, and with your energy, I don't put mine in it.
Okay, well, it would help if I can see them more than
Well, I'm
just a
shuffling
flash.
them.
What, hun?
I said, well, I'm shuffling them, so it's hard to.
Okay,
That's why I
all
gave
right.
you the picture. See, this is the cards. Just use a mental image. This is you manifesting this.
I'll do my best. My mouth is
You're
full.
a-
I haven't eaten all day.
You are a master manifester. You can
Got
do
that?
it.
Sister, you know it.
I do. I do know
I
it.
just spend all my money and it keeps showing up.
Oh,
And I love that
yeah.
for you.
Well, there goes some of the cards.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, it has to be this
look
one
at my
here.
bank account. You just scared shitless for me.
Okay. Okay, you're being a pain, so it must be in you too. Okay. Is there anything else in here? No. Oh, that one.
Did you
Man.
say I'm being a pain?
No, the cards. Usually I go by what falls and what doesn't want to go in, because that's normally the reading the way I do it.
You didn't
Everybody
even see
has-
your
Random's
fireworks.
really-
Everybody has their way, I guess.
He's flirting with me now.
He's cute.
He's very cute. And then he showed me his chest. It's like,
My.
golly.
And he lives
Okay.
in New Mexico. Holy moly.
All
I
right.
know.
Hit the jackpot.
Here's your
I'd
reading.
love to fly into Albuquerque. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, gotta be quiet. Everyone mute the mic, except for her. Okay, your first card is your star family. It says you're part of a team of souls and you call for support. So you're connected. What I'm getting is you're connecting with your star family. They're reaching out to you, and I really want you to call on them when you feel down and you really need that support from them, because they love you and they want to be there for you. They want to help you the best way they can. You're not alone. You feel isolated. You have a physical connection to the world and the community around you. You got to feel that connection with the community around you. you have a physical connection to some of the people that are in this community, like a really deep feeling of love and compassion. Is it? How's that so far?
Are you talking about my community here in Tulsa, Oklahoma? Or are you talking about in general?
Isolation. Isolation must mean in real life, because that's what I'm getting. I'm feeling isolation in real life.
Yeah,
But you have a real physical connection to a community and online. That's what I'm feeling.
I have a real connection to community here too. However, you know my situation.
Yeah, it's not like online now.
Right. You know.
You're an art. It's funny that Honey said this, because this is funny. You're an artist. You're a manifestation, and you're creative. You got to be creative. You're very creative, and you hold yourself accountable for your creations. And you're manifesting a lot. You need to manifest a lot more, because you're a very creative soul.
Yes, sir.
Wow, you're a cosmic ancestor. You seed the very light by staying grounded. So you hold yourself to the ground. It feels to me that you're a cosmic entity, and you feel yourself wanting to join them, but you keep yourself too grounded. You need to, sometimes it's okay to not be grounded. You need to let yourself explore the universe, if that makes any sense to you.
Float away. Float
Yeah.
away. Float away.
But keep yourself tethered. Surrender to the sweetness, Venus energy, pleasure, joy, make love to life. So basically spend more time with life and Gaia and the people around you, because they're there for you. You have to embrace it and feel the pleasure. It might not be a physical, but enjoy the mental pleasures that people have for you.
Okay.
If that makes any sense to you. I'm just reading the cards.
Yeah, it's good. I like it so far. What?
Now, you have to pave the way. You have to pave a new path. You be the leader you wish you had. Means you want to be the leader. Whoever leads you, like whoever you resonate with. Like, I would say maybe someone like Honey. You look to her as a leader.
Yeah,
So
I do.
you want to be like her. You need to resonate like her. And pave that new path for you. Don't be her, be like her. That's what you intend to do. And you got to learn from your life lessons.
I'll never be an angel like Honey. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. You have life lessons, and you've grown in a lot. Your soul growth has gotten higher and higher. You're getting into a higher learning, and to do that, you have to study more. Study by looking within yourself and those around you, and learn from, your teacher.
Learn from my teacher. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. That means you have to. That means you have to actually watch all those videos I send you.
I do. Do you know I've actually run out and thought, why'd she quit sending me stuff? I do. Plus, I also, it's like, with these people just let me rest for a fucking minute. I just need a minute. I'm sorry.
It's not really a bad reading at all. It's actually very good.
No, it
Very
sounded like a
positive.
great. It sounded like a really great reading.
Oh, you
It
still
sounds
got
like
more.
if I
You
if
still,
I go ahead, what?
you still got more.
Okay, I'm
Um,
listening.
learn how to be human in the world, but not of it. So be the human you're meant to be. Don't be like full thrown into it. Acknowledge your spiritual side and use that for the world around you. You know,
Kinda, sorta.
be human. Kind of
I
like what
am.
Honey said.
I
Be the
am.
human you are, but
I-
be that spiritual being too.
Yeah, of
Don't
course.
really focus too much on humanity because you already know where that's going. You need to
Yep.
focus more on yourself and look inward to be that spiritual being you are.
I think I'm doing both
Because if
as
you
much as I
don't,
can at the moment.
you're gonna stop. You're gonna embrace the winter, and you are
I
gonna be
never
lost.
I never embrace the winter.
Yes, and you're gonna end up in that great cosmic room, the void. You don't want to be in that void. You want to pick yourself up out of that void by divine trusting. You have to trust the waves that come into you, the waves of energy. Time is not running out. You still have time to learn and to progress. So don't feel like you're rushed. Do it at your own pace in a natural way.
Okay.
Um, you need a lot of physical and emotional healing because it feels like you came from something very bad and devastating. So you need that healing energy. Focus on yourself using your healing energy and your emotional energy, and that'll heal you. Heal
Focus
you.
on yourself. Don't talk about shit you don't know about.
Excuse
If
me?
you're um oh well, pick up where you left off, I guess.
I'm just reading the cards.
I don't know what happened.
I don't know. I'm reading the cards anyway. The Seven Sisters, it says, birth and creation, the tapestry of life in expression. And what does that tell you? You gotta express
I
life.
missed the last thing you said. I keep buffering.
Birth and creation, the tapestry of life and expression. And what it's saying here is you can birth a creation within inside of you using the tapestry of life from the creation that's with you and express that to the world because they're waiting to hear you. And an empathetic starseed, don't absorb what isn't yours because it feels like a lot of that energy, sometimes you absorb that energy that you don't need and it changes and confuses you. You want to explore yourself, not the energy that you're taking in.
Yes, exactly. I couldn't have said that better.
And that's what the cards are saying here. None of this was anything from me. This was what the universe said to you. If that resonates
Okay.
with you, cool. I hope
Yeah,
you learned
it
something.
does. I learned something. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, I sent you fireworks so you could read random.
All right. Oh, okay. I guess that one was first because that one just jumped out at me. Holy crap. Oh, and it's funny because it's a jump-in card. Okay. I guess that was meant to be there. That one just leaped at me. Holy crap. I've never seen that happen. Okay. Apparently it's these three. Anything else in here? Anything else? No.
That's kind
Okay.
of what he does is he kind of leaps out at us every once in a while. See?
Now this was a cool one because when I was shuffling, I shuffled 3 times and then all of a sudden the third time the card jumped out, hit me in the face and fell down. I'm like, really? Okay. You don't got many cards on this one. That's interesting. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Synchronicity there. River had 21. Okay, it said jump in, say yes to the change within your life, an adventure. So whatever you're planning on doing, you need to jump into it, say yes to it, feel the energy working through you because that's going to prompt you to do what you need to do. There's something very I'm feeling very positive. Something very positive you need to do. Don't even think about it. Just say yes to it and do it. Because that card leaped at me. That was the first one too. Earth. Again. Oh, well done. Where'd it go? Did I mix up the cards? Okay, there we go. I picked up the wrong one. Darn it. Okay, actually he has more than that. He got quite a bit. Oh, really? Seriously? Apparently those gotta be first. Okay, you know what? Random, your cards are random. They keep jumping out at me. Seriously. I've never had cards jump out this much before. Wait. It's not time. Things are woven. So, when that time comes, you know, you wanna see and watch it woven. Think about your plan. It's not the time to jump. Well, it is. When that jump's gonna be there, but it's not right away. You see the things woven like a fine cloth. That's when you jump. Don't lose your grip. You got coping mechanisms, density, and let the spirit in. The spirit's there for you, and you'll notice it within the woven tapestry that's within inside of you, and then you'll see that you have to jump into it. You got to use the intelligence of the universe that's within inside of you. That will be your gateway and the pathway to your next level. Look for power places, ley lines, trust where you're led. So basically look within yourself when you're going to be led to a certain place. You jump in when you notice it's the right time. Just say yes to it. When that comes to you, just say yes and just go right with it. That's what the cards are saying. But however, now the other side of this coin is this. Because you got to take them baby steps sometimes. Follow your intuition. And it'll make sense. Sometimes when things will hit rock bottom, feel the magic within inside of you. Don't let that get to you. Because you are in the tapestry of life. See, you got tapestry and woven. So this has got something to do with your timeline. You gotta have that freedom of expression. Because you're in the lost lands. You've done this before. You have a lot of soul memory and you have a lot of gifts and knowledge within inside of you. Again, this is all these cards are woven together by what I see. Surrender to the energies in life within inside of you, and you have a dual mission. You're a light worker, but you also have to serve the world by being you. So you want to take both of them aspects and wove them together. Again, this fits you. Your inner child, your innocence, and your rare gifts. Use them, and it'll guide you in the way you're supposed to. You have a cosmic heart. Move with the prayer, move with the spirit. You're an artist. You have to manifest your creativity. And you know what? You bring harmony and balance to the universe once you do those things. That's what the card said. What do you think about that? Does that resonate with you? Do you have any questions about it? You know what that means? What do you think it's telling you? Release your inner child, bro. Release your inner child and jump in. When you see that things are going to be working out, like the tapestry and things are woven into place, you need to just do it. Jump in and use that spirit. Use that divine energy. Go with the flow of life. Yes. You got it. That's exactly what the cards are saying to you. Anybody have any questions? Nobody?
It's so weird how spirit just comes in and amplifies this different.
You know what? I'm going to do 3 cards for Honey. I feel 3 cards are in here. And no crap. Guess how many cards fell? 3 cards. Well, actually 4, but pretty close. Honey has a cosmic heart. Your devotion, your potency, make you move with the power of prayer and your spirituality. Oh, no, it's actually 3. That's right. The energy, you bring harmony to the universe when you use your knowledge, because it paves a new path. Be the leader you are, and you're meant to be. What do you think of that?
I think that's pretty cool. Thank you.
Does it resonate with you?
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Thank you. Yes, it resonates. Yes.
Should I do readings on live? No? Okay. That was an experiment. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, I think it worked out well.
I think Susan vanished. Everybody got quiet.
She probably she was buffering real bad. She said.
You know, I've never really used these cards either on anybody. Thank you for the lightning.
Thank you too.
I'm really good with those cards, the star cards, but I'm really good with these two. These are the two that I've worked with the most. Um, I've yet to work with these. I haven't worked with these much. Oh, thank you. With these. Does anybody want to hear a dragon card?
It's too
Yes.
bad. Yeah, let's do a dragon
Yes.
card for all of us.
Yes, please.
Let's see what they say.
There's a really cool dragon gift, but it's expensive. But I want to see what it looks like. I need to maybe wait till next month to see what it looks like.
All right, let's see. Let's go down the line. You see the cards, right?
Yes.
Okay, focus on the cards. And whatever comes out is the dragons that are speaking to you. Pick a number.
Any number?
Any number, 1 to 100.
47.
5.
Your turn, Random.
Hold on. Not yet. Oh, hold on. Ah, darn it. I messed up. Okay. Your first one was 47?
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
That llama is pretty cute.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? They make these gifts really cute because we like to see them, so we keep sending them.
You know, they are so much more expensive than they were when I came on 3 years ago.
Oh, really? Do you
I used to send the whale all the time.
do you go on? Do you leave TikTok and go to TikTok.com coins to buy coins?
No, I get them off Apple.
It's off of Apple.
Yeah, I just do them off my Apple account. I can just put my here in the yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's cheaper if you go to TikTok.com coins. A lot
So-
cheaper.
Here you are. Here you go. The one dragon that's calling to you today. At 122. That's funny. That's when I picked it out. It is the deep blue dragon. Keeps you safe by clearing your pathway. Trust that you are protected on your walk in your path. You're being protected by the deep blue dragon.
Is that just for me or all of us?
You.
Cool.
That's the one dragon. You picked it out. And that's the one. And it says that, hold on. Don't be afraid, I'm always there. Trust in yourself. Trust in yourself. I'll be there to help you when you fall. That's what I got from the dragon.
Thank you.
All right, let's go with honey. What is your number, honey?
5.
Okay.
It's my favorite number. I walk in 5s. I think in 5s. I wash dishes in 5s. I do everything in 5s.
All right.
I like 3
I'm,
because it's the number of joy.
I'm gonna shuffle the
Oh,
cards. Tell me when to stop.
stop.
Okay. And now 5. All right. Your dragon is. Ooh. You have the air dragon. Helps you raise above earthly matters.
Mhm.
Communication is healthy and honesty. Bring inspiration and hope to others. See life from a higher perspective.
I can't disagree with any of that.
You have the
It's
air
perfect.
dragon.
That is perfect, actually. Isn't my dragon white?
The air dragon is light blue. It's
Oh,
a
I thought it was
wyvern.
white. I thought it was a white one. It's light blue?
It it's light blue and it actually looks like a seraphim dragon because it has angel wings. So it reminds me of a seraphim
Oh.
dragon.
Oh.
All right, random. What's your number? Well, I guess the card picked itself.
3,626,606.
Wow. Wow, random. You didn't even have to pick a number. The card flew out at me, and you're gonna laugh when you hear this one. Look at what it is. Source Dragon attunes you to the infinite. Be still in silence. Magic can happen. Be in the moment. Kind of like to jump in.
And look what it's holding. It's got a web, like it's weaving.
Yeah,
It
it's
looks
got.
like it's holding a universe.
Yeah, it's the universe,
Mm-hmm.
and look what it's above its head. Infinite, just like he
Yep.
pointed to in the camera,
Mm-hmm.
and he went around his head. Now, see, now how much of that is a coincidence? That card jumped out at me. What do you think of that?
That's a pretty cool card.
Hey,
Perfect.
it jumped out. I was like picking number, and before he answered, the card just went. Psh. I'm like, all right,
Like he doesn't need to pick a number. We got one right here.
right. He probably knew he was going to say some comical long number, so they threw the card out at me.
So
My
does
reading,
Trina get a card? Can she pick a
Yeah, I
number?
could do. Yeah, let's see. Tell me when to stop shuffling, Trina. When would you like me to stop, Trina? Okay, pick a number. Pick any number you want from 1 to 50. Oh, G7. I had a feeling. Let's see. Oh, you know what, Trina? You know, this is freaking hilarious. You know, now you got to understand this. Trina Tell the group what kind of dragon you have, and you're gonna see something in a minute. This is what I'm talking about, synchronicity. She picked card 7, right? Tell everybody what your dragon looks like. Okay. Now you see what she said, blue and silver, right? I did not pick out the card. Now watch. I think this is great. It is a gold and silver violet dragon. Transmute the old around you with wisdom and grace. It is time for a transmutation. Magic and healing offer service under grace. Now, if that's not a message, Trina, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
And she likes butterflies. And pyramids.
And dragon wings.
And she likes the blue flames.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know
Sounds
how
like
Trina...
that's her dragon.
Exactly. It's his right. That's exactly. You couldn't be more spot on than anything here. What do you think of that, Trina? Music
I like
notes.
those cards.
Yeah, those are pretty.
Yeah, they were really cheap on Temu. I bought them off Temu because it was cheaper. Everywhere else wants to charge $20 or $30. I
bought a new tarot set
this
today.
one. Oh, I got tons of tarot cards, but
I've got Angel Oracle cards, and I think I have Woodland Creatures Tarot, but it doesn't have a book with it, and I'm not exactly good at tarot.
see, I don't read the books. I don't use the books normally. If I don't have the books, then it means I don't need them.
Well, I do.
And look at your number on your coins, honey. 333.
Yep.
Wow.
And
I
look
didn't
at
even
his.
notice.
And look at his. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Again with synchronicity. And look at the number on hers. 3 and 4 makes 7.
It does.
There you go. How
We're
much?
just all in it. It's too bad Bobby and his wife left. What's her first name?
I don't
Bobby's wife?
know. And look, you all got
I'll have to look.
3s. And the funny thing is, too, you all got 3s on the beginning of your coins. 333, 321, and 34.
That foot thing you just showed, Random, I have one of those mats for your feet to put your feet on for massage. They're pretty cool. Well, that was all very cool. You did very well with your cards. I only have a couple of tarot card decks. The rest of mine are all Oracle.
Yeah.
I use my Oracle cards all, for everything.
I use I have these. I've used these a lot. I've used the healing ones. This one I can roll. I roll with this one. I don't know what, but this one, it comes out like I'm really good with this one.
You need some of those, Suzanne.
And these right here, I've just got these, and I'm still trying to figure these out because I get I got a little bit confused. The energy's too.
He just showed.
Huh?
Honey said I needed something, and I was trying to clarify what she said I needed.
You need those healing cards, the healing oracles.
Yeah.
And then I have the soul
so.
and faith. But I've got a beautiful deck of cards.
All right, I'm looking. I'm trying to.
I don't think you guys ever seen them. You want to see all my cards I got? You're gonna be shocked because you're gonna be like, "Holy crap, he does have a lot."
Yeah.
Yeah, she does. Let's see.
Yaya's been a white witch for a lot of years. You know
Yeah,
how I can
for a lot of lives.
because I've looked around her. Yeah.
Okay, I got these.
Yeah,
How I can
for a lot of lives.
because I've looked around her. Yeah.
For a lot of lives.
Because I've looked around her.
Okay, I got these, which I can't, do these online because,
Is that tarot?
Yeah, that's what erotic
Is this how you're
tarots.
going?
And then there's the Hero's Journey. I haven't used these yet. I've got these. A tarot deck. I haven't used these either. I've got these, the full moon. They're very pretty.
I have a full moon. I love those. I have the Moonology.
The Celtic one. I'm gonna get to my good ones in a minute. I'm pretty good with these too. These are really nice. See what the cards look like?
Oh, they're pretty. I think Alciel has those. He uses those sometimes. I have a psychic tarot, as ethereal visions tarot, and the rest of mine are all oracles: spirit of the animals, mystical wisdom, earth magic, moonology, and
How this isn't letting me.
beyond. I bought the Beyond Lumeria. I haven't used those yet.
I got Hidden Worlds. I've never used these.
I have too
I've
many
used these,
cards.
but people said they're evil, so whatever.
Why would they be evil? They're only the intent.
Yeah.
You know that.
Dark. And then I've got angel ones.
Only if you want them to be dark.
Well, I have a demon that has done readings for me. After rounds per other witches, they're the same as us.
I've got these
Right.
too.
My spirit animal oracles have a dragonfly on them. That's why I bought them.
I have a nice deck. I don't know where I put them. I thought they were in here.
But I think I use my Moonology more than anything. And for some reason,
I want books to come with all my decks. Woodland Creatures didn't come with the deck, and it's like, okay, here's a fox. Isn't he cute? I could play with the fox. Okay, next card.
yeah. Well, you just have to sit with them and let them talk to you, just like your crystals. My
Oh,
crystals talk to me.
You're white. Oh, guess what I got? Guess what I got?
What'd you get?
I bought a Moldavite necklace.
oh
you
my.
did?
I think. I can't remember. I bought them all on Etsy. Can I go look and come back and tell you?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go look.
These cards here.
Those are pretty.
Oh yeah. These. These I only do for special readings. I even got the book to it, but again, do I ever look at the book?
I don't ever look at the books.
No,
I
this.
just don't. You have a lot. Oh, those are beautiful.
Yeah. And they're thick
Really
too.
pretty. Yeah.
And they're thick. And look.
I like the way they shimmer on the sides. Yeah, I like that.
These are
They're kind of
very
slickery.
Yeah, I don't use these much. I only use them for very special
Oh,
things.
wait. Let me see that one. It looks like a peacock. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's a fairy card.
And there's something with these that I connect with on a very, I don't know, high level. I don't.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't use them with a lot of people. I think I've only used it for a lot with maybe like 2 people.
Because it just didn't resonate with you, except with those people.
Yeah, I like using the cards, but it's like sometimes certain decks tell me certain people, so that's what I go with. But these, for some reason, it's like, no, not that person, or, I don't know why. It's like,
Yeah.
no, not that person.
My cards, when I go to use my cards, they'll tell me which ones want to be read. They just know. Like my crystals, that Shakutite that I bought, I walked into the shop and I walked around and it was hidden back behind something. It wasn't labeled. It wasn't for sale. No, it's a very plain, ordinary, it looks just like a piece of rock. I mean, it's just a very unassuming crystal. It didn't stick out in any certain way, and they didn't even have it for sale. They were using it to prop something up. And I walked in, and it just started yelling at me. And I went over there, and I'm like, I guess I have to have this crystal. What is it? And she said, well, I guess I'll sell it to you. So she made up a price and went and dug out the card for it. Had to write it all out, and she said it's a very unusual crystal. It's just, you don't see very many of them. But I brought it home with me, and it's one to help connect you to your guides, to help you decipher downloads information. And she said it was very strong, and evidently it is, because I had been using it every night for 2 weeks, and that's when I got my big download. So
You see this one, right?
yes.
I made this. Everybody wants it. And I was like, no, I'm not selling it. Because this one works really well.
What kind of crystals are in it? I need to make me one. I just have a plain Jane pendulum, but I use it all the
What?
time.
What? Hold on. Oh.
What's it? What are the crystals in there?
Garnet.
And then on the chain, it looks like what, lepidolite, or what is that? There's a adventuring.
Jasper, tiger's eye, citrine, quartz, amethyst, lapis, and aventurine.
Those are
I've got a
cool.
lot of pendulums but this one's my special one. This one just, I don't know, something with that one.
Well, I bought a bunch of loose crystals so I could make a wand, and I'm thinking I might make a pendulum.
You want to hear what I got?
Yes.
A piece of moldavite and a Phenokite. Does that sound right?
Xenokite.
Nope. Starts with a P, I think.
P.
Okay.
I ordered them from. Let me.
I don't think I've seen that.
I don't think so either.
I have so many dang crystals, it's hard for me to keep up with what they all are. I have to keep reminding myself.
Yeah,
My
same thing with
kids,
my
my poor
bracelets.
kids, they try to get crystals for me, but they can't find ones I don't have, and so they went to a person who could read me through my daughter, and they
Mm-hmm.
picked out 5 for me. She picked out 5 for me for this last Christmas, and I didn't have any of them, so it was pretty cool. I try to keep them in the sunlight, and I try to use the. Katie got me a sacred smoke set to cleanse them with, and I do that about once a month. But they usually just sit in the sunlight
This
next to
stone
my.
is. It's called phenocite. PHEN, maybe an ACITE. And apparently it's
Panacite.
supposed to have a lot of power. And when you put it and moldavite together, man, just probably avoid me.
All I'm gonna say is, if you put Larimar and Moldavite together, shit goes
Yes.
through the roof, and that's what I got on. I've had those two on for like a while now,
Yeah.
and I seem to go through the roof. And then I got a Lemurian crystal on.
Mm-hmm.
I
So I'm
love
like,
my
"Whee!"
Lemurian starseeds. Oh my gosh, I have like 3 of those. I love them. They're beautiful.
This is my Lemurian.
Let's see it. Well, that looks a lot like what I'm getting, the phenocite or whatever it is.
Uh-huh.
And it's got kind of a little rainbow on it, and it's a small. These pieces are small. I'm spending, it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
they're little
Moldavite is
bitty
very
and a lot of
expensive.
money.
That's the
Yeah.
quartz.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's about the shape of the whatever it is.
The phenocite.
My
I'll have to
Larimar.
look that up.
Larimar's expensive.
And the funny
It
thing
is.
is you can see my face in the stone.
That's funny.
You see
I
it?
think it.
Yep.
Yes.
Wyatt was sitting there waiting for you.
Obi-Wan. That's what I've heard lately. Obi-Wan or a werewolf.
Hey, Random. One of my favorite trips is to fly into Albuquerque, rent a car, drive the turquoise route, or just the highway, either one. I like to stay in Santa Fe at the Silver Saddle, and I like to take day trips, go see where the Anasazi used to live, go up to Abiquiu and put in by the monastery and look at the beavers and the eagles and breathe the clean air and eat lunch with good people. And
You see this Moldavite?
yes, it's bigger than mine.
That's a very big piece of Moldavite.
Yeah, it had a very big price tag too.
Mine is very small.
Mine,
It's very hard to find because, to get a certified one, it's very difficult to find.
yeah, mine was certified.
Yeah, mine was too. And I did get one off of Etsy, and it came with a certificate too. But
See, I don't know about that stuff, buying stuff from them. I don't know. I've never tried it.
I want to put my hands on them. I want them.
Well, me too, but Etsy's easier sometimes.
No, see here, I've got
The crystal I got was
Amazonite.
that name.
Amazonite. Angel Light, Larimar, Himmelflight, Larimar, the Ruby.
Yeah,
Trying to sell 2 more of those.
buy one from me.
This is not Obsidian. This is that other Blackstone. I can't remember what the name of it is. This is Garnet.
It's not hematite, is it?
No, it begins with a T. Trina knows what it is.
I found this in Idaho. I think it was meant for one of you.
Trina knows what it is.
This came to me.
Lapis. Snowflake Obsidian. I have that. Fluorite.
I love fluorite. I love labradorite.
And lazuli. I have several lazuli pieces and a lazuli tree.
I love lapis.
The lazuli.
Tourmaline, yes. That's what that black one is tourmaline, this one.
I just so use all my tourmaline. I call it tourmaline. Is all rough.
Yeah, a lot of it, and tourmaline is going to start being hard to get because I guess they can't do it no more.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Really? Why?
Because, well, I know they stopped with the Larimar because the Larimar mines were getting flooded and a lot of people were unaliving, so they stopped mining the Larimar. And as for the Moldavite came from a meteor, and it's very hard to get even pieces like my size. It's very hard to get them, and if you pay, you're going to pay like at least 200 something for them. But as for the, what the hell is it again? The tourmaline. The tourmaline, I heard that it was getting hard to get in mine because the earth is running out of it unless they find another source. I'm going to screenshot that if I can. Yeah. I have a snowflake obsidian bracelet, an aquamarine bracelet. Rock crystal? I don't know what that one is.
I don't have any aquamarine for myself. I always, whenever, and the aquamarine I gave to my daughter. It's her birthstone.
I have a bunch of them bracelets I've been trying to sell.
Aquamarine ones?
Yeah.
How much are they?
Oh, it depends on which one.
Good job, Random. What would we do without you, Random? I love the lapis, though. I mean, that's like one of my favorites.
So far, I haven't understood anything he said.
Oh,
I came up just to tell you guys that I go to these 2 places, and they both have certifications, authentic crystals and moldavite. I've been buying from them for a long time, both places now, and they have beautiful. And the guy he's actually gone and bought the moldavite at the mine and at the Moldavite Museum, and that's where I got my moldavite through. And he has really good prices on it too. And the other place I go to, there's mainly moldavite jewelry, but they're real also, because like I got a ring right now that's moldavite, herkimer, and meteorite.
I probably couldn't wear that. My little piece of moldavite nearly tears me apart.
Oh, wow. But yeah, see, I have a few of it. I just ended up getting it luckily on a good sale because when he had just gotten back from the dig from Moldavite with his family, they did a vacation and brought a bunch back with them. And when the day he brought it all back, he went out live and gave all of us really good deals,
We went,
but anyway.
one of the times we went to Arizona, there was a crystal shop I really wanted to go to, and we couldn't get there. And I was getting frustrated. And by the time we got there, they had just gotten back from a trip, and she had 3 moldavites. and one was in my price range. And so I guess that's why I couldn't get there before, was because I was waiting for her to get there with that one piece of Moldavite I could afford. So the other one I
Yeah.
ordered off of Etsy, and it's small. It's very small. And the one I bought from her is pretty small.
The places I go to, the first one is called Naharo, Africa,
Uh-huh.
and they're on here, and they're really good. And like I said, they're honest people.
Hmm.
He's from Canada, but they go all over the world and go get there and actually go pick them up, and he
They,
picks them out and all that
they
kind
have
of
a
stuff. But
they have a page on here, don't they?
yes, called Naharo, Africa. And
Yes.
then there's another place called Lychee Gems.
Hmm.
They're my other place I get my crystals from, and they're absolutely beautiful.
I just kind of have a thing about wanting to, because like if I walk in and they just start telling me, when we were in
Yeah,
Flagstaff,
I hear you, but I'll tell you, I've gotten some through the phone that have called to me, through
yeah,
like a live. Like, I can tell if something's going to be for me or not.
That's
But
how
you're
I
right,
tell
I
my
like going in the
Grimstar.
stores too. I like going in the stores too, of course. There's nothing better than going and touching it. But if I'm just saying, if you did want a piece of something that you want authentic, certified, I know Nahara Africa does that. They give you the cards right where they're dug, where they're from.
yeah.
Well, they can tell you what year, most of the time, everything. You know what I mean? Like, they're amazing. How Africa has really good, like, 5-star rating, I'd say, 10-star, in my opinion. And Lychee Gem, too. Lychee Gems, they're amazing also. Like, their stuff is quality, and it's all authentic.
Well, when we went to Flagstaff, there were a couple of them that yelled at me, and of course they were tremendously expensive. But I had some allowance saved up, so I was able to get them.
It's like Santa Fe. Santa Fe is not the place to go looking for Native American jewelry.
Yeah,
Like,
Premium
I've now,
prices only.
yeah.
I have a whole collection of crystals and gems, but I'll tell you something I've recently learned. What really works with me and goes with me is Lemurian,
Yes.
especially the cluster ones, that they're just really beautiful. And the pieces, like the regular, just like a chunk of it too. But Lemurian is like one of my top ones, and Celestial Quartz, but clear Celestial Quartz. But I'm realizing what works with me now, like what works with me the best. I think we all have our own. Like
Hmm.
you said, you have like lapis,
Hmm.
Like, I don't want any
The
lapis, which I
lapis.
do. I have one lapis in my basket at Lychee, which I'll be getting. It will be my first lapis. I don't have any of that, so
I think
that'll
of
be a new one for
Labrador.
me.
I kind of think
Maybe
of Labradorite as my signature stone, but I don't have one yet that I'm really happy with.
maybe sometimes in the beginning of next month, like if anybody wants anything, I'm gonna maybe I'll do a short live or something with all the crystals. You just tell me which one you want and how many cookies, because you can't say that word money on here. When
You're
it
so
comes to
cute, Random.
and you tell me which ones you want, and then I'll put them aside, and you DM me, and we'll discuss whatever, how many cookies and
I
address
know
and
I
stuff.
want one of those ruby bracelets. I think I have to have it. It's calling me. But the
Oh
best
yeah.
ones, the Lemurian seeds, the ones I bought in Sedona, I bought one the first time we went and one the second time we went, and they're huge. And they are just beautiful. They're so soothing.
Yes, I want one of them.
They're so soothing. They're just amazing. But
See, I want to go. There's a guy who sells them, and I think they're real. But the whole point is he charges outrageous for them.
they're pretty expensive in Sedona too.
Oh
But
yeah, I bet they'd be even more expensive in Sedona than in
well, I did
Santa
find
Fe.
a pretty good store that had pretty good prices, and they travel all over the owners do.
Yeah.
And they had, oh my gosh, they had huge pieces of the calcite, the orange calcite, and the
Yeah.
amethyst. And my husband's looking at this giant amethyst, and he's like, I just want it. And I was like,
Just let him buy it.
oh my
Well,
God.
this
Just
one,
be sure to put it in your bedroom.
It's humongous. And it was
But it's
like,
going to cost a fortune.
okay, I have,
Well, I found a Celestial quartz is really close to those Starseed quartzes, honey.
yeah,
those
I
are
have a
pretty.
couple of those too. And I like to have pieces that are small enough to put inside my bra or in my pocket.
This right here,
I have a little bag I
Yes.
carry with me with a bunch of little ones in it.
I bought a dragonfly bag off of Temu to put my crystals in, as a matter of fact.
this one right here, I have 2 more left, and they're gonna be for 65 cookies.
Okay. I'll keep that.
Whenever I am not, well, I have most of my crystals sit on a selenite slab or two.
Hmm.
Or I also have a bunch of selenite rods.
Yeah, I use
I
those.
put my bracelets on. And then I have a mirror that I hang a bunch of bracelets on. And then I think, oh, wonder how long those have been hanging there. I probably need to cleanse those. And then I have some that I wear for a while, and I think, well, I probably worn these out. I probably need to charge them up too.
Shape is that dragon, same exact shape. That's what I'm saying.
out. I probably need to charge. He's got a nice laugh.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I love I have a little pouch.
Yeah.
And in my little pouch, I have like a variety in this little pouch that I carry with me daily. And then I cleanse them. Every 3 days, I'll cleanse them, because of the energy,
I have one of those little, those little bags that will have the ribbon top that, everything.
Yes, that's what I have. That's exactly what I have, honey.
And that's what I put my allowance in, and I have 5 crystals at the bottom of it, so my money is protected. So I was carrying like $500 in that little bag around with me with my crystals, and
That's nice.
so all my
I love my crystal pouch. I couldn't go without it. Like, I have to have the pouch with me all the time.
Well, I did find a really pretty dragonfly one to put my crystals in. I'm gonna start using it, and I got one for Lindsay Ann. So, because she likes to carry her.
Nice.
Too. But I just love my crystals are just so cool. I have them everywhere.
Yeah, well, my next one is going to be one of those Lemurian Starseed ones. That's my next crystal I'm going to look into getting.
I was
might
over
have
here.
some of them.
I was trying to talk and
You have the Starseed ones, Brim?
I might. I don't. I have a bunch of crystals.
You do.
I-
I've seen your starseed. I've seen it. You showed it to us, and it's in one of your cabinets.
Brim, I know you've got on a lot of blue. I've been really liking blue apatite lately. I like smaller beads than like you wear man beads. I like size down.
I wear size 8, and yeah, those are all size 8s and 10s.
I like 6 and 4.
Yeah, that's Trina does that size.
I guess I'm a manly man. I do the big one.
I'm only 5 feet tall, you guys. I need child size.
I don't wear much. I don't wear
woman, girl.
jewelry much. Only my ring.
Yeah.
My ring in my pouch. It's all really, and the rest of them I just have set up around.
Hi, Zamora.
I wear tons of necklaces. I have to wear the one my grandson bought for me. He got me a crystal necklace that he picked out for me all by himself.
Oh, you know what I a crystal. What is it? What kind of crystals, honey? It sounds beautiful.
It's an amethyst, a rose quartz, and a golden quartz. And he picked it out, and he was only 10 when he did it. I've had it for 4 months. And he told his mom, he said, I'm picking this up for Honey. This is for Honey. And he picked them out himself. So I wear it every day. Along with all my other, I have crystals all over my body everywhere I go.
This one was like $50 for this.
Wow.
What is it?
Jasper.
Jasper.
I like ocean. I got the most beautiful ocean jasper and the necklace, and it was a braided kind of necklace, and she wrapped it so freaking tight and taped every there was nothing exposed. It was all tape, and it was tight as tight could be. And trying to get into it as carefully as I could, I still cut the cord. I was so upset about the way she packed it.
I have an ocean jasper. I have a bunch of stones I don't know what to do with. And
my boss got me a sequel.
I'll show you.
For a retirement gift. She doesn't know anything at all about Christian. And she went into James Avery and told him that she had a friend who was all up into the woo woo. So they handed her the ocean, the ocean opal or sea glass, I guess it is. And so it's just gorgeous. She had no idea what it meant. She just went in there and told them I was all woo-woo, and they handed it.
Woo-woo. And of course, James Avery's a Christian company.
Yeah. Anyway, they gave her the sea glass. And so then I had to tell her the history and all the stuff for it. Then she was looking at me like,
You're out of your mind.
Like,
well, the last time I bought anything, I bought Emily's college graduation present. She'd been wanting a charm bracelet for college graduation. I got her a charm bracelet with the state.
Oh, that's pretty.
That's really pretty.
I don't know what I'm going to do with it. It's sitting here. It's one of the ones I don't know. Then there's this one.
A pendant.
That's pretty too.
Yeah, this is expensive. This was like $200 for this one.
200?
Yeah, it's a rare stone.
Wow.
Well, I buy those worry stones. The ones
I
that
got
have
this too.
concave in them, and I give them to everybody for their pockets.
That's
and
pretty.
then I have a locket where they fit inside the locket, so I can change them out all the time.
That's good. That one's really.
Oh,
pretty.
that's cool.
I don't know what to do with it. It's sitting here.
Well, we could
I
all
got
go and
this.
help you figure out what to do with all that. We'd be happy to.
What's the top of it?
Look for your star seed ones, Brim, so I can see them.
Yeah, they're in your cabinet, Paul. In your cabinet.
Because if you have some, I'll buy one off for you.
Yeah, I gotta see which one.
You have a big one. You have a really big one. Cabinet. Because I'm jealous. Every time I look at it, it's big. It's a lot bigger than mine. Mine are, they take up the whole palm of my hand. They're pretty good size. But his is really big.
Oh, here's the aventurine. This was an order somebody never picked up.
I love adventuring. I carry it with us every time we travel.
I made this order here.
And they didn't ever come get it?
No, they didn't.
They didn't pay you for it.
No. So it's sitting here. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
You can sell it.
I've got
Pay it.
these.
We got a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are nice. So go over to your cabinet where you have them set up inside your cabinet
Yeah.
and show her your starseed.
I'm trying to think of which one. Oh, this one. Is that the one?
No, it's got the spears and the the starseed looking spires in it, and it's in your cabinet with your other crystals like on shelves.
Aren't they round?
Yeah, they're kind of they're a round.
Worry
crystal, but they
stones are
have
palm
like
stones
they
with a
have like
chip in the middle.
they have like the stalactite looking things growing up out of them.
No, I thought you were talking about palm stone.
The worry stone. He's got a big piece that's inside a glass cabinet or some kind of shelving because he showed it to us a couple of times. All right, we're looking in the right place, I think. That's it. Yeah, we need to go. I don't see it yet.
I bet if you sold all those, you could pay off my house. I'm just thinking, we collect some stuff that I don't have nearly that many crystals.
Hold on.
What did you do with it? It was in a cabinet last night. I was just looking at it. What'd you do with it? It's just a big rock. It's not attached to anything. It's not a piece of jewelry. It's a big crystal.
It's like a big clear stone.
Yeah, and it has like the little stalactite looking things growing up out of it.
Got those. What are you talking about?
It's in one of your cabinets.
Well, I moved some stuff around. So.
And it looks like it.
Oh, that's pretty.
That is, what's the name of that? I know what that is. I can't think of the name of it. The one up in the right corner.
Looks like quartz to me.
That narrowlight? No, it's
It had no. It's some. I can't remember now. That looks like where it was.
I haven't moved these.
It looks like that's where I saw it. But I don't see it now. What happened to it? Did you lose it in the time jump?
Probably.
Maybe that's what paid for your game.
Probably. Do you remember how big it was?
It was at least the size of my fist or bigger.
It was a big round stone?
Well, yeah, kind of, not round, but,
like off-shaped.
It was. It. You know what a.
Is that celestial? Is that clear celestial?
I have no idea.
Everything
looks like celestial.
like to me.
That looks like celestial, though. It has a certain look.
Yeah, it has a shimmer kind of to it, huh? Well, you'll find it.
Yeah, I got a beautiful celestial. I just got my first clear one. I love it. I couldn't find it. All I could find was smoky. I have two of those, but I have one they call it alien celestial because it's like mixed.
Yeah.
Then I have a smoky celestial, and then I just got my first clear one, and I love it.
Amethyst here.
Oh, I just got a samadhi amethyst. It's beautiful.
I got this one over here.
It's such a beautiful purple, guys. Have you guys heard of those samadhi amethysts?
Yes, and they had some of those in Sedona too. that was
Yeah, I got one.
very
It's
expensive.
beautiful.
Very expensive. But this piece of
Yeah.
amethyst that he was looking at, it's how they have them cut and they're big and open. And it took up probably a shelf that was at least 6 by 6 or more. The thing weighed a ton. It would have taken 2 people to carry it out to the car. Absolutely gorgeous, and had it sitting next to an orange citrine that was also open, with the crystal inside. And he just couldn't quit looking at them. He just was entranced. And I was like, we're not paying that kind of money for that. We don't have anywhere to put it. Stop it. But he was very, and he was very taken. And he was very taken. And he was very taken. And he was very taken.
You're looping again, honey.
Got a mute. And what did you say he was? What kind of stone was it, honey, you said?
They had a giant amethyst, and then right. But it would have taken 2, 3 people to carry it. It was huge. Literally huge. But it was gorgeous. And he, he's not into all that, but he fell in love with those crystals. It was really funny. He did end up picking out one. I told him to just walk through the aisles and see what one called to him. And he ended up getting, I think it was an angel stone is what he ended up with, which I thought was interesting. That he would end up with that, but he just put it on his dresser.
I'm going to show you a few mine. This is my angel stone. I got that.
Oh yeah, that's so cool.
No, this is his right here.
No, the angel stones are blue, aren't they?
Jack Cobb and Kirk Freeman should be around in about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. Oh, let's see if I.
Well, mine's like white. Mine's an angel quartz. Sorry.
Oh,
It's got
cool.
purple in it. It's got purple in it, though. So I got my angel quartz right here, which I love. And then these are my pride and joy. These are my Lemurian clusters right here. These are my babies. This is one of them. Oops, here we go. I can show you now. Let's see. These are my 2 Lemurian clusters. That's my pink amethyst quartz butterfly wings. This is my Brazilian with my dragon in it, which I love, love, love. This one, where is it? Right here. Phantom amethyst.
There's my Lemurian. 2 of them.
And there's the angel one. You can see it now better.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's kind of what mine looks like.
And I got this amethyst. I got my portal.
Good night.
Can you see my Lemurian starseed is turning kind of brown in places? Can you see?
Oh, yeah.
It's just started doing that. I don't know what's the deal with it.
Oh, well, this is my celestial I just got.
This is my big.
I love this.
Oh, that's good.
And then this is my Samadhi amethyst. Samadhi, yeah, amethyst.
This is the it's azurite. That's the one in Flagstaff.
Azurite.
Yeah, that's the one that kept calling me, and it was like $60. But this is
Yep.
that statue type. It's very unassuming looking. And I would have
Wow.
never picked it out of anything. They just kept yelling at me, and they were laughing at me because they weren't going to sell it. They were using it for something to. They were just using it
Oh,
to.
got my Septarian egg too. My dinosaur egg. That's another good one.
Oh wow.
Got any Septarians? Have you seen these yet, Brim? Septarian eggs.
No.
I know you'd like it. It looks like a dragon egg. You never seen
Oh
these?
wow.
Oh, yeah, that's good looking. I really like that.
Yeah.
They have
cool.
ones that are either they have lighter. They have some that are lighter in the inside too, and these fluorescent, like for UV. The outside of them is UV.
Yeah.
They call
Wow.
them Septarian eggs. And they come different ways because, like, some of them are dark in the middle, some of them are lighter in the middle, but they're all UV. This is nothing, guys. I have so many crystals right now. So many. I have a whole huge amount. A huge amount.
I have
They're all in a box.
all over different
Yep.
places in the family room and in my bathroom, and I have them everywhere. My car.
Me too.
With you having
Well,
to
no, I don't
move
have them everywhere. I
soon,
have one area, and then the rest are in box.
with you having to move soon, it might be a good idea to start wrapping those up properly and packing them so that you
Oh,
don't
me?
have to. Yeah, so you don't have to
Oh,
do them in a
yeah.
hurry. You don't want to
Yeah, I'm
have
gonna
to
do
pack
that.
your.
I'm gonna do
Yeah.
it on because I have to leave by December 1st, so I figured beginning of next month I'm gonna pack everything. You know.
Yeah, because you don't want to leave those and have to do it in a hurry.
How
Most of my stuff's packed. Most of my crystals are packed, except for this is my only little section. But this is my everyday beautiful ones. So
Okay.
these are the ones I gotta pack. You know.
how's
Oh, I
your
bought a beautiful thing. Wait till you guys see this, but I haven't taken it out yet because I don't want to take it out here. I got a rainbow stone. It's a jade, and it's all different colors, and it's a beautiful piece of artwork, and it's on a big, huge wood frame. It's huge. Like, I couldn't, like, I'm lifting it. I was like, oh my God, when I got it in person. But it took me a long time to get it because they had it on the shelf for months and months, and then they finally knocked it down. It was like 500, then it went to like 400, and then they did it like half off of that. That's when I finally gave in, you know. I was like, oh, I'm getting it because that was always the cheapest it'd ever be, you know. But so you guys will see that when I take it out. This one I got on really on sale too. I was shocked at the price I paid for this one too. I got it on they had an anniversary sale. And everything was like half off.
What is that?
This is a quartz and agate portal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's beautiful in person, just because my googly eyes are on it. But yeah, it's a quartz and agate. It's really gorgeous. It's called a portal because the things in the middle is open.
How's your house hunting going? Are you still looking around?
Yeah, we're still looking. Unfortunately, I'm having a really difficult time finding something, but I know I will. I'm not gonna get sick over it because
No, it'll
I went
happen.
through this before and I got really sick, really, like, it was horrible, and I don't want to do that again, you know, to myself. So I'm going with just being guided, and I know it's going to happen, and I'm not going to stress about it because I know I'm going to be okay. I'm in a different mind state this time. I'm a different person this time. That's, you know what I mean? So I'm handling it in a much better way. And I know it's gonna all be okay. That's what I just tell myself every day. It's okay. You're gonna be led, and it's gonna happen.
Well,
Yeah.
Suzanne will start manifesting for you.
I'll work on
Yeah, I
it.
ask everybody to please think about a 3 to 4 bedroom house for me where my dogs are welcome, and where all can live peacefully with a yard, and that's all I want. I don't want much. Just a regular old house, nothing too fancy. I just want a regular house for me and my kids and my animals to be able to have a little yard, and that's it.
How old are your kids?
Well, my kids, my personal kids, are 32, 25, and 20.
And how many?
Then they're all, the only one that lives with me is a 20-year-old, but I also have my 32-year-old daughter's 3 sons. Because she has an addiction problem. So I'm raising her 3 children who are 16, 11, and 10, but I've had them all since very young. Like her first one I had basically forever, but legally went since he was 3.5. And then the other 2 came along later in life, and they were 3 months and 15 months when they came to be with us.
Do I take it you want to stay in Maine?
Maine, mostly, pretty much, because I can't really afford to leave state.
Yeah.
That'd be a more expensive move, and we can't afford that. So, and plus, my man has a really excellent job out here.
Yeah.
So we gotta at least do that until we can save enough to move. Because, I'm originally from Massachusetts. We've lived here 11 years, and what's kept us here is basically the kids in school and his work,
Lobster might be the only thing that could keep me up there. If you feed me
telling ya.
good food, chances are I'll stay.
Right?
But man, I wouldn't even have the first clue about a dress to go outside in the winter.
Hey, where'd my girl go? Oh, she fell over. Look at my tree people. Aren't they so pretty, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love them. They're cute. We got the guy, too. They're my little favorite. Yeah.
Where'd you
I love
find
my little
those?
theme. On some channel on TikTok. I don't think they're they're not the crystals on is crystally, you know what I mean?
They're
But
not.
I just like the wood sculpture and how they were. That's why I bought them,
Yeah, they're cool.
Because they're just so beautiful, and they just match how I like things. I wanted it to look like a little kind of like a little forest.
What's on their heads?
Amethyst.
Did they come
It's
that
the
way? Or did
amethyst.
you put
Yeah,
them
they
on
came
there?
that. Nope, they came that way. With the
Those are
amethyst on
cool.
their heads and on their feet.
I love them.
Yeah, you know what I like too is they're really detailed. They really look like wood, and she's got if you look on her leg over here, let me see, I can show you. She's got a little marking, like a circle, like infinity.
Oh,
It's
nice.
right on her right on her hip.
Oh.
You can see it right there, the little infinity tattoo.
America's all-time best-selling SUV.
So they're really detailed,
I bought my son what looked like a crystal wand with the roach clip on the end. He was so excited. He was like, "Oh, Mom, that's so cool." I was like, "Yeah, it is. Yes, it is."
Cool. I got 2 that my friend made me from Sacred. I'll show you these. I got 3. One I gave my grandson though too. These are some Sacred roots, Sacred, whatever she made them.
Cool. That's pretty.
Yeah, they're handmade. They're from Sacred Indian Indian, she goes to a special place and she gets asked permission and leaves something, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she gets the roots or whatever they're called, and she makes the wands from them.
Cool.
They're gorgeous wands.
Yeah,
But I
they
got
are.
my grand. You made me think of that because I had got my grandson one made too.
Cool.
Plus, I made my own few things too, you know, in life. Like I made my own couple of sticks and some crowns and stuff.
Can you see any of my fairies in my trees, Hopi?
Give me
Hey,
one second. Tell Brent to switch us over.
Opie, did Fairy ever give you your reading?
Yeah.
Did you get your reading, Hope?
Opie?
No, I didn't, but I fell asleep. So I'll figure I'll catch her. I'll catch her when I catch her.
I heard she was on again. I don't know when. I think it was because she was on this afternoon when we were on, and then I had to go do my stuff. Gosh, that was even before physical therapy, I guess.
Yeah, it
I
was.
don't know. She blocked me.
She's mad at me. She want to acknowledge me.
Well, you're still a moderator, so she's not that mad.
And she's not gonna block me.
No, because she loves you.
And I love her too. I just wish she had not misunderstood us.
She
I sent her a little message, and I explained my side for me, you know.
I didn't do nothing.
And I expressed how much you guys love her, and the reason why I asked what I asked was because it was you guys, because I knew it was you three who loved her so much, and I knew none of us were coming from a negative space.
Well, I wasn't here. I had already gone to bed when whatever her feelings happened. So
And she heard us express concern about her being lost out on the side of the road, and it scares the crap out of me that she's out late at night running out of gas on the side of the road. It scares me to death.
Yeah.
And here she turned around and got mugged.
yeah, except that there were so many people around. I think the reason it happened is because she and her daughter it was a couple, a girl and a guy, and at least the daughter, they're really small towns, and the girl is homeless now apparently, and they're both involved with drugs, and they've helped the girl before, like giving her rides and stuff like that, and now she doesn't have a job, and it sounds like they were maybe crack.
Well, that's what I was
It
wondering.
wasn't any kind of drug that I
Okay.
would do. It's the kind of stuff that makes you crazy. And
I was thinking they were altered in some way.
yeah,
But
with
still much
something that's not pleasant, something like crack or something that makes you desperate for whatever. And they tried to steal from them, and they fought them, and then he was outside of April's door, and something opened the door on him. April didn't do it. She said the door opened on its own, slamming into him. And then the next thing you know, then Heaven was out of the car. So the passenger side was empty and the door was open. And something swooshed through the car and made her hair blow. And it sent that guy flying. It hit that guy. It swooshed through the car, hit the guy, and threw him backwards. And so April was saying she couldn't wait to see if they would let her see the video because
Yeah.
she said there are video cameras everywhere to see what it looked like. And her guess was it was probably Nick that
Well,
tossed him back.
what I think she heard me say, she only heard part of it. Because I just expressed my concern, that she goes, and what I said is she has the faith of the child, and I admire that. I mean, I wish I could be more like that, more trusting and more childlike, and have that kind of faith. But it scares me because she is out there in the middle of butt crack nowhere.
I
And
think she has more protection around her than anybody else I know, though.
well, there's been some not very nice things around her lately,
I know.
and that worries me a lot. And that's what that's what I said, and I don't know what she heard me say, but what I said was it concerns me, and it does.
There were a couple of things that were said that she didn't tell me, but somebody else did, that said that there were some things that she didn't think were very nice. Like, somebody said something about thinking she had family members behind her during her dance parties. And I don't believe that.
We didn't say anything like that.
And
I didn't.
and
Actually, yes, Yaya said it. I was there. It
and
was said. And I will say, because I said I didn't believe the filter thing.
Oh,
And
I
then
didn't hear that.
Yaya had mentioned how she thought it might have been a family member behind her.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yes. So I can say that was said. But like I told her, I apologize for talking on live. And for future reference, I will go to her personally. But I will also have told her that when I have questions or concerns and I write them in her comments, I'm either treated rudely or I'm ignored. So I said, I know I was wrong for talking in the live. I said, but it wasn't from people who were trying to be mean or bully. Nothing was done to be mean. And if you took it that way, I apologize. And any questions I have in the future, I will come to you and write to you personally.
We're the ones that take up.
and I think
We're
that
the
was the
ones that-
best. That was the perfect thing to do, Hopi. That's what I would ask of people. Like, if they thought I was doing something funky, just come to me and go, "What the fuck, Suzanne?" But I'm different than she is, and I'm a little thicker skinned, and Honey's a little thicker skinned than I am. So it's like you kind of ramp it up a little bit. She calls me and Honey her pit bulls. I'm like the first pit bull, and if I can't handle it, I know Honey can because she's tougher than me.
But she's
I
So,
didn't say anything.
not.
but
She's not even
the point
acknowledging
is,
you anymore at all.
I
what?
didn't say anything bad about her. All I said was about the Ashtar Command, and what I said is I actually stuck up for her and say she was on the ship, which she was, and I also said she was at the other place. I was actually
Yeah.
confirming her.
Well, and
So
I mentioned that to her, that
Yeah,
we were
I
all
have
the
no
ones that have
doubt.
been taking up for her. Everywhere we go, we take up for her, and that you were actually validating her multiple places, and that I felt like that she was doing
Yeah.
to you exactly what she was so upset about people were doing to her. That she was not acknowledged.
What'd she say about me?
I know about Brim. She said that he was not telling the truth. And I told her that's exactly what you were so upset about.
And she did, because when she was talking about us talking about her,
She
she
said
even said that.
he said he was
Brim,
not telling the truth.
She said that she did not see Brim. When he said he saw her, she didn't see him. So she's not saying he's lying or telling the truth.
that's
She didn't.
bull.
She said that.
She did on the live.
Yeah, she said
on
she
the-
didn't
on the-
see you.
No, she said
She
it on the
told me
Commander's
she
live.
did. What'd you say, Brim?
She said that on the Commander's live. I said,
That she
I
did
seen
not
her.
see you?
She's seen me. She said she's seen me pooping out.
Yeah. I heard her say she saw you.
Go back
But
and
the
look at the
night, but no,
Commanders
what I'm
Live that
saying,
night.
Suzanne, the next day when she had seen this live with us talking,
You
she
said
was
terrible
talking
things
about the
about us.
situation, how she was hurt and what she felt, which I totally get.
Yeah.
But she did say, she made the comment on this live, maybe it was out of upsetness, I don't know. But she did say that Brim had said he's seen her on the ship, but she did not see him.
Yeah, that's.
And that she did not believe in his experiences, and that he was telling people things that were not true. And I told her, I
Yeah,
said, "You're doing
that's
to
not
him
cool
what-"
though.
I said, "You're doing to him what
Yeah.
other people have done to you that made you so upset." And I don't think that's right.
And,
You
see,
know,
and like I
the
said,
thing is,
if you're
she's
You know,
with the Ashtar Command.
I'm
I'm with somebody
probably,
different.
I don't know. I think I'm probably more evolved than I think I am, honestly. I'm not as knowledgeable as a lot of y'all because I'm not as well read on those topics. Because I hate reading the Bible, honestly. I never did like it. I don't like reading those kinds of books. So I'll just take your word for, all I know is you can't tell me I am God, I am love, I am perfect, and I love my children, but if you piss me off, I'm throwing you in a fiery pit. I'm a mom. I'm certainly not a perfect mom, but there's nothing my kids could do that would make me be so horrible. So that's my spirituality background, which you guys already know.
well, I
But
just
Well,
I
came
am
in at a time
spiritual.
when I was expressing concern for her. When she starts out with no gas, knowing she's going to run out of gas in the dark on the side of the road, and it scares the crap out of me. Well,
Yeah.
she took that to mean, and she knew I was on the live, and she just said terrible things about Brim and me. And I mean, like flat out said it.
She
in
said
front of
your
me.
name? She said your name?
She didn't say my name. She said the one who said that I just go out without thinking about how I'm going to get home, that I have no understanding of how she feels, that she has to be there, that she has to take care of her granddaughter no
Yeah.
matter
Well,
what.
we both have grandchildren too.
But I still wouldn't go somewhere and knowing I didn't have enough gas to get home.
Well,
If I thought I might get
I don't
knocked
know.
out on the side, because I told her, I said, what good is it going to do if you
Right.
get knocked out on the side of the road?
I don't worry as much, but I pay for AAA, so I know as long as I have cell service, sooner or later I'll have help.
Right.
But I live in Oklahoma. It might be 2 hours between the next exit. But
There's been so many crazy things happening around her that we don't know what kind of people or things
right
are coming after
beings,
her.
what kind of beings that other
that-
people might not see?
And that's what Yaya and I were talking about, and that's what upset her.
And the crazy police out there might just shoot her because they're scared of her. I've gotten to where I think cops are the biggest scaredy cats there are.
Yeah. Well, and they don't want to come help her, and whoever, and you can't trust anybody that's just going to stop in the dark like that. And
well,
as we found out when they robbed her the next day, those people just jumped in her car, and she knew them.
Those were the ones that tried to rob. They didn't rob them, but they wanted
They
to.
tried, and I mean, and they pistol whipped Heaven,
Her daughter.
and hurt her shoulder, and it just scares me.
It scared the
really
shit out of me,
scares
man. I have never been hit in the face, and I tell you what, I'm not sure I wouldn't kill somebody if they hit me in the face. Honestly, I might, my saying is I'm small but mighty, because when I know I'm right, and I'm in the thick of shit, I stand up for the, a great big guy was going off on his girlfriend, and they were both a lot bigger than me. And I got between them, and I said, this isn't okay. I don't remember what I said, but basically it was like, knock this shit off. This isn't okay. And he called me a get out of the way, fat ass. And I started laughing, and it really pissed him off. And I said, you could say just about anything about me to insult me, but there is one thing you can't call me to insult me, and that's fat ass, because I've never had a fat ass in my whole life. And you can eat shit, bucko. And then I called the police, and I said, this guy is talking like he's gonna kill her. And because I asked her, I got between them, and I said, do you want help? And he was like, get out of here, and trying to intimidate me. And it's like, you're such a coward. You don't intimidate me. Any guy in a relationship that treats a woman that way is operating straight from fear, in my opinion. It's like, you don't deserve my time of day, buddy. But the cops will probably be interested
I
in
just
talking
really
to you.
worry that she doesn't. And what I said was what I meant. I worry about her. I worry a lot
Yeah.
about her. And I think she's tired. She's driving all those miles every day.
I know she's exhausted, and she's
never-
going off world a lot.
And then she goes on lives for 10, 12 hours at a time. And, I just
going
worry.
all the time.
I'm worried about her that. And then we don't know what's on her property. There's things on her property that are trying to hurt her.
It used to be highly protected, and I don't know why apparently it's not anymore.
Things are getting through. There's things showing up. She talks about it. There's things showing up that she doesn't know what they are, and they're scary.
And has she not talked to Ashtar Command about what the fuck? Why are you letting these people on my property?
She doesn't ask them questions, and that's the other thing that worries.
That's what drives me crazy.
He
We
won't ask.
shouldn't be talking about this on a live though.
I know. I just love her, and I worry about her, and I wish she had come up and talked to us about it,
I know, but
and I wish she would respond to.
there are a few people that come on here that are known bullies to her.
Yeah.
And so if they're here, she won't come on. And when she has seen me on the panel, she has tried to come on a few times. And then one or the two will jump in and she won't come.
Right. I know. I
So-
saw that.
I said nothing bad.
And that, I just worry about her. I really do worry about her a lot.
But she's a grown-up woman, and she's got some street smarts about her. She's got more street smarts than you and I.
She's pretty worn out, Susan.
Yeah, I know. She's
pretty worn
exhausted.
thin.
I know. She's
Being pulled
exhausted.
in every direction, and that's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, and it weighs on her.
It does. It has to. And not having
Well-
enough to eat, not having not knowing what's going to
The
come
good
next.
the good thing is she trusts me and she does take my advice. She's real slow to take it though, and
Yeah.
I've noticed that. That she's slow to take it because
I've
we've
offered
given
her all sorts of
we've
advice
given her
and help.
some very good advice over the past 6 months that she doesn't. If she had taken my advice when I first
beginning.
gave her advice, this whole situation would be very close to wrapped up by now, if not wrapped up.
Yeah.
And she'd be sitting pretty, and she'd be just fine.
I know. And I just worry. I just worry, and I can't help it. I just worry. And, I feel bad that she heard only little snippets of what we were saying, and it hurt her feelings, and she didn't feel confident enough to come ask about it.
You know.
Well, I have areas of my life that I have been given good advice and I haven't taken it, and I don't know whether I'm doing the right thing or not, but I'm doing the best I can.
Well, it's like that live we were in last night, you know, intuition versus instinct. And you know how many times if you don't follow your intuition, you get yourself into some kind of, you know,
You screw yourself up.
corners sometimes.
And
That
that's
one
what my
guy
life is
talking about
about.
his car accident, I was like, holy crap. You know, he knew better. He knew he should have gone home, and he decided to do that anyway, and then wrapped his car around a median.
Who did?
That one guy, remember, he was talking about it, how they wanted him to go somewhere, and he knew he should go home, and they ended up talking him into it anyway, and they were racing on the highway, and he ended up wrapping his car around that median.
I didn't hear that, but I've been so torn in a bunch of different directions lately that I have it. You know me. It's hard enough for me to focus when I'm not interrupted.
Yeah.
When I'm interrupted, though, it's like, oh yeah, I said I was going to be back.
Well, that's the other thing is she, you know, she has a little attention deficit anyway, and now she's exhausted. She's not getting any sleep. She's not eating. She doesn't know what's around the corner from day to day, and I just worry. I just worry a lot about what's going on that property. Like Ray and Mary were talking about.
Are they having trouble?
Yeah, they have all sorts of crazy things going on their property. They're looking to move.
Oh, I thought it was like their Anunnaki family that was hanging out on top of their house.
They do have Anunnaki people, but they also have a lot of other things that are going on. And of course, their Anunnaki people are trying to take care of them, but these other things are slipping through.
What are they?
Well, Mary thinks they're Zeta and reptilians.
And they can't get rid of them on their own?
No, and I guess Commander tried to help, and it got worse.
Great.
So, I mean, she and Ray are looking to sell their property now because they're just having so much trouble.
Oh, that's too bad.
And it just worries me.
And what? Well, that would suck.
Yeah. I think, you know, we just all need to be kind of careful because if we come to attention of one, we're going to obviously come to the attention of another.
Yeah, and just because you see a ship up in the sky, there's a lot of people going, invite it down. And it's like, I don't know who they are.
Right.
I don't know that I need to complicate my life right now. My life is complicated enough.
It is.
If they want to come trim my trees, they're welcome.
I love how she lied about that part, though.
They
she
lied
said on the
about
commanders. She said about on the commanders' live that she said she's seen me, and then she said on her live that she's seen me, and now because supposedly I trashed her, she's out there saying that she didn't see me, and I'm making this all up. And not, regardless of the fact that I'm working with a different group, not Ashtar Command for one, and two, if she would have stayed on the live, she would have heard what I said, that there's probably another faction in there that's causing the problems too, and making it look like them.
Yeah.
And I said that. And if she wants to confirm and hear what was said, go up on the live. You could see it on YouTube, because that's where it is.
Yeah. Now, I think she must have heard what Yaya said, and that really hurt her feelings, probably more than anything.
Oh,
because
that she's having
everybody loves Yaya, and I know that April does too, and Hank loves Yaya, so it's starting to make sense to me now. because she said Hank has been basically crying
Yeah.
and started flipping people off again.
Yeah. Well, and then she said that we were coming in and making comments that during her lives that she didn't appreciate. So I don't comment on them anymore.
Oh, I think it was because Brim was answering questions that might conflict with what April might say. And see, she likes me answering questions on there because I answer them for April.
Yeah.
Sometimes I will say, in my opinion, but you might want to ask April when I don't know. If I know how April will answer, which most times I do, except right now because I've missed a lot of her lives, so I'm not as up on what's going on. But normally I can answer any question. But people are weird. It's like, if they don't know me, like the regular people, if I answer the question, they go, okay, thanks. Because they know that if I don't know, I'll say, we need to ask April, and then I'll pin the question. Or, if it's somebody's personal question, I just pin it anyway. But I think what she doesn't like is when somebody answers a question from their point of view rather from her point of view in her live.
Yeah. Well, and I just told her that we all have we're all coming from all different directions, and the whole purpose of this live is for us to all discuss what we think and what our differences are. I told her that even Yaya and I have differences.
And we all learn from each other.
Yeah,
and
we don't argue about it. We just discuss it.
And I've been meeting different people that I'm learning from. And I told her, I said, I'm working on my own spiritual journey right now.
Yeah.
And so
to me, the more the merrier. Like there were a lot of things on Alien T's live. There's some things I just didn't agree with, for sure.
Right.
But it didn't make them wrong.
But I've also met some incredible people in his lives.
Yeah.
And like that Soulful Journey.
And
she leads what?
Azrael is very knowledgeable too.
Yeah. And that Soulful Journey, I met her in one of Alien T's lives. And towards the end of the live, she led a guided meditation healing session. And it was amazing. It was the best guided meditation I've ever been a part of or that I've ever heard.
Really?
Yeah, she is.
I haven't heard one of hers
really,
yet.
really good.
Metaphysical that comes in here.
Yeah, she was here a little while ago.
Mia, she does the most beautiful guided meditations. They are so beautiful. They truly are. I mean, we should invite her to do one on here.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
She has the most beautiful, relaxing voice and aura, and she just makes it up as she goes.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful.
It's beautiful.
I'll send you her Soulful Journey. I think that's the name. I'll send you her profile so you can catch her live sometime. Her videos aren't a lot. I don't even know if she has any meditations on there, but
I follow her already.
Okay.
And I've heard her several times. But a lot of the people that he has up, they're so varied. And that's what I like about it is you get a different perspective.
And every age group. There's some really young people in there too.
Yeah.
Really old and then
But you can't take offense at everyone who has a different idea.
No. And
well, that's what I was gonna say. People who like that night, I hate to say this, okay, I'm gonna say it just how it was, straight out. Nothing was done to be bullying. Nothing was done out of meanness. It was out of concern, out of love, and some questions.
Yeah.
And that's life.
Yeah.
And nobody meant to bully or harm anybody.
Right. It was a misunderstanding and feelings got hurt.
Yeah.
And
she doesn't answer a lot of questions. And
that's right. That's why she likes me to be there answering questions. And I noticed, like, she made Nicole moderate, you know, and which she needed more moderators because I haven't been around much. But Nicole can't answer the questions. What?
I'm still a moderator, but I'm scared to. I don't want to offend her, so I don't.
Well, if you know it's how fair, if you know that's how April would answer it, it's fine.
But I don't always. I mean, I don't know what I have told her multiple times is we need more concentration on the fact that people can heal themselves.
Yeah.
And I don't see that being emphasized. I don't see Christ consciousness.
I don't see any kind of spirituality being.
And that's what I try to do when people are asking questions and she's not answering them. I answer them in the way that I know how to about Christ consciousness.
Yeah, and she shouldn't have a problem with that.
But she does.
Oh my God, my left arm is so fucking weak.
I'm sorry.
No, I've already had 2 surgeries on that shoulder, and I have depended on this shoulder. I can't lay on my right side because of my left leg. So I have to lay on my left side, but then it depends on my left arm to help me up. It's like,
can I ask you a question?
I need to be a robo lady.
Maybe Brim, can you answer this question to me? Maybe, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. You know how, all right, we all have a contracts and this and that, whatever. I understand all that, okay?
Yeah.
But my question is, how come some people that get visited and go off planet can get, like, if they have a health problem, they get healed from them? But then, like, some people go and they don't get healed. Why is that? Like have a physical problem. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I've always wondered about that. You know what I mean?
It depends on the ship and who and what that purpose is. I can go on a ship. I was sick as a dog one day. I was sick and I didn't want to do my live. I went on a ship naked in a bathtub, covering my pee-pee. And I felt healed after that. You know, then there's times where I went on a different ship and I was a little bit woozy and nothing really happened. I think it's for whatever that moment is, like whatever you're doing, if it requires healing, they'll do it. But if you keep going on a ship, you should be at least healed at least 1 or 2 times. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Well, what Cryon said, one of the things that he's been saying lately is that we are at a stage where we can actually change our contracts. That if we can do that ourselves, that the time of karma is done. We're over it, and we can write new contracts every day.
You're correct.
My contract was changed.
Okay, because I know you guys know Nebula, right?
Yeah.
She was sick. She had had dental problems, and for days she wasn't feeling well after. And she said to the beings, "Oh, can you guys please, help me because I can't do my lives. I don't feel well." That night she went to sleep, and the next day she was healed. They took her. They did something with her. She had marks on her to prove it and everything. And they put her on some kind of bed or something. And she was healed the next day.
Yeah.
So that's what that's my like, when I have questions like that, and I'm not getting answers that I feel are correct, I have a little bit of a thing with that. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's being wrong for me using discernment or asking a question.
Yeah.
You know?
And that goes with another thing too. If you're not working with divine beings, you're working with some reps, then that's gonna happen. They're low vibrational and they can't heal.
Okay, but if she's met Jesus, that's my whole thing. Don't you think being around him would heal? I'm not even talking bad. I just have a question about it, but I don't want to care either anymore. I love everybody, and I don't want to be seen as a bully or anything either. I'm just asking a question.
I'm not saying this to be a bully, but I really can't. With that part of it, I can't go with that. I'm sorry. With that part of it, Jesus is not going to be on a hierarchy ship. He wants nothing to do with that kind of stuff, a military kind of thing. Jesus is with the divine order. The divine order is the angelic realm. He does not go on a ship that it has a military-ish kind of aspect to it. That is not Jesus. That is not who he is. And that's the one thing I can't. A lot of the stuff that she says I can agree with because I've witnessed it and I've experienced it. That one thing there, no, I am not gonna. I know it might be her experience. It might be some being portraying him, but no, the Jesus I know, the Jesus I seen is not there. He is in the divine order. I have seen him in the divine order, and I know what he looks like. He was not wearing a spacesuit, and he was a very polite, angelic being. And when he was speaking, I could feel the vibrations and the love within his voice. Now, the one that was depicted by somebody else, I can't go with it. I've tried, and I can't. And that's one thing, you know, when you talk about my experiences, you know, it's whatever. But when you're talking about one of the creators, one of the ascended masters, as you want to call him, in Jesus, I can't accept that because
we all, you know, they appear to us in ways that make us more comfortable.
Yes.
And that's how I was thinking. Maybe he appears to her as a space person because that's what makes her more comfortable.
Maybe so, but not on that ship. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I've never been on a ship. The only time I've walked with Yeshua is in a field. And
Okay.
he had on
Common sense. Common sense now, okay? Common sense for a moment. The Jesus you met in the Bible and you met in your visions and dreams, is he a military kind of man?
No, he has on a peasant shirt and linen pants. And
Exactly. Does he have that? He does not have that aura about him. He doesn't care about that. He's not going to be around that because that is what he's fighting, the establishment. And when it comes to helping people, he's more about helping the people than that. I can agree with mostly everything because I've experienced that. But when it comes to that one subject, that strikes a nerve with me because I know what I've seen. I know who I met, and that is not the Jesus. That is somebody else is saying. He's not going to be in that kind of. He's not going to be in that kind of realm, aspect, or even put himself into that. He's not going to do that. He's not that kind of being. He's not the Jesus in the Bible. The one that she was talking about, to me, is not the Jesus in the Bible. And not the Jesus you met in the field. And not the Jesus I met. I can't. I really, truly can't. I know.
Well, there's room for question, though, Paul, because, I mean, everybody sees them as they see them. And there's room for question. So I'm not going to say never and it can't be. My main concern is for her health, and her safety, and I worry because there's things on her property that do not mean her well, and I'm just nervous. I get nervous
There
about
is
that.
darkness on her yard, and everybody should be concerned. I felt them. That's why I can't go on her lives, even when I could. There's something there. It's not her. She's not the negative energy. Like the other person, he's not the negative energy. It's not coming from either one of them. What I get from them is pure, divine, childlike, not being bad, childlike innocence of purity and holiness and wanting to help people. But on the other side of the coin, there is something there in the background that's not right. It makes me sick. When I went into somebody else's live, you know who I'm talking about, I felt like I was going to throw up. When I go into hers or the other person, I feel that. It's not from them. It's from somebody else. Something's lingering around them.
Well, see, the other night when I went on the live while I was getting my bath ready, I didn't know if it was something on that live or if it was because the ship was wanting me to just pay attention and not be distracted. But I haven't been back over there because I'm scared. I don't want to get sick. So I haven't been back over.
I mean, I care for her, and I think she's a wonderful person. However,
She's
there's
a beautiful person. She's got a beautiful spirit and
there's
wants to help.
something in the background. I don't know what it is. And, you
It
know,
just worries me.
somebody needs to help her because there is something there. And same thing with the other man. There's something in the background. I know when I go on Alien Teas, I don't feel it. I go on a bunch of spiritual lives. I don't feel it. I only feel it with, and this is not even my human side that is saying anything. It's the spiritual side. I'm hearing this. Why would they say?
I'm just, you know, the main thing that distressed me was that she did to us the same thing that the other people were doing to her that made her cry. She did the same thing to us that they were doing to her, that we have been taking up for her since January over. Everybody,
I mean, I have stood up for her too. I mean, come on.
we have stood up for her over and over and over. You, me, Yaya, everybody. I mean, I know Yaya went to somebody specifically because I asked her to stop what they're doing, that it's not fair. It's not fair to go on to somebody else's live or to go on your live and talk about someone else and say that what they're experiencing is not right when you don't know. You weren't there. You don't know their experience. You haven't lived their life, and I just don't think it's fair. I don't think it was fair what was done to her, and I don't think it was fair what she did to you. And that's what I told her.
I gotta answer this, so it's probably gonna knock me off, but I can still hear.
Okay. But I just wanted her to know I love her, and I didn't mean, none of us meant her any harm.
No.
We have questions and we have concerns, and had she come up, we would have all been happy to talk about it. You know, and I told her that's what this whole live is about, is everybody's welcome to come up and give their opinion on anything and everything, and we will all discuss it. And we don't any of us agree within our own selves. You know,
that's why I said something about, you know, we're all spiritual individuals, and I tell us a lot. We're all spiritual individuals. We should be working together, even if we don't agree.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, she works
Loretta.
with one group.
I don't agree with
I
everything
work with another.
Loretta, but I haven't lived her experiences, so I can't say they're right or wrong. And I would hope no one would think mine are right or wrong because they haven't lived my experience. But I want to talk about it because I want to know what our differences are. Why is it different? How is it different?
Yeah.
And what does that mean?
I'm working with one group. She's working with another.
Yeah.
It's not the same group. Now, if it was the same group, I could understand that.
And then Nebula's working with somebody completely different.
Exactly.
And Nebula says the other two, you know, it's kind of uncool to go on his live and be a guest and get a bunch of his followers to follow her.
Yeah.
And then on her live go, oh, he's full of shit. And that April
is too. She said the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, basically. And it was like, why would, and so I left her lot. I mean, it's like, well, fuck you too. I mean, all you have to do is, if you want to see a spaceship, hang out with April. If you want to see a fairy, hang out with April. If you want to see a Bigfoot, hang out with April. I mean, it's like nobody has more experiences with seeing ships and holy moly. I've seen so many spaceships just by going on her lives.
Right.
And I saw a fairy clear as a bell. I mean, for the longest times, I didn't see, you know, it's like I can't see shit in this picture. But
you can in all of hers. You
when
can
the fairy flew right up and I could hear her wings going, and I could see her face and I could see her whole body. It's like, yeah, that's a fairy, all right.
Well, and you can see Nick plain as day. You
Yeah,
can see
and sometimes his face even.
You can see Arthur. You can see all of her fairies, and she shows you proof of everything she sees.
I
Yeah,
know.
the fairies, yeah.
That's what she says. She says, I always bring receipts. Well, so some of the things that were brought up tonight, she can't bring receipts. But I don't want to talk about it anymore here, please.
Right. I see. And, you know, I just want everybody to know I love her, I respect her, and I think everything she says is true. Because it's true for her. And
I love her, I respect her, and I believe in her experiences.
I think she is she has like a fairy soul to me. She's got like a very sweet and innocent soul.
yeah, she's not really
How she
from this world.
That's-
She's another worldly kind of.
That's my gut feeling about her, is that it's like innocence.
Yeah.
But her human self is pretty streetwise. You know, she didn't come from wealth.
Well, she kind of grew up in a roughish kind of.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like her idea of California and my idea of California, we were on completely different worlds.
Yeah.
You know, but anyway,
Well, and you know, we all come from, you know, from kind of. I know Brim does, and mine's not near as bad as Brim for sure.
And you know what, guys? There's a difference to having questions to not believing.
Right.
Okay? Because just because I have questions
I don't
doesn't
think
mean I
there's-
don't believe her. Because
The
I do believe
questions-
her. I've seen the ships.
all the
And I've
questions
seen miraculous things from her. Hold on, Susan. I've seen some things over there from her. But a couple things to me, I have questions about, and that's okay because
Yeah.
I have a right to have those questions, and that's what I explained to her when I wrote to her. You know what I mean?
agree. I agree with you 100%. And if I'm there when you're there, I will back you up, and I will pin your questions. And one thing I have noticed that's real frustrating to me, but I called her out in her live before, and then she called me out about it not too long ago, making a joke of it. But like, I've noticed that she and Commander will see questions, and if they either don't know the answer or they don't want to answer it, they ignore it and just pretend like they didn't see it, when I know they saw it. So when I pin a question and she ignors it, I keep pinning it. And then if she ignores it, I say, April, put your glasses on.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, she took it, but I've also given her some like big sister, although I don't know that I'm big sister material, but for her, but tough love talk a little bit. I approach her gingerly, but I told her, I said, you know what? You need to stand in your power.
Yes.
You need to stand in the superwoman stance for a few
Yes.
minutes. Get yourself grounded and stand in your power, and don't let this bullshit get under your skin.
Yeah.
And that was the
More
two little
confident.
bullies that make multiple accounts just to go, and yet they're part of the spiritual community. That's what really, it's like, maybe they're not so spiritual after all.
And I have
doing
argued
this-
and argued with the both of them, and I even got Yaya to argue to help me because it's wrong. What they did to her was wrong.
That's low vibrational.
vibration.
There's no reason to mess with anybody's account, no matter what.
No reason to mess with anybody, whether it's their
Right.
account, there's no reason to have any ill will towards anybody. It's like this guy that I've been talking to going, are you real? I don't know. I've never met you in person. And then them having their feelings. What the fuck was this about?
Yeah.
I don't know what this was about. What was this about?
Well, there's so many varied versions going on around, and
Yeah.
I have questions of everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone. And even some of the bigger creators like Alien T and Azrael and Ravenous.
It's like
Yeah.
if I have a question, it doesn't mean I'm disagreeing with anything you believe in. It's like I just have a question.
Well, I
Maybe
think
I'm trying
Alien
to
T
figure it out
explained that
myself.
really well last night on his live, that none of us were all, we were all just having our own questions and wanting answers and wanting different opinions, because how are you going to change your opinion if you don't hear someone else's?
Right. And I don't want anybody else, like, well, there's a couple of people I'm pretty leery of that
and you have every right to be. I know. Yes. You do.
but I don't want to be stuck in one little bitty niche when I've always tried to make my world as big as I can.
Well, and you're learning a lot. You're going into a lot of different lives that have a lot of great information.
A lot of different ideas, and that whole instinct and intuition.
That was amazing, wasn't it?
Well,
but we didn't
I
any of us
still
agree.
think I'm right about instinct, honestly.
See what I mean? We all had our own ideas about what
But
that was,
also-
and they were all different.
So
But we
during
didn't argue.
with all those people's different opinions, I had more than enough time because I've got lots of technology all around me. So I'm on my phone in the live. On my iPad, I looked up the definition of instinct, and it listed like emotion, like intense emotions.
Yes.
And it's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Honestly, seriously, that's instinct. I was more in agreement. I can't remember the guy's name. But he's an older guy, the one with the ponytail.
Bill.
He was Bill. Yeah, I more agreed with him that instinct, just like for me, my first thought is, backpacking and I hear a rattlesnake at my ankle. I jumped about 6 feet. I didn't even know I could jump. To me, that's instinct. I didn't have to think, what's that sound? Oh, is it a rattlesnake? Oh, I should move. Maybe I can jump. No, I mean, it's like I heard that sound and I jumped, and it was like, and I was so impressed with it's like, wow. When I landed, it was like, wow, I really
Well,
did that.
every day when I went to work and we had an emergency situation, I would go into the room and go completely off of instinct.
Yeah.
Every single thing I did was what I learned. I did it all in the whole.
Somebody's TV on?
I don't know. I would do everything I had learned in all the order that I had learned it, but my intuition would kick in and help me choose between two alternate
Yeah.
that could have maybe been, and maybe my intuition would lead me to that situation
Yeah.
prior to it becoming a huge crisis. You know, my intuition would tell me I need to go over here because something's about to happen. I don't know what it is, but it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Many times I would call a doctor and say, I don't know. I can't give you all the specifics, but get your rear end over here because something's about to happen. And I was almost always right. But my instinct, when I went into the room and a situation happened, I went into just an instinctual, this is what I'm doing, and I didn't even have to think about it. I never even had to rationally think, I'm going to give this drug, that drug, this drug, in these orders. I just did it. I did what had to be done when it had to be done, and never thought about it. The rest of my brain was occupied with other things.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I was thinking, like, if I walk into a place and the energy feels off to me,
you turn around and leave. Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to be here, and I leave. Or if somebody, say it's not like I'm ever in this situation anymore, but say I'm at a big party where there's a lot of people I don't know, but, you're hanging out and talking to lots of people, and then somebody comes up and you just go, I don't like you at all.
Right. You're not right. And you're wrong.
And it's not like there's anything about, like, to look at them, they fit right in, but it's like, to me, it's like, I don't know if it's your pheromones, but I'm getting away from this person, or I get
it was
like
very,
a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach.
The thing that Mara was talking about was everything is based on patterns. But in that documentary I sent you today, they were talking about if you only look at the patterns, you miss the fractals. You can't just look at the patterns. You have to look at the whole thing. And so I thought that was interesting, because she was talking about how it could all be explained based on patterns. And she was more coming at it at a more scientific.
She was coming from academia, and it was like, okay, this lecture is going long. I'm sorry. I literally said to my phone and rolled my fingers, and I said, okay, moving on. It's like this class, we went way off topic at one point, I think.
Yeah, we did on a few things, but
with
I
her.
learned an awful lot, and I got a lot of different ideas to sort through. And what I'll do is use my discernment, figure out what it is I want to stick with and what I want to just leave.
Yeah,
and if we're not exposed to multiple different ways of thinking, how are we going to use our discernment to know what it is we want to believe?
Yeah.
So, that's just where I'm coming from. Is, there's a lot of different ways to think. There's a lot of different paths to the top of the mountain. And we're all on different paths. So, I don't know. It hurts my heart that she doesn't trust me anymore, that she doesn't
just
care about me. But I still go. I still listen. I
Just,
still learn.
just give her a minute or a week.
I still watch her, and I still am very fascinated with all the things she shows us. And
And,
I would have never looked at Bigfoot, fairies, any of those things if I
no,
hadn't met her. I
right.
never would have, because I am more angel based,
Yeah.
and so I would have never done that.
Well,
But the hierarchy thing is the thing that always sticks in my craw.
I always figured that those things were real. I just didn't ever know they'd become a part of my life, you know? But,
I just have a really hard time with the hierarchy thing, the military hierarchy thing.
I that's what bugs me.
well, I've never heard it being called military except for the term commander.
But they sit at the table in a certain pattern, and somebody's at the head, and somebody's at the right side, somebody's at the, you know what I mean? It seems more kingly, military,
I don't know.
hierarchy.
I don't know. I mean, it's like
I just don't.
there's got to be some kind of leadership, is the way I figure it. But
Well, I do worry.
Supposed to be equal.
I do worry that there are some.
Right.
They all mean us well. I believe that. I believe they all mean us well. They love us, and they all mean well. But I do believe that some of them have an agenda. And I'm trying to suss that out. And if I don't get all the information from everywhere, I'm not going to be able to figure out what is bothering me about it.
yeah.
So I'm
Well,
just going to do what I do and be who I am, and be my authentic self.
I have things that bother me too, but part of those things are human things. And, I mean, I don't think I should comment on somebody's personal looks.
But I know that everybody that I watch and follow and get information from, I trust all of them, and if I don't trust them, I move on. And so I just feel like we've all stuck with her for all this time, so we must believe in her.
Oh, I do. I do. Yeah,
I think we all do.
Yeah, I don't think she's ever tried to deceive me on anything.
No, I don't think she is either. But she may be being deceived in some ways, and I'm
Maybe.
trying to figure that out too.
I don't know, but she's real intuitive also, but I don't know. I don't know.
We'll all find out at some point.
That was my concern about her being deceived, not her deceiving us.
Right.
You know what I mean?
She would never do that. She would never, ever try to.
No, she wouldn't. She's not that type. You can tell. You know what I mean? You can tell she's an honest, loving person. And I don't think that way of her. But, I think she could be deceived in some manners.
Well, and I didn't say anything to her about it, but I do think that she's wrestled with the idea about charging for her readings and has decided that that's not how she wants to do it, and that is certainly up to her. But we shouldn't talk about other people who do charge. There are people who do charge, and they do it for a reason, and they have their rationales for doing it. It's their business. It's how they make their money. That's how they make their living. And it's between them and God. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Everybody. I mean,
I see it as a fair.
We are all on our own journeys.
Yeah.
And
well,
none of us
Robin
have
had
any
a
right
lot of
to
trouble
tell
with
anybody else they're wrong.
Robin had a lot of trouble with that himself. He didn't want to charge either, but there were so many people
I'm
sucking up his energy.
sorry, I gotta answer something.
I said, you need a fair energy exchange. You're giving out a lot of energy and you don't have food. You know what I mean? So, but of course she doesn't have to ask for a prize. She could always just say, if you feel led, you can make a donation, like Brim does. Or like
Well, I
Aquanet
think
does.
she did that the other night. She did say that the other night that she doesn't want to charge or anything, but if anybody wants to, feel free. Her Cash App is there, and she to send gifts. Go ahead, but she's not going to put a price on it or ask for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's fine. It's whatever. If she doesn't feel right about it, then she shouldn't do it. That's just how it is.
Yep, exactly.
And
Hey, I wish her nothing but the best, and I just hope of love and happiness for everybody. That's all,
well, and we're all eventually gonna be together. We're all
Exactly. It doesn't matter because we're all here together. We're going to be where we're going together. So these little minuscule little things shouldn't matter,
No, they shouldn't. And I just didn't want to hurt her feelings. I feel bad for doing that.
Yeah, I apologize for my partner. Like I said, honey, I left her. I did text her and, for my partner. And like I said, but I didn't say nothing. I just said, look, and as far as Brim, the only thing I said about you three was that I felt that you guys were not being bullies or mean or meant anything out of harm. It was only out of love. And the reason I felt comfortable questioning it was because it was you three, because you three love her so much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
All of us do. Well, and Yaya too. I mean, Yaya has been a big support for her. And like I said, I sent Yaya after one of those people because I wasn't getting anywhere with that person.
What was the topic supposed to be tonight?
Intuition.
Okay, then I never did hear for sure.
Did we have a topic?
Intuition.
Oh, was it? Well, I don't think we talked about that much, did we?
You and I did. But
well, once Bobby got on there, we just got to yakking, and his story is very interesting. I wouldn't have believed that his journey has only been about 5 years. He's really made some big progress in those 5 years.
well, how does anybody know when their journey started? Does it mean when I decided that I didn't believe that God was that mean man in the sky?
Mm-hmm.
And
that's when mine started, back when I was a little kid. I started
believing in reincarnation and all that. I mean, that's when
you start questioning everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. So then I don't know.
You've been on it longer than you think you have.
Yeah, I know. Well, I did my best to put away anything. I had way too many paranormal experiences, and I needed, and my mental health was at stake at the time.
Yeah. Well, and seeing, I would give anything to be able to have some of your paranormal experiences. Mine have been rather bland.
I slammed that door shut hard, apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, who knew? Apparently I'm really strong when I need to be. But I'd like to loosen it up and open it back up now that I have more resources and I know more how to protect myself.
Yes.
And if I can't protect myself, I can find a friend pretty quick online to go help me because I'm in trouble. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Well,
um,
yeah, you've met enough people now that you have a whole array of people you can go to.
yeah, that if I can't get a hold of somebody that can help me, I might need to get more phone numbers.
Yeah. So hopefully you and Bugsy will keep up your relationship because you can learn an awful lot from her.
Yeah, it'd be easier to talk.
Yeah.
You can GM me.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I do. I bug him all the time. You know, because there's questions. I have questions. And I bug Tom Sawyer, bless his heart, all the time.
I think I've learned something from almost every person I've met.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
in
and
one way
see,
or another.
and speaking of like Thomas, there's so many things I don't agree with him on, but I trust him. And you know, when we first started with Robin, we all had every kind of question, and we all learned it together as a group. You know, we explored every avenue, every option, every thought.
I haven't seen him live lately. Have I been missing him?
No, he hasn't been, and I'm gonna text him and see what's going on.
Okay, well, let me know because I don't want to miss it. He changed some things, and we used to be friends, and he doesn't follow me anymore, so I don't even know if I could DM him now.
Well, he changed things, and I think he's taking his time following everybody back because he's distracted doing some other things. He's got some other irons in the fire, and I think he's kind of distracted. But I think he's going to end up following everybody back that he had. You know.
Does he still have the same name?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just he's changed up his format
It
some,
looks more
and
serious now. Like, well, before it was so cute. He said, "I am so serious," and he spelled serious, you know, as if S-I. Now I'm gonna have to think. SIRI.
UIS.
Okay, thank you. 'Cause I'm trying to visualize it and write it in the air with my finger, and I couldn't see it in my head. But I think I've had all my nighttime medication.
So does he have a new account or something?
Well, he just changed it around and changed his format.
He changed his profile picture and his little bio.
Yeah.
And
okay, so
I
would we
went-
still be friends with him, or did he? That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know what he did.
I guess I don't know. He unfollowed everybody somehow. I'm still following him, but he's not following me anymore.
Yeah, he undid a bunch of people. I don't know how he did it or why. I don't think he maybe did it. I don't think he did it on purpose. I think he did it when he was changing the account around. And I think he's just taking his sweet time getting everybody added back in.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I mean, it's everything. I don't know how anybody, you know, people go, well, how long have you been working on this? And it's like, some of these people are so young. And
Yeah.
it's like, don't you work for a living? It's like, how are you studying all this stuff that you're studying when you're 25 years old, or
Well,
you know, and you've got a 3-year-old, and you know, it's like
a lot of people like Bugsy though have been that way all their life.
yeah.
Very
Well,
young, but she's been doing.
she's also keep in mind she's also had the internet all her life,
Yes, she
She's
has.
single. She's single and no children.
and she's only
Yeah.
27. She's had the internet literally
Yeah.
all her life.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
although it
And
sounds like she
like a
had,
lot of the other
it sounded
people
like
have.
she had a really hard childhood. So
She did.
we don't know that she had access to the internet.
No, she didn't.
and
I talked to her for a long time, just me and her.
she
She
well,
had
and that's
she had
the
a
kind
rough
of
life.
those are the kind of kids that were my favorite kids on the bookmobile because they're like mega smart and super fun to talk to, and she would have been
And
she
very
and I,
curious.
she and I would have been friends. You know, I mean, that's
But
what
she,
that's
Bugsy has a lot
that's
of
what I
wisdom.
really miss about working.
Bugsy has a lot of wisdom, but it came at a high cost
Yeah, of
to
course.
her. So,
Well, but
you
it's
know, but
amazing.
She's such a
It's
beautiful
amazing.
soul.
It's really amazing that she was spiritual enough to rise above the situation, and that she had the abilities that she had.
But it took her.
She handled it
She had to
well.
work at it. She did a lot of work to get there.
But it's really, I mean, I was seeing stuff when I was a toddler, you know. My stuff got shoved down, but I had a completely different childhood, you know. When I was 5, I was being taken to Disney movies at the theater and go home and feed my pet bird. I had a completely different life. So
We even had a past life together.
what?
Me and her had a past life together.
Oh, really?
She was my daughter.
Well, she's cool and she's intense. I would prefer to be able to talk to her because typing is really hard for me personally. Because I'm not. You know how kids hold their phones with 2 hands and type with their thumbs? I hold it with one hand and type with my forefinger on my other hand, like I'm 80s or something.
We've had many conversations and we talked about each other's path. And they're very similar. She's a very wonderful person and
Well, I bet she'd give you her phone number if you asked
Well,
her.
I'll message her and tell her that maybe we could schedule to talk on the phone or something.
yeah.
I mean, I don't even have to have her phone number. If she has Line app or something,
Messenger.
Oh yeah,
Facebook Messenger.
That would work.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'll tell her and ask her.
Remind me tomorrow. We both need to check on Rachel.
Who's Rachel?
I talked to her already tonight.
She came on briefly, said a tree fell on her house and the power was out.
Oh no.
Yes, but then none of them were injured. They were all in good health.
Yeah.
Her roof got a little messed up. And they don't have power, but other than that, they are okay.
She posted pictures
Well,
on
and
Facebook.
my sister-in-law and brother-in-law live right outside of Tampa and their kids live there too.
My niece
And-
is in Tampa, and they had a tree fall on the neighbor's house, but the neighbor evacuated, and so they think one of their limbs might have gone into their house, but they don't.
Well, my niece and my nephew-in-law are both police. They're both officers in that area, so they're working pretty hard, and trying to do the cleanup and just trying to police the area and stuff.
It sounds like it wasn't nearly as bad as they were expecting it to be.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a 5, they cut down to a 3.
What?
And that's what Yaya was talking about earlier, is that we believe that it was because of the collectives that were getting together to try to
calm it down.
Yeah. You know, Thomas did.
Yeah, there was a lot of us. A lot of us did it.
Well, I did it too, but I don't remember who I did it with.
It doesn't matter. I know
It don't
Thomas.
matter if you sent the energy out. Just think, if you sent it out, and I sent it out, and Honey sent it out, and 50 other people from another live did another live and another live.
Yeah, I don't remember.
It all adds up, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, didn't it drop from like a 5 or a 6 to like a 3 of you?
Yeah.
It was going to be a 5, and it was down to a 3.
Yeah. And Thomas was on Facebook Live, and he was on for, I don't know, 5-6 hours, where he was right in the middle of the storm, and he said he could see others.
Oh, really?
That were there too.
Wow.
Oh, not to get up. Did anybody see the Aurora Borealis tonight?
Well, Thomas is
No.
in Atlanta, though, right?
I saw them beautiful, guys. They were beautiful tonight.
He's talking about in the spirit world, Suzanne. He was there astrally
Oh, I
in the
see.
middle of the storm,
Oh,
and he could see others.
It's getting late, and it's been like 3 o'clock.
Oh,
oh,
we love you.
thank you for having us.
Love you, Bren.
I love you all.
Go to bed, get some sleep. Be
Yeah.
Love you,
a
honey. Love you,
Nice
Suzanne.
Love you all.
Random.
See you
Love
later.
you, everyone.
Yes,
Random
Random. We love you.
47
It's
years,
random too.
1977. Thank you for spelling serious for me. All right.
Wow. So
Good night,
serious.
everybody.
Good night, dears.
Good
We'll see you later.
Have a
Sweet
good night.
dreams, everyone.
Thank you,
And
Bram.
blessed be.
Thanks
Good
for
night.
having us.